Well, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Wow, so many of you. Thank you for being here. We're waiting for them to start. They said 11. It's quarter of. And the feed is up. It just has the logo so far. Everyone's talking on the other channels, of course, giving what they think went on over there at Moselle, but nobody's really allowed to know. Okay. So many of you here first thing in this morning. I want to shout out Halco. You made me laugh so early this morning with your Bubba story. And unfortunately, nobody gets to see it because once the live feed starts, all the earlier messages from before tend to kind of disappear on there. But you were cracking me up. It was a Bubba story. I love a good Bubba story. Yeah. I, won- I wondered if Bubba's going to come up in the closing arguments, but we shall see, huh? We shall see. I think we might get closing arguments after they do deliberations on jury instructions this morning. We'll see. Depends on depends on what kind of mood Harpootlian is on and Jim Griffin when they come on with all of their motions and stuff like that. We'll see. Mm, I know. Good morning, Mary Beth, Aunt Jer, T. King, Anna, Tina, Sandra, Ali. Oh, it's so good to see you guys. I have my coffee with you almost every morning now. What are we going to do when it goes to jury deliberation, huh? Well, we'll have our coffee separate again. Hey, Turtle Moves. Good morning, Shilly. I hope that Steffi's feeling better. If you can hear me, good morning, Steffi. I hope you're feeling better. Shill, I hope you didn't catch it. I hope you're feeling better too. Mm. Hey, Beck. Hold my beer. Morning. Lots of coffee. And don't worry about it. Alex did not steal the bear. I see you guys were concerned. I did say 10:45. I was on time. I was on time. Yeah. And luckily they didn't start without me, of course. Oh, I was watching. I would have went live if they started early. But they didn't. Not that I saw. Yeah. Thank you, Allie. You draw the line. Bring in the forces. They steal the bear. You guys are cracking me up. Yeah. Wow. Mm. I'm excited about today. I'm not over yesterday's excitement of A.G. Wilson, or actually taking that last cross with Kinsey, the direct. Mm. Um, there are two ways to look at it out there on Twitter. Most people are very excited that he did it. They say it means that he's really taking the case seriously in South Carolina, and that it shows his faith and determination to have justice served. Um, and others think that, it kind of stole the thunder from Creighton Waters a little bit, who had done so much work on this case. But don't forget, Creighton Waters still gets to do the closing arguments. So I'm not so sure that one's true, but I could see where they're coming from. The team has done so much work, and for the Thunder to be A.G. Wilson's at the end. Then again, they're all united in this into getting justice and doing the best case they can. And no one can deny that A.J. Wilson did kind of knock it out of the park with his directive. So I don't know. What do you guys think? You think it was a good thing for the state, or it took a little of the thunder away from Waters? Michael, that's a very good question. And good morning, Mr. Berman. And hey, good morning, Mr. Hutchins. Um, it's a very good question. Let me put that up here. Let me grab that. Michael says, why was Harpo so keen to have a field trip? Beats me. It's so far past. I guess they're trying to say his words were something along the lines of, so they could tell distance and they could see what they're talking about, how close the kennels were together and the area they're talking about, see how far the house was from the kennels. I think that it was, if I was the defense, it would be a way for me to make that witness with the audio about how you couldn't hear the gunshots, make it more plausible when he sees how far away the houses from the kennels and they see that line of trees between them. Might be more believable then, because like I didn't believe that testimony basically because I couldn't see them do the test, and it was just an audio of it. And I just, the way the man was explaining it, I just didn't believe him. I thought he was all hokey to begin with. That's just me. There was just something about him that just turned my ears off, so to speak, which doesn't normally happen with me. I'm usually a pretty good listener. Yeah, I wonder if we will get closing arguments. I hope we do, and we should in the afternoon at the latest, after lunch. Um, if deliberations go well on the jury instructions. Good morning, Tony. Nice to see you here. Mm. I don't know why Colleton needs Murdaugh turtle moves anymore. The more I watch these documentaries, and there are three of them out there now, and I finished Low Country last night, and I have to say, I kind of agree with them. They took a dynasty, a family name that, everybody was kind of afraid of them. They had a lot of pull in the town, so to speak. The name really meant something. And in 1 year, Alex Murdaugh turned that name to something else. It's kind of rough to have that name around there now. Um, but people will have to agree that the rest of them are still all united. And they still are all the team, and the name still means something to them, and they're still wielding their influence wherever they can. And that's what I took away from the documentary, that some things aren't going to change if Alex is there or not. Mm. Yeah, Halko, I would say the methodology of that sound pressure testing wasn't sound. Exactly. There was just something, even saying that sentence, it just, something just wasn't right about it to me. I don't know if it's the way he explained it or the methodology he was using, but it just didn't really work with me. The only thing Harpo has got left, I don't know. Maybe I used the wrong words. I don't know. I should not really disparage the defense that way. I mean, they have a case there. They did put forward an alternate method of the crime. They did put an alternate scenario in play. They have a theory with two shooters and they're going with it. And that's important for the jury to consider because remember, for reasonable doubt, they have to think that there was no other way that this crime could be committed. Since we don't have a murder weapon and we don't have DNA, they have to go with plausible reasonableness that the way that the prosecution is setting it out is the way that it happened, and that there's not really any evidence of an alternative out there. So it's going to be important when they're weighing it out. If they feel that the defense has enough evidence there to support their theory, makes it plausible, that creates reasonable doubt. Or if they think that the state actually has the more plausible scenario and that there's evidence to support it. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's wrong to think that they cannot come up with guilty just because we don't have a murder weapon. I think there are plenty of murderers sitting in jail that would disagree with that. Murder weapon wasn't
Yeah.
found and guilty anyway. Okay, there's been plenty of murderers put away without DNA evidence. Okay. It all comes down to what Dr. Silkman kept referring to. Who had access to the crime scene and control of the situation? And the only one who had control of that crime scene before, during, and after, who survived the event, was Alex Murdaugh. He was there at the time. No doubt about it now. Although he's trying to tell us still he's not in his revised stories. It's going to be whether they believe him or not. What do you think, Beck? Good morning, sir.
Oh,
Get some
I'm
coffee
awake,
in
awake.
you. No snoring on stream. See, what should I do with him, chat? That's a channel violation. No snoring on stream. Yay. That's not exactly what I expected.
That's why I did
I know,
it.
you're just
Good
a
morning, Miss
charmer.
Bear. How are you?
I'm feeling okay. I got almost a full cup of
Good.
coffee in me, and I started the stream on time. Nobody stole me.
Nobody
I'm not.
stole you. That's good.
Yeah,
It's hard to
and
not get stolen around here lately.
it is lately, and I got through almost a whole cup of coffee without having listened to Dick Harpootlian this morning, and damn, was that a better way to start the day. Damn.
Are you saying there was no whining in your direct
There was
vicinity for your
there
cup of
was no
coffee?
there was no lawyer fit, there were no tears and stomping, there was no whining to the judge, there was no telling the judge what to do. I don't know, it was like novel, it was kinda interesting. It was really
Sounds like
good.
a good morning for
Yeah,
sure.
so
For sure.
far,
For
so
sure.
far, it's been pretty good. Yeah.
Well, I was listening to you, and well, you said a lot, but anyways, I think them going out there's.
Wait, wait a minute. This is the quote of the century. I was listening to you, and you said a lot.
Well, I just was gonna try to comment, but then I realized there's a lot to comment on.
I'm just saying. No, most people say that about me because I talk so much. So I'm just having to go because that was just brilliant. That was brilliant.
Look, I know you talk a lot, but I have no trouble interjecting. I'm fine with it.
Okay, cool.
Because I don't mind being a little rude because I know you understand that. It's like
Yeah.
sometimes I'll get on a rant if I'm on like my channel, and then people have to interrupt me. So I get it. It's totally fine. So I think this going out there is really good, and it could be good for the state or it could be good for the defense. I don't think it would point the jury in one direction or the other necessarily, but I do think that they should go look at it. There's so much of the evidence relies on where they were, Paul, whether he was in the doorway or not, and Maggie, whether she was, whatever. So I think it's good for them to go look at it. I think they can piece it out in their head better, maybe get a better idea of the actual, like the size of the doorway, for instance, of the feed room and how ridiculous that would be. So yeah. So I think it's good that they're going out there.
We're good. So you actually, I that's good because you bring up the fact that for the defense, it's good because they could see the size of the doorway. They could see why that from the top of the head shot doesn't really make any sense. And
You
then
mean for the state?
for the state, right? And then
Yeah.
they can also see that when they say that there was DNA material and there was blood splatter on the shelves, okay, and then at the
Yeah, they
top
can
of the
s
door and the
yeah.
ceiling, they can actually look at that and say, "Well, how did that happen if they were shooting downwards?" Like, they can actually see, "Well, that's doesn't work," right?
Right,
Mhm.
right, right.
And
I mean,
and things like that, yeah.
I'm sure that that guy's theory could be possible. I'm not saying that it's not possible, the whole, gas thing. But I do want to point out that Dr. Reimer kind of Reimer, whatever however you say her name, said exactly what we were talking about and said no, you would see the ears affected, the eyes would be out of their orbital sockets, and I'm like,
Mhm.
see, I knew it.
Right.
But I think it could be possible with a smaller caliber,
Mhm.
but not with steel shot. Steel shot is not gonna,
Exactly.
like, bounce off a bone. It doesn't
Mhm.
work like that. I think it would have to be a
Exactly.
smaller caliber and farther away so, it could do that, but at the same time, if it's smaller caliber, farther away, you're not gonna get that blood up on the door the way you would, so I just can't see any other way around it personally.
No, thank you for that. I do, and also, Kinsey was able to say their theory. I'm not going to say it's ridiculous, but it is when you look at the rest of the evidence. He was able to point out again that they're not taking all of the crime scene into effect. They had to leave out specific evidence that
Yeah,
didn't go with their thing. Um, I
and,
just.
I feel like the defense took a big chance with with the I mean, I know that the main thing is to, put doubt, I understand that.
Mhm,
But I don't know, those witnesses just made them look really, really bad, and I think they handled it improperly. I think they should have given them all the information, given them a little bit more time, and if they called them up at the last minute, well, you're stupid. Maybe you should have had somebody lined up before.
mhm,
It's a criminal case. Of course, you're going to need gun experts and trajectory experts, and you're going to like they
mhm.
should know that already.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I
they
was really disappointed in them calling these experts in at the last minute and giving them partial information. It really disgusted me.
well,
You know,
it's
you
not
can't give
uncommon
somebody
though. When you're
half
paying
of the
for an
story.
expert when you're paying for an
Yeah.
expert opinion, you definitely wanna
Uh-huh.
pay for them to be on your side. I mean, of course. And, they're only gonna give them what they ask for. It's in there within scope, and sometimes less information kinda narrows it down to be exactly what they want. And sometimes the experts want it that way because they're getting paid and they know that they want a certain scenario, okay?
Right.
Or they want it that way. So it's like if they get information that goes outside of it, they're in a professional quandary then. Just think of it that way. Like then they've got
Oh,
to.
no, I
Yeah.
understand that.
Yeah.
I totally get that, but it still
Mhm.
seems
But
I
it
mean, I
but it did
understand both sides want their witnesses to say what they want them
exactly.
to say, of
Mhm.
course. Um,
And
I
here
don't
I'm
know, it just
wondering how much
mm,
that's gonna matter to the jury, like with their what kind of weight they're really gonna put on it. I hope that they heard repeatedly that they didn't have all the information, especially when it came to the footprints, because that really stuck out. Because here they were trying to say that there are other people there, and yet there are no footprints, there's nothing. And yet they did clearly identify Paul's and Maggie's. So if there were other footprints of other people, they clearly would have had unknowns and this and that. Um, which they
yeah,
didn't. And the photographs were not that great of the photos, but they were enough to identify. And they all had to admit that at the end. They can complain about the photographs not being the way they would like them all they want, but there was enough there to identify whose footprints they were, and that's the end point, right?
yeah,
So, you know,
absolutely.
if it even if the investigation was not perfect, and no investigation is, and everyone would have to admit that there was quite a few mistakes made by SLED here. Um, but what they did come up with was credible and within and couldn't be argued against. So, what they did actually conclude in the end, there's not really
Yeah,
much you can do about that.
No, that's
Which
true.
is why he took the stand, because the cell phone data alone with the GPS that narrowed down the time from the body, from the time he says he made it to the house, when he made it back to Moselle, he being Alex made it back to Moselle, saw the
Mhm.
bodies, went to check to see if they were dead or not, and then called 911, was such a limited time that he had to change his story to account for it. And now all of a sudden he didn't touch the bodies before he called 911. It was after. And yet we saw yesterday rebuttal witnesses that said, no, that's not the story he told us for a year and a half. He told everybody within earshot that he touched those bodies first. Yeah. Or
Yeah.
repeatedly over and over again. And I hope the jury hears that he was actually changing testimony to go with what they had on him, like craftily as he was sitting there on the stand. Like
Oh,
I was,
absolutely.
and I don't know if it's because I think he's guilty or not. I could be biased. I could be, look, you know what I mean? But I mean, that's just a fact. He changed it. He changed it. Hmm.
Tony, I think, and I think a lot of other people are having this theory in their head because
Yeah.
Alex and Paul went out earlier in the day before this happened, and they were screwing around with trees in the side by side or whatever. Um, a lot of us think that they already had the guns in the back of the side by side. They parked it underneath of the hangar, and Paul, of course, wouldn't take him out because he'd leave shit everywhere. And of course,
Hmm.
Alex, well, if Alex did it, he wouldn't take them out because he needs them there for later. So, a lot of us believe that the guns were in the back of the side by side. So, just so you
Yeah.
know.
I think all along, all of us has said both guns had to be out there. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it was an opportunistic that I think it's opportunistic that two guns were used. I still think it's one shooter. I
Yeah.
personally still think that shooter is Alex Murdaugh because he's got the opportunity, because he has the means, and he has somewhat of a reason to do it. Although that
The
reason is
go ahead. I'm
fluid
sorry.
for me. It's a fluid
Yeah.
reason. Like it keeps
Yeah.
changing a little bit here and there.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the other thing is if there were two shooters, one person would have they would have had to be beside each other at the beginning of it
Mhm.
because it's obvious where Maggie's shooter started and where Maggie's shooter ended. So they
Mhm.
would have had to be standing right next to each other. And I'm going to tell you, when you're coming at people, you don't stand next to each other. You come from opposite directions. If you're going to stalk
Yeah.
somebody,
Yeah.
you don't start out in the same spot in between the two people. You don't do that.
You know, I did see other people who had the same theory I did about pills being on Paul, and that's why his
Uh-huh.
body got touched the way it did by Alex.
Mhm.
Um, because of all people to be touched, for him to try to move him and everything like that. They were saying they thought he had pills in his pocket that he was using to show to his father, like, mom knows, see, like something like that. Um,
Don't you think they
I
would have done all that like before that point? They were together for like an hour.
I
Why
think
would
they
why
had a
would Paul
conversation. I think they did. And then I think something else happened to where he was like, "No, no, that's not it. Either you tell her or I tell her," like kind of thing. Some kind of
Yeah.
altercation, maybe about the dog. I don't know. I still think Bubba, like, I know you're gonna think I'm crazy, but yeah, there's
No,
something about
I
Bubba.
think he could have riled up the situation, made it worse, absolutely. Like, especially if,
Mhm.
right after that video ended, they started arguing or something.
Tony says it's going to be very interesting to follow the reopened cases of Stephen Smith and Gloria Satterfield. It's a
Well,
problem.
I didn't
Yeah,
mean Tony, I didn't mean direct opposite positions, I'm sorry. Okay,
yeah.
go ahead, what was that one?
Yeah, no, he said
Sorry.
it's going to be interesting about Stephen Smith and Gloria Satterfield.
Yeah.
They're reopened those cases. Stephen Smith has been an undetermined death like all this time. They actually were going to.
I'm trying to read all the comments
Okay,
here.
yeah. So there's a actual tweet by Brian Eaton on Twitter that says the Murdaugh jury just left the area near the dog kennels at Moselle, and they are now in the wooded area on the opposite side of the street from Moselle. They went into the trees, unclear what they are looking at. Hmm. I don't know. But I know that they were talking about a dead hog being in the street, and it was really nasty. But just so that you know that there was only one reporter allowed to go on the jury view, and they're now receiving these kind of notes that there were 12 jurors and two alternates that assembled at Colleton County Courthouse. They left at 9 a.m. in the morning. They were loaded into 3 transport vans. The windows were blocked to keep anyone from looking in. The vans left the building at like 9:10. They arrived on the property. They were doing their tour. They won't get a tour inside the house, but they will be able to see the outside of the house. They'll be able to go through the kennels. They're going to be on the property for 30 minutes. And then afterwards, after they head out, then they will allow the rest of the media, some representative of the media and photographer to be able to walk around where they went, period. But nobody's allowed to talk to anybody.
Yeah. They said no asking questions, just go
There
look.
was,
No discussions. Yeah.
mhm.
Gloria has been exhumed or will be. Permission has been given. Thank you for that,
Okay,
Tony. I didn't know that.
yep. Yes, thank you. Yes, they did. Gloria Satterfield's been resumed. And also the body of Stephen Smith, a while ago, the family had said that they really wanted that case reopened again, and they're trying to find answers there. Just to let you know
Yeah,
that the
you know
court
the
reporter
Stephen
and the
Smith.
court clerk, hmm?
Mhm. Go ahead.
Yeah, that they went with the judge with the jury to go visit for questions, and so everything could be documented. The judge is allowed
Right.
to. They can ask the judge questions.
Okay, just nobody else. Okay, I get it.
That's
Now I
it.
forgot what the hell I was going to
All
say.
right. So what were you saying about Stephen Smith? I'm sorry. Go
Oh
ahead.
yeah, you know, um, the whole Stephen Smith thing really just grinds my gears. It's like he broke down, called somebody, and whoever came to help him picked him up and then beat the snot out of him. However far up the road. It's
Mm,
absolutely ridiculous. Like for that to even happen at all. It's obviously he was targeted because of who he was. They had no other
mhm,
reason to attack him.
mm. Good morning, Never
Whew.
Darling. Good morning. Morning, Arto. How's the weather in Finland today? It's like, in Michael Berman, let's see your question here. How long did Alex spend in rehab? That's
Yeah.
questionable. We don't really have exact records on any of that, but it said that he did actually complete one of the courses of what are they, 10 to 14 days initially. Um and that's about it. It seems like he went in a few times and out again, but he admits himself none of them were actually successful, in that he had actually tried to self rehabilitate several times, self detox several times on his own.
Yeah, he
Um,
said that he had detoxed uh, on his own and in facilities, never done the rehab until this last time that he was in.
mhm,
And now
mhm.
he's bragging about how long he's been sober. And I'm like, yeah, that kind of matches almost how long you've been in jail, you dumbass. Anyways, it
He
really
did put it,
does.
and it should be noted that you know what, I actually didn't remember when he actually went to jail, because he didn't get arrested for the murders while he was in jail. He went to jail in October of
Yep.
2021, and it was really it was in regards to the financial stuff, not in regards to the murder at first. Okay,
Yep.
and then he got indicted for the murder while he was there, plus a whole bunch of other stuff. I mean, as it was in December, 100 charges and 18 indictments. I kid you not. I was watching that number go up for 2 years. It's something. Like, it's unbelievable the amount of charges on this guy. And now also, while he was in jail, a contraband charge just this month from the jail for a book that he had. Well, it was given by his sister or someone. Mm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Um, Colin, I have not heard what Paul's ex-girlfriend said about the Stephen Smith thing.
Um,
Do you know about that?
Paul's ex-girlfriend, I believe she was thinking it was an altercation to the two brothers. They do believe that Stephen Smith was beat, if I'm correct. But Paul's ex-girlfriend has a lot to say about a lot, especially Alex Murdaugh in these documentaries. She was the one at the boating accident. They actually said, "Do not let him in my room." When Alex
Yeah.
Murdaugh was running around trying to get everybody to say the same thing, trying not to have Paul charged, trying to say Connor was the one driving the boat, telling
Yeah.
everybody that would listen that it was Connor that was driving the boat. And what really remarked me is that everyone from the Murdaugh family, no one was asking about Mallory. She's still missing while they're all at the hospital after the boating accident. You know, they have absolutely no concern for this young woman at all.
No. Oh, the other thing I heard in one of my many roundings of looking at videos and listening to people talk and stuff. Gloria Satterfield. Remember we were talking about how the dogs could have tripped her. They're not allowed in the
Mhm.
house. Whose dog was
Right,
it?
right.
She was tripped on the front steps of the porch and fell on
Um,
the concrete.
okay. Well, how does a dog relate to
That's
that?
I'm sorry?
How does a dog relate to that? They did say a dog though,
They
right? I do
the
remember there
dogs
was
were on
oh,
the front. They came out the door. She was leaving for the day. The dogs came up on the front porch. They got excited and they tripped her as she was leaving.
all right, so that's how her head because of the cement, yeah, because
Yes.
like yeah,
Yeah.
she died of her
That's
injuries,
why
if
she
I'm
had
not
such a
sure.
severe injury. She wasn't inside. She was yeah, she hit concrete and brick. So which makes more sense now than the dogs being inside when they're not allowed inside. So
Mhm,
now that cleared that up. So I
mhm.
thought I'd let you know.
Yeah, I agree, Never Darling. Interesting that neither side wanted to bring up the psychological exam of Alex. It would have been horrible for him. Perhaps it's protected by HIPAA. It is. It has to be agreed. It has to be agreed by both sides, as we both know. And also, if I can see why the defense wouldn't want to. I mean, and it's also confused. I can see why it's confusing because of all of that information that he gave about his addiction and about this and this, then also the state about the pressure he was under and all this other stuff. I mean, well, we're not going to get to see any of that. That didn't come forward. And yes, Colin, I agree. All of that about Stephen Smith and Satterfield and all of what Morgan said, who is, I believe, Paul's girlfriend, is all in the Netflix documentary too. Murdaugh Murders, or the one that's right now on Netflix. Low Country was on HBO, and some of you can still find it like in the archives of HBO or HBO Max. It's also circulating around. Then there was the third one, the Dynasty one. I'm actually actually finish that one. I've watched the first episode of all of them. I finished Low Country and I finished the Netflix one. But now I want to tackle the rest of that third one. And there's a couple of other interviews um that are out there. 60 Minutes and Discovery ID all did things on them.
Yeah.
There's so much out there on it. It's a huge thing. It's a huge case. I'm talking to people that never heard of Alex Murdaugh before, and they're all asking me now, like, about this guy. Like, why is he everywhere and in the news? Why is this such a big deal? And then you start to tell them about the case, and their brains just go, "Whoop! What are you kidding? Like that's like 20 cases you're talking about, right?" I'm like, "Nope, it's all the same thing, all the same
Yeah.
guy. It's all
Yeah,
the
all the
same
same
guy."
guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is literally a movie. He's a movie all in himself. He could
A
literally be a
movie?
movie.
Are you
It's so
kidding? He's a
ridiculous.
renewable series of, like, 9 years. He's not no movie. He's like
Next
he's like
year
he's
on
like
Alex
Dexter.
Murdaugh
Yeah,
Stole It.
yeah, it's like, yes, on Alex Murdaugh Stole It. That's a perfect name for the series. Alex Murdaugh Stirred. He stole my sanity. He stole my reason, he stole my bias. He stole everything. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Mm.
Okay,
It's so
so I want
funny.
to comment back about the Satterfield.
Okay.
Tomorrow Kiddo said Alex said she told him the dogs tripped her. Tony said, but she had broken ribs, and AM said she told him the dogs tripped her, but the gardener said AM wasn't there until after EMS took her to the hospital. Tony, she did live for a little bit. You got to remember that. She did not die right away. He could have went to the hospital and talked to her. I don't know. You also have to remember that back when all this stuff was done was before everybody found out that he was a pathological liar. So
Yeah.
that's why bodies are going to be exhumed and stuff now, because everybody wants to know what really happened.
Mhm.
Maybe I don't, God only knows with Alex, if he wasn't there, so he couldn't have killed her, but so it sounds more
Mhm.
like an accident to me. I mean, as much as Maggie was in on most of it, I don't see Maggie as being a killer. I'm sorry. She can do some shady shit to protect her family, but I think any mother who's in the situation she is with her sons, who they are, the husband being who he is, I think she was just trying to protect her kids through all of it. And
Yeah.
I can only blame her so much for that,
Yeah.
because
But
she
in
had
the
no
doc
control
yeah.
of anything else in that family. That's the
Yeah.
only thing she could do,
Mhm.
um,
Yeah.
on
But
her part to do the best she
yeah.
could for her sons. So
Yeah. In the
I don't
documentary
fault her too much for that. It was a mess.
yeah, well, I just wanna remind you that in the documentary on Satterfield, she
Uh-huh.
wasn't conscious at the hospital. It's pretty clear Alex
Oh,
was
I don't.
lying about
I
everything.
didn't. I'm watching all those during my recovery because I'm gonna
Yeah.
have a lot of
Just
laying around
yeah,
time.
and it's also good, like, we have to keep it in mind, like what was going on at the time and everything like that, but I get it. But, yeah, tomorrow, kiddo, I wanted to ask you, if there were 2 kinds of contraband, I only saw on the book, what was the other one? Do you remember? Because I wanna go look now, I wanna know what I'm looking for. There was a rumor that somebody pushed her. Yeah, true, could have been
Yeah,
Paul. I
I
mean,
don't know
everybody's
about
mad at
that
Paul.
though. Tomorrow, kiddo, you
I
got to
it's
remember
a
though, Paul.
small amount of
sh-
stairs, why bother, right?
Right. I
Mm,
mean, really. And also, she raised Paul, and everybody said that after she died, Paul was. I don't know if he was I don't think he was upset because he did it. I think he really loved her. I think she was the one person that was always there for him. She was there every day. She raised him and his brother from the time they were like
mhm,
7 and 4 or
mhm.
something like that. I can't remember exactly.
She was the one that doted on him because remember, Maggie always put Buster first, but Buster was the apple of her eye, like, he was the number 1. So, like, the Gloria Satterfield put Paul
Paul
first because
first.
he was the baby because she got she was closer to him.
I
So,
think that's
yeah.
the one person out of everybody in Paul's life Paul would have never hurt. That was his
Mm,
one.
mhm,
That was his person that he was safe with,
mhm.
his person he could go to, the one that was there for him. So I don't really think that Paul could have done that to her. Now maybe Buster, maybe Maggie, I don't know, but I don't think Paul would have done that. I think that's the one person that after her dying, you have to remember, guys, after her dying, he was really upset by it, and that's his drinking increased. And I
Yeah.
think I think most of his drinking was because she died. Now,
Yeah,
whether
but
he
that
did
can
it
go
or
both
she was just
ways,
hurt,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't
Guilt,
know.
remorse, or just the pain of loss? I mean, they all look the same, don't they? Like, it's hard to
Yeah.
tell. Individuals are individuals, and we will probably
Well,
never know on that one now that Paul is gone.
yeah,
Well,
but at the same time, we need to understand that you know that this family did some screwed up shit, but that does not make Paul and Buster Alex. It's
it's
different
true.
between hiding beer cans and killing people and stealing millions and millions. I
Mhm.
saw no sign of besides the boat wreck, basically, of Paul or Buster doing anything to themselves to hurt anybody, you
Not
know?
to well, I wouldn't say to hurt anyone, but I saw clear evidence in every single documentary of an
Mhm.
entitled lifestyle and a lifestyle that Paul thought he could do no wrong.
Oh, no,
I'm
I
looking
know
at
they're
his
like that.
demeanor in the indictment, and then when they went to all right, what struck out to me the most, okay, was the way he stared down the officers with the handcuffs when he was going to get arrested for the indictment. They literally backed up and walked him out and took his photo in the hallway. Like, this is an he was he's in his 20s, Beck, and he had the Murdaugh nerve to do that. Come on. That spoke to me loudly. They've got the
Oh, yeah.
photos of his face. They have his whole body language. He literally gave them the look like, "You're gonna what? put
But you guys
handcuffs
gotta
on me?
remember,
How dare you? Like the look on his face was,
yeah.
how dare you? Do you not know who I am? And at the boat accident, they're putting him in the car. And I kid you not, that boy actually said, I am the son of Alex Murdaugh. Good luck. To the officer, putting him in the car. I mean, this was entitlement dripping like I've never seen it. Those boys were raised by both their parents to believe they can get away with anything. That didn't just come because he thought he was all that. That came from a
Oh,
lifestyle
no.
that his
Ab
parents gave him. And when I
absolutely.
saw Maggie Murdaugh actually removing beer cans and guns from an accident, chastising a young woman for calling 911 because she thought people were hurt, because her boy could have got in trouble, I
Was
lost
there
my
video of
mind.
that?
Yes, there's video of that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's
Oh.
there's
See,
there's
but like I said,
Morgan.
like I
It's in the
hold on, you
wait,
guys.
there's
Y
Morgan's testimony of it at the scene, okay? There's Morgan's testimony of what happened at the scene about it. Okay? I wouldn't say that there's video of her actually hands-on doing it, but it's been reported numerous and numerous time. Which dot I it's either in Low Country or it's in the Murdaugh Murders because I watched them both at the same time. It's either in the HBO one, Low Country, or it's in Murdaugh Murder, the one that's on Netflix now.
So you guys need to remember, though, I have not watched any of those because I was trying to not be swayed
Mm.
by any of it. So, I mean, I'm pretty
Yeah, all
convinced he
right,
did it
that's
all
right,
anyways,
Pete.
but
It's you.
I have not watched any of that stuff. The only thing I
Mhm.
have watched is, one of those, the videos that,
Yeah, they're correcting me. Paul didn't say it.
what?
Anthony Cook said it. He goes,
Yeah,
"That's Alex
Anthony's
Murdaugh's son. Good
son,
luck,"
good
like
luck.
that.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm thinking Paul said it is because they were putting Paul in the car as this voice came over. I'm sorry, you're right. It was actually uh, Anthony Cook was actually doing the narrative
Yeah,
over
because
the
he's like,
scene.
"Dude, you
You're
killed
right.
my girlfriend, bro. Quit
Yeah.
fucking smiling." Yeah, he
He
was
yes, and when he was at the hospital, he was very belligerent. He was like flirting with nurses. He was like, no, what struck me the most is that none of the Murdaughs were concerned about Mallory being missing. Like, and there's actually testimony in there. One of them said that they heard Randolph, which is the grandfather, actually say, "Don't worry about her. She's gone. We don't worry about
yeah,
that now." And I'm like, what? Like they were like circling the wagons around Paul, 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 Paul. And like you don't
yeah,
circle the wagons like that unless you actually think he may have done it. Like they just didn't want anything to happen to him. And they were throwing even at the hospital with everybody being injured and not knowing what's wrong with anybody or whether Mallory was going to be found. They were only concerned about Paul and themselves. That was it. They just tight like a whole big unit. When you see Alex Murdaugh actually pacing those hallways, calling
mhm,
everyone repeatedly, the parents of these kids, and everything, just to say, like, he thinks Connor was driving the bus and trying to direct the narrative and calling in
yeah.
on the investigation. It was definite he was controlling the scene.
Oh, yeah,
They were in
I'm
mode.
sure.
They were in what we would call Murdaugh mode, man, just protecting their own and getting the story out that they wanted out, period. It for me, like I don't know if I should have watched it while this trial was on because it actually kind of changed the way I look at certain things. Like I don't have any doubt that this whole case has been manipulated by Alex. I don't have any doubt anymore. And that kind of makes me a little sad because I do love law and legal and I want this to be justice and I want to be a little more unbiased about it. But after
Mhm.
watching all that, I'm like, I don't know if I can. And I wonder how many other people are feeling the same. Then the other side of the coin is, does that mean he's not getting a fair deal in regards to this murder trial?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. No, yeah, I know
Mm.
the whole family's a mess, and I have heard of many, talked to many people that knew rich people where crazy shit would happen, but nothing like this, of course. But I mean, nowhere near
Mhm.
this. But no, I mean, we all know that's how it is. You're at a certain lifestyle, certain things you expect, certain things you're raised a certain way.
Mhm.
Obviously, Alex did everything, gave his kids everything they want. What a horrible parent. Anyways, gave his kids anything they wanted, paid their bills, did all this shit for them, you know. He made them reliant on him, I think intentionally. I think he was trying to make them reliant on him because he wanted to be in
Mm-hmm.
control. Yeah, I mean, they're a mess. The family is grimy and slimy. The situation is slimy as fuck, and yeah, it's an absolute mess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all we can hope is that the jury sees the truth in between all the lies and can read between the lines. You know,
Yeah.
that's all we can hope for right now.
Why are they okay? The feed is still, look at that. They're still not back. Okay. And you know what, Pete? I kind of agree with you. Of any case, this does have all the information. And like when I say that, I'm just like, for me, because of the legal, I'm just a little like, because the court case isn't going to cover most of that. You know what I mean? And it's like,
Yeah,
yeah, you just got to not be swayed watching it. I get it. You just try not to be swayed, but it is a lot of information that I didn't have before, a lot more detail. Um, and it actually showed like who we're dealing with and why when they say that there was a huge dynasty, what they actually meant, what everyone was up against as far as the investigations and everything. It did give credence to all of that like greatly. Oh gosh, hold on one second, Bit. Can you take that?
yeah. I got you. Let's see. I believe knowing Sandra Stevens, I believe knowing helps to understand what Alex is capable. Otherwise, he seemed like a very no. And I understand that, Sandra, but there's enough evidence in this case alone for me to hate Alex without knowing about anything else. I don't need to know anything else the family did to know that he is a piece of crap, to know that his family is slimy, that they had a lot of money and they were doing whatever they wanted because the entire community was, in awe slash fear slash hatred probably of them.
Mm,
It's hard to be the little guy working around rich people and not be angry at these people. But that also
mhm,
shows how good of people the poor people are in this situation because none of them did anything. None of them did anything wrong. They were all just good people trying to work, trying to pay their bills, trying to take care of their kids, trying to whatever, they were doing. And no, I do want to watch it all. And believe me, I've heard enough from you guys besides the testimony to know that all this is jacked. But I want to say I'm just kind of saving it because I'm going to be laid up in bed, like not doing much, at least for the first week. So I want to have stuff that's, you know, readily available that I'm currently interested in to watch. So that ought to keep me a little busy there.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know.
Let's see.
Just Rhonda, I
Um,
hope you feel better, love. I really do. Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
honey. Yeah.
Mm. I'm
I've
glad you
never
stopped in. I
had a
do hope
migraine
you
in my
feel
life. I
better.
can't imagine.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Tomorrow,
But
Kiddo said for me, his testimony
I
is
don't
what
know.
convinced me that he's very involved in the murder, having had abuse from someone with and no shame and NPD. Yeah, there's so many red flags. He'll lie until he dies. Oh no, I agree with that, Tomorrow, Kiddo. He literally thinks that anything he does, his shit doesn't stink. So he's going to think
Mm-hmm.
he can get away with whatever he wants. So to him, whatever, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm a Murdaugh. I can do whatever I want. And I think
Mm-hmm.
that's part of the reason it's hard to catch him. But also, I think he's a horrible effing liar. And the fact that no one knew all these years he was lying, I don't think
Mm-hmm.
they didn't know. I think they just didn't look because it was
Well,
Alex Murdaugh.
that was quite remarkable in yesterday's testimony. He got two witnesses to say that he was theatrical lawyer and that's how he manipulated people on the stand and how he won his cases. And that he had actually lied to his friends. He got Crosby and Mike Ball to actually to testify to that. Creighton Waters, the prosecution did. Which was great on rebuttal because hopefully the jury will see that. Because you're right. How did they go 20 years without noticing it? You know, I guess they just thought like professionally that's what he did, but he wouldn't do that to them personally. That's not a line people usually cross, normally. You don't
Yeah.
think that the people you deal with on a daily basis, your partners, your friends, they were partners and friends. Okay. They dealt with each other
Yeah.
all the time. They'd known each other for years, and you don't really expect them to be pulling the wool over your eyes like that. You
Yeah.
know, it's
Tomorrow,
like,
kiddo, unless
oh,
there's some kind of evidence of that, That doesn't matter to me. It's just a rumor. I don't people say all kinds of things on the internet.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
they
don't I
do.
don't
Oh,
believe it unless
you
there's
mean
some
about
kind
the
of
drug
proof.
trafficking, like him being like a
And
big
then
kingpin in the
prostitute,
area?
yeah,
Yeah, who
whatever.
knows?
If he was a
He is.
kingpin in the area, he wouldn't have needed to steal money. He would have been raking it in. There's no
Mhm.
way he was selling drugs. He would have had way
Yeah.
too much money if he was selling drugs.
Oh, Ali, I am sorry you're having migraines also. Like, I'm sorry you guys aren't feeling well. It's terrible.
Oh, tomorrow kiddo gets
Yeah.
them too. Does everybody get migraines here, you guys? I'm sorry.
Mm.
That's horrible.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Because
guys.
they
That's gonna be very
migraines.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, I know, Liam. You're absolutely right. Liam said he has only admitted to what was proven beyond denial and then tried to use owning up as a proof that he can come clean so he cannot be lying about the other. Absolutely. That's absolutely what he's doing. And I
Hmm.
don't think absolutely that people are falling for it. Might
And you
be a
know what?
couple falling for it, but
That might have worked if he didn't actually craftily change the stories as he went during the day, like of the testimony.
yeah,
I think they kind of
yeah.
went against him, but he has a point. It could go either way. Mm.
Yeah, tomorrow, kiddo. There are islands owned, but he is not the only owner of them. There are other people in on that venture of owning the islands out there.
Islands. Hmm. Yeah, he
Yeah, so
doesn't. They don't own them out. Yeah.
that's not just a Murdaugh thing. That's him and some
Hmm.
buddies and shit. Now,
Yeah.
what his friends are doing out there, God only knows. But this guy,
Hmm.
I don't even know how he would have time to go. He's always at work and everything. They said he was a workaholic. You know, he was at work every day
Hmm.
doing stuff. How would he go out to the islands and be gone for multiple days when he's constantly at his office?
Hmm.
So I don't know. Anyways, we're not getting in all that That's all speculation. That's all crap on
Yeah.
the internet we have no proof for. So we're not going to go there. That's just gossip to me. All right, Claire, what do you think?
I'm just trying to figure out like when you're going to start.
I know
You
I'm ready
know?
to hear these closings. I really, really, really want to hear Waters' closing of all this. And oh,
Yeah.
you were asking about the AG when I came on.
Well,
I
I
think
would just yeah, whether you think that went like well for the prosecution, or if people are gonna, if the jury's gonna be looking at it side eyed why he came in.
I
What do you
think it
think?
shows how serious the state is about getting prosecuting him. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
think it shows. I think it shows how much the state wants to make sure that the correct information is in, because we all know that the other shit is impossible. So those state's witnesses, they are experts. And remember now, Dr. Reimer, when she was doing autopsies, that was just part of her job. There was no payment by the state,
Mm-hmm.
while she was doing that. The other people, most of those people were doing it for SLED or whatever, no payment by the state. They were just doing their daily job that they always do. And it happened to be,
Mm-hmm.
these murders that they were working on.
Right.
So, I don't really think, the pathologist and all these other guys that had all this information before they even knew the other person had a report in their hand on their end of it. They came up with
Right.
their conclusions. And the fact that they did it solo and it matches is huge, huge, huge volumes to me, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and no, I don't. Yeah, I don't think that the AG undercut Waters. I don't think that. I think that it's hard for me to explain how I feel about that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I do think it shows that the state is serious. I do think um, it says a lot for the AG to come down and be there multiple days, and
Yeah.
and I really feel
Mm-hmm.
like the defense the state wants to just do they believe in it fully. They want to do their prosecution. That's it. They want to throw this fucker in jail.
Yeah. Well,
So
there's a poll on Law and Crime right now, and they've got like 55,000 votes, and it says jury will decide guilty, jury will decide not guilty, jury will be hung, or I'm undecided until after closing. It actually 44% right now say the jury will decide guilty. The next
yeah,
highest is 36 with a hung jury. That shows
yeah,
you pretty close that it's going to be kind of sort of 50-50 in the end. I think that it's either they're going to go all the way with guilty or it's going to be hung. Um but nobody has said not guilty. Like not that shouldn't say nobody. 10% did say not guilty, but a very low percentage considering. um How
Yeah.
do you guys? I
Yeah.
mean, like maybe I should do a poll. I'm pretty sure I know how you guys are gonna go. Well, I'm gonna put up
Well,
the
I
same
want him to
poll.
obviously say guilty, but I also believe it's gonna be a hung jury. But because that's I don't know. It's just although I have to say though, you know what? I don't know if that's accurate. I haven't reevaluated it in several days on whether I believe that or not. Um, so it could be a guilty instead of a hung jury
Okay,
because
Alex is now
the state's
arriving at.
evidence. Oh, good.
Alex
Because
is
the state's evidence
arriving.
says so much more than the defense's. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
At the
Alex is
courthouse.
arriving at the courthouse, which means the jury should be not far behind. They couldn't start
Yes.
without him, of course. So, like, I don't know what's going on, but that means the court will be open. Whether we're going to be allowed in to see, I don't know, but that at least means court is about to start anyway. Um, but all the feeds just have the logo, except for Law and Crime is showing Alex arriving at the courthouse with his escort.
Cool. With
Escorts,
the escort.
Mhm.
Gotta have that guy. Da, 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 da.
This is. I'm actually. I think every day that we come back and like if we come back to talk about this, I'm gonna put this poll up. I think I know where most everybody's gonna be here.
Yeah, I think you do know.
I think I do actually. Yes, we were very surprised by the Jep jury, weren't we? The turtle moves. I mean, they actually blew me away, didn't they? I actually did not think they could get defamation in all the counts that they did in the Dep. And you know what? Even, even, even more surprised was I with the Masterson trial, with that, with the hung jury.
Yeah.
I was
Mhm.
really surprised with that one. Actually, that's the last one I actually covered. Um, but yeah, everybody, just
Crazy
give
stuff.
that one a vote. I want to see how we come in compared to Law and Crime. Just well, yeah, Turtle Moves. I forgot you were at the other one with us too. Yeah. Hmm. Why? Hmm.
What a mess this whole thing. I just can't even.
Yeah.
It's no. I mean, honestly, you guys, if you think about it, it's no wonder this dude popped.
Yeah.
He's been hiding. I'm gonna ignore the drug thing because I think he does it recreationally and he's exaggerating it. But he
Yeah.
has been doing all this stealing for so effing long.
Yeah.
That's got to be stressful. And I
Yeah.
know I believe after a while that he got to the point where he got cocky about it, thinking, "Oh, I'm good.
Uh-huh.
I can do whatever I want because I've got away with it for however long."
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. And that kind of
yeah.
speaks to Pete's point about the poll. When doing the poll, I actually think like, yeah, we'll just think about the jury, right? Well, I also want to know what you think, Big. Like, besides what you think the jury will do you
Mhm.
actually think Alex Murdaugh is guilty, whether or not there's evidence here or not? Like, what do you really think?
I am to the point that I believe he 100% did it.
Hmm.
I don't think it had anything to do with drugs. I think there was too much going on at once. And maybe the drug thing came up at the house, or it could have just been even if he was doing it on a recreational and it wasn't that huge of a fucking deal.
Hmm.
It could have been Maggie saying, "Hey, I'm talking to an appraiser. I want to sell this place." It could have been 50 different things. It could have been Bubba chasing the chicken and he
Hmm.
grabbed the chicken, the chicken was dead. It could have
But you
been, all
actually
this.
think he did
You
it?
got to
Yeah.
remember all this was happening on the same day. The same day his career's going down down the tubes. He's going to have to be responsible for all the money he stole. His wife is trying to leave him and trying to sell the property that he wants to live on. His son is asking him about drugs. His other son gets kicked out of law school recently for plagiarism. That's a lot of weight on one guy. Even a guy
Hmm.
that didn't do all the other shit, just the family shits, enough for a normal guy to pop.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
it has
yeah.
happened, you
Okay.
know?
So far, Mary Beth has said he did it in the chat. I want everybody, just besides the jury. I don't want you to think about the jury at this point. The poll is about the jury, but right now in the chat, do you think he did it? Yes or no? Like, do you actually think Alex Murdaugh committed this crime?
Yeah, throw a
I'm not.
Y or an N in there, make it easy
Mhm.
on you.
Yeah, just like use anything. And if you're undecided, you could say that yet, or if you think he didn't do it, say no, you know. I'm
Yeah, I agree,
leaning
Mary Beth.
towards I really actually think he was capable of and did do this crime. I do. Um and I hate to admit it, actually too. I wanted to stay completely unbiased, but I'm not anymore. I'm just not.
We're up to
But
5 guilties so far.
oh, and a bubba.
6
5
guilties,
guilties
7
and a bubba.
We all know who Liam knows he did it too, so we'll just count that as a yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak for Liam. If Liam says Bubba, that's the choice he gets. Like, what can I say? I'm with him on the Bubba thing. Bubba's like,
Yeah.
I got a thing for Bubba. There's just something about Bubba I just keep coming back to. Pete's got the big G in there. And tomorrow's
Yeah,
waiting for closing. I don't blame you.
yeah.
Because that has been something that has been repeated even by myself, that he's either done it or he knows who did it, because there's no other way. He was there. He was absolutely. Bubba knows. I'm telling you, Jin, Bubba's got a story to tell, and we need to go represent Bubba and get his story out there, Jin. We need to get a hold of Bubba. I'm telling you,
We need one of
Bubba's
those
the one.
voice boxes so his barks turn into human language like they had on Up. And
Yeah.
then we can just put him up on the stand and he can just tell his story.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Shield, thanks for saying skunks instead of hogs, because I'm really tired of hearing about the hogs. I really am.
You know what it makes me wonder?
Hmm.
Because the dogs were taken away so quickly. I wonder if Bubba would just bite the hell out of Alex if he saw him. You killed my mommy.
Oh my goodness. He won't have anything to do with them now. So, like,
Yeah, well, why would he?
mhm,
He
mhm.
doesn't care about he never cared about the dogs to begin with.
Well, it's like a double edge, either because she loved them so much, or the same thing with going back to the property, either guilt or remorse, or just loss. They both kind of have the same outcome. So. I want to write the Bobography. Liam. Will Wubble tell of the portal ninjas? Maybe, Jean. Maybe. Oh, I saw the head that turns on the microphones. You know how somebody walks underneath and just a little bobbing head, right when they start turning on the microphones on the feed? I just saw the head go bobbing by. That's progress, people. We should be having trials shortly. I'll have to keep listening. Um, but thanks for keeping me company up here, Vic. Can you
Oh,
imagine if
absolutely.
I had to go like 40, an hour? It's an hour already.
Solo. Yeah, it's been
It's
an
been
hour.
late.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was worried that I wasn't going to make it. But there you go. Murphy's Law, right?
Right.
Wouldn't surprise me if Bubba took the chicken from Alex. I don't
Will
know.
Bubba tell of the portal ninjas? Dun dun dun
So,
dun.
I'm telling you, Bubba's got a story to tell, and I want to know it. I'm fixated. It's like, I know it sounds a little weird, but of everybody in this story, the one that knows everything is Bubba.
Yeah, exactly, Tomorrow Kiddo. When Alex says, I got the hell out of there, leaving the kennels to get away from the scene or run from the killer.
Well, when he says get the hell out of there, I think he's talking about the mess he just made. Like, he didn't want to be around that, that's for sure. I'm thinking he's looking at a pretty big mess.
And
And
his
I
whole
don't think.
excuse is, I took a
Mhm.
shower. I didn't want to get sweaty. It's hot out.
And what bothers me about that whole angle of it is that there
Uh,
were other killers there. How did he survive the whole thing if it's like about him and the boat thing? He's the one that obstructed justice in regards to the boats. Why do that? And he's
absolutely.
saying they did that to hurt me. And I'm like, no, if they wanted to hurt you, they just like they want you gone, dude. Like they're not gonna just leave you like that. Because
Yeah.
that's not gonna do that much to you. You're cold. They know how calculating you are. You're just gonna move on and live and do more damage. Like I can't see if it was a revenge thing, why it would be Maggie and Paul and not just Alex himself or Alex and Paul.
Well, that's why I have stated from the beginning that I thought either he did it or he hired somebody because he would be dead.
He would be. Paul, I love this. Bubba's story is a little wolf around the edges. That was so punny, and I absolutely love it. Thank you, Paul. Oh my God, thank you. Oh my God.
You could have said
Oh,
RUFF too. Rough.
yeah, yeah. Oh no.
uh, I
Mm.
have visions of him washing himself down at the scene before running back home. Oh, absolutely, Tomorrow Kiddo. I do too. And
Absolutely. I have
I
no
don't
doubt
know
that's what happened. No doubt at all.
I don't know
That's
what he
why.
was wearing, what he had over his clothes. He left his pants on the floor. They had no blood stains or anything on them. So I don't know. I don't know. That's the part that kills me. Did he just go ahead and throw on a pair of pants and honey jacket that was out in the feed shed or something, and then burn it later? What did he?
Mhm.
Why did he throw out his shirts and not his pants? I have a few little questions like that just don't make fucking sense. I
Yeah.
mean, what a guy that's lazy and leaves his clothes on the floor every day is not going to pick his underwear up off the floor.
His underwear, his
Why
shirt,
did he do
everything
that?
except for just one pair of pants. That was staged. That's obvious
Makes you
stage.
wonder if he shit himself while he was doing it or something.
Well, his brother, I mean, what about that? Why does your brother come out and put that story out there like that? It's
He
like
was having such a problem with the drugs, Claire. It was such a horrible drug problem. He wasn't in his right mind.
I
He
think
was
he
so
could have
bad he
picked.
was shitting himself in the car.
Yeah, like no,
That's
no,
all it
man.
is.
Yeah, I don't even think it happened, to tell you the truth. And if it did
No, I think they
happen,
made that shit
because
up.
if it did actually happen, the last thing his brother would be doing is throwing him under the bus about it like that. The only thing that would save him is the fact that Alex is in jail at the time. Like, you don't do that to your brother, man. You don't fucking shame him like that. I mean,
Yeah.
that was like a desperate story, but it just also showed. I mean, we have to admit, John Marvin was a great storyteller, also. Like, he really could spin a yarn. The way he was doing his recollections, everything, he was quite entertaining. He was charming. He was much better at it than Alex, actually, because he was a little more believable. He was a little more like everyday guy about it. Like,
Yeah, but he was
But,
totally schmoozing the jury. He
but
kept
let's
looking
just,
over at him and
yeah,
smiling and
yeah,
nodding at him like, "How you guys doing? I'm paying attention to you."
yeah. But we have to remember,
Oh, Ardo.
United Front.
Ardo's comment. Good point.
Maybe he threw a different, this is like maybe he threw a different pair of pants on the floor and destroyed the ones he was. I actually believe that those pants that he threw on the floor were not the ones he was wearing.
That sounds more plausible to me because there would have been blood on those pants.
I
At the
think the whole
very least,
outfit he was wearing was gone, all of it.
yeah, at the very least, there would have been mud on the pants and the shirt or dirt because of him falling over backwards and shooting from the ground. So,
Or would he, or yeah, like it's a
and it
mess.
and kneeling to shoot because he lost his balance or whatever, the knees would be dirty or what.
Mm-hmm.
And definitely, let's be honest, if he did all that, he would have been covered in freaking blood because as he
Exactly,
as he
Tony.
shot Paul the second time, Paul would have fallen right next to him. And we all know that blood got splattered out everywhere. And there was only a
Mm-hmm.
couple of voids, like where the
Mm-hmm.
killer would have been standing.
And
So
Tony's got a good point here. He wonders if the clothes he was wearing got burnt. Of course they did. Smokehouse, and he got the pants out of the laundry basket, but there weren't any t-shirts or underwear there. Exactly. And that's why he did the thing with Maggie's clothes, because he got a little confused. And Allie, good point, because this I know to be true too. If he was really that much up on oxy, he would not be pooping himself. He'd be constipated and have
the
extreme.
only The only
Distress
comment, yeah,
in the
the
abdomen.
only comment
Yeah.
I had on that is this. I took Oxy after my surgery, and it only took a matter of like 2 days and 3 to 3, maybe 4 days, and I was constipated for 2 freaking weeks.
Mm-hmm.
But when the constipation went away, boy, did I poop.
So
Boy,
you
did
mean
I
if he
poop.
stopped taking them, it would be like he might have had a problem. Mhm.
Yes, that's my point, yeah. Because, I mean,
Yeah, well,
I
then his
literally,
brother would have to show he stopped taking them, wouldn't it? Because he's
yeah,
trying to take
yeah.
like the opposite.
Or that he was on him enough to cause that to begin with, which I don't think he was. I think that whole thing is a reason of why he needed the money to make him look more innocent about stealing all the money. Oh, it was his drug problem. The poor guy. Don't believe it. I think the whole drug thing is just an excuse for him to be out of balance, for him to need money, for him to spend the money. And I think he's got a shit ton of money overseas in a bank somewhere. That's what I think.
You know what, Paul? This is plausible. Like, but he was unwilling to go there because in the timing, they would not have been able to prove otherwise who got shot first. Like, they could try, but it'd be much more plausible if he just claimed self-defense. Alex may have been better off claiming self-defense. I got to the kennels and saw Maggie's face down in blood, grabbed my shotgun and looked for Paul. Paul came out of the feed room with a 300 blackout pointed at me.
I struggled with
Exactly.
him. I took it away from him and shot it. Whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah. No, but seriously, yeah, that would totally sound more plausible. But when you're guilty, here's the thing: is when you're guilty of something, you
Wait a minute.
don't want to be associated with it. You don't want to be associated with it at all.
At all. I know. Jid's got a good point. No one wants to see it, but Alex could have been at those kennels naked, people.
Ugh,
Ah!
with that fat belly.
Oh God.
He definitely had
Jid.
a shed for his tool back then.
And he said that Alex did talk tomorrow. Tomorrow, Kiddo is reminding us that Alex has talked about diarrhea in the past. And always, my theory on A.G. Wilson, he came in when he knew it would be most effective, showed courtroom dominance in his questioning, knew how the defense would react. Exactly. He actually got that defense pretty shooken up. They did not bring anybody to go against the rebuttal witnesses. Let's
Nope.
just say that.
Because they
Because
couldn't.
they
They had
weren't going to
nothing to
have
say.
they weren't going to have them crossed by A.G. Wilson. That wasn't going to happen. Once he stepped into the court, that was it. They backed up. And
Could
I
you
think that
imagine?
that's exactly what happened. I think it was an intimidation move. I think it was a dominance move. I think it was a we're serious here. I'm done playing with you people move. I think he just reached his limit. Remember, he was sitting there in the courtroom the whole time. He was at the prosecution table supporting the team. So yeah, I think it was a show of dominance in that courtroom for sure. I think so, but that's just my one opinion.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say that would have been hilarious if he
Oh,
just
now
stripped
they're
off his
all
clothes and
now they're
Maggie
all
was like,
just
"What are
thinking
you
about him
doing,
naked. Yeah,
Alex?"
why are you
And then
naked out
Paul
here,
goes into the
Alex?
feed room away from him, like, "Dude, what are you doing, man?" And then
Yeah,
he
like get
grabs a
away
gun.
from me, naked dad. Like
That's
dad.
disgusting, bro. I don't want to see your dick. You guys have me cracking up on that. Yeah, right. AG was brilliant. Last witness, chef's kiss. Yeah, exactly.
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 It was brilliant, and I just totally enjoyed watching him do what he does. I actually really enjoyed it a lot. I know Always Creative did too. We both wanted to see Kinsey hit the stand. We were really thrilled about that, and we both just that A.G. Wilson actually came out and did that. It just
I noticed, did you notice how similar him and Waters, their style is? They're very similar, I think.
they are very blunt, but not at the same time. They're kind of direct. You kind of know where they're going. Most of the time. Waters was a little different last time with the
Yeah.
cross of Alex Murdaugh, but yeah, they're usually very theatric. They have their theatrics. They know how to work a room. I'll tell you that.
I was
Liam says,
cracking up laughing during that, by the way. The
yeah.
way
Oh,
Waters kept saying,
hey, we're
"Oh, yeah,
on.
but you lied."
We're good. We're good.
Ooh, sweet. All right, I'll see you in a bit.
Whoop. Yup. Thank you.
You
Judge
bet.
in the
Thank you.
house, people. Mm.
Good morning. Anything before we bring the jury? Yes, sir.
Okay, they're not letting us hear any of this. Mm. So they came live to show us, but they won't let us hear it. Mm-mm. Yep, see? Mm. Mm. Lawyer tete-a-tete. Yeah, is that it, Liam? I'll bet you're right. He says Harpo is whining about not having enough time. Could be. Mm. Oh my goodness, I hadn't even thought about an Alford plea. Tony, would that be something, huh? Imagine if Alex Murdaugh changes to an Alford plea. And if you guys want to know, that's where you actually work out with the prosecution. You're going to say how everything happened, and you got to declare and everything, and you negotiate your sentencing. And oh my goodness, wow, that would be something, Tony. And actually, that wouldn't. That I mean, with it, based on all the other charges he's looking at and everything he admitted to, like, hmm. But I think he wants to clear the family name. To tell you the truth. So I don't really see him doing that, but boy, would that be something. That would be a turn of events. And then tomorrow, kiddo. And again, I think Jim did it. I don't know. Allocution. That would mean he actually states how the clean how how the crime happened. But he would have to admit to being guilty at that point. Well, I don't see him doing it. Mm. I wish we could hear what this is about. Mm. Another thing I wanted to note is the performance of David Fernandez in here. He's a young AG assistant attorney general in the prosecution for the state. He's actually been showing very well with Creighton Waters here, part of the team. Um, he's been doing exceptionally well also. I think Waters sharing the wealth there with all the prosecutors that he could on the team. They actually worked well together, all of them. Yeah. Always it's strange, but I don't see him doing it. I actually don't see him doing it. It just the man I'm looking at is still fighting, you know? It seems like he's still fighting. Mhm. I know. I know. Mm, let's see. Let's get you a little information on that while we wait. Mm, okay. So, it's like no admission is which a defendant maintains they're innocent, but admits that the prosecution's evidence will likely result in a guilty verdict if brought to trial. So, and they just save everybody a lot of time. But wouldn't he have done that like before? You know? Yeah. Yeah. I don't see him doing it actually. Because I mean, it can be because of circumstantial evidence, the testimony favoring the prosecution, and difficulty finding evidence and witnesses that could aid the defense. Alfred pleas are legally permissible, except in Indiana, Michigan, and New Jersey, and the armed forces. I don't see at this point where he's going to benefit from it. And I don't see. Except for it would help him in appeal. Here's the thing, you can use an Alfred plea to actually plead to a lesser charge. They also would enter an Alfred plea if they want to go for less sentencing, to do some kind of negotiation. It also allows them to accept some kind of plea bargain. I don't really see the state going forward with a plea at this time, like some kind of arrangement. But I mean, who knows? Who knows what they're talking about there? Hmm? Who knows? I certainly don't. Mm. And we still don't have any volume. No, nothing coming out of the feed. And I don't see anything else anywhere else either. They're all still just talking amongst themselves. Yep. No sound on any of the feeds coming out. Um, mm, Parallel, double. He's not going to stop fighting, Liam. I really don't think so. Yeah, I agree. I think Dick Harpootlian's kind of done with this case. I think he sees the writing on the wall and he just wants to get it over with. Well, Em, I want to know so much what's going on. This is like so frustrating to me. I'm gonna pull up Fitz News. Let's see. Oh, I got to tell you guys, that Fitz News is so wonderful out of the area there. They're just a smaller news organization. They are just really on it. They know everyone. They know all about every part of every case. It just makes it much more pleasant to have somebody local speaking on it, you know. So Attorney General Alan Wilson was there at the property. Hmm. Hmm. So anything, some questions about the jury. Deliberation and length is always up to the jury. They don't know if they'll be sequestered. There's no decision so far. That's going to be discussed today. That could be what they're discussing right now. Jury questions and requests, they will be, yes, everything will be on the record and disclosed. Oh, here we go. I heard him say Mr. Waters. Did you just hear something come from the feed? I thought I heard him say Mr. Waters. Okay. Hmm. Wow. Okay. Hmm. I see A.G. Wilson standing. Hmm. This is something. I just don't know what's going on here now. Hmm.
The jury. All right. You may bring the jury.
Okay, so we're bringing the jury. We have no idea what you were discussing, Judge. Well, thank you. Well, looks like we're getting into it. But there was a lot of discussion. Did you see that between the two desks there? Creighton Waters was over at the defense for quite some time. They were discussing something. A.G. Wilson was standing ready. I do not know. I don't know if we're going into argument in regards to jury instructions and stuff, or if we're going actually into closings. All I know is court's in session as soon as that jury gets seated. Does look like David Fernandez is working on something over there, getting things ready. Hot Pullian is standing as the jury comes in.
All right, thank you. Let's wait till everyone gets settled. All right, welcome again, once again. Day number 27. And you have heard all of the testimony, received all of the evidence. You've visited the scene of the alleged crimes. And now it's time for closing arguments. First, by the state, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning. It's been a long trial, hasn't it? On June 7th, 2021, at the Moselle property in Colleton County, Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh were brutally and maliciously murdered at the kennels by Alex Murdaugh. Paul, as you know, suffered 2 shotgun blasts. Maggie suffered 5 blackout rifle wounds. And after an exhaustive investigation, there is only one person who had the motive, who had the means, who had the opportunity to commit these crimes, and also whose guilty conduct after these crimes betrays him. The defendant was the one person who was living a lie. The defendant is the person on which a storm was descending, and the defendant is a person where his own storm would actually mean consequences for Maggie and Paul, and consequences for those who trusted him. And that person is the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh. I know this has been a long trial because it's a complicated case. And I'm not going to talk forever, I promise. But I am going to try to distill this down for you. And the first thing I want to do is set the stage. And to set the stage, we have to understand a little bit about Alex Murdaugh and who he was and who he is. He was a person of singular prominence and respect in this community. But he's also a person who's been able to avoid accountability for all of his life. While he was outwardly giving the illusion of wealth and a very lucrative law practice, some bad land deals and that sort of thing, exacerbated by the economic recession, led to some financial problems. And then he had some big cases in the early 2011, 2012. And all his partners, and you've heard testimony to this, thought that had taken care of things. You've heard cases like the Thomas case and the Pinckney case and the Plyler case and the Badger case. But the evidence that you've heard shows that the defendant became so addicted and so dependent on a velocity of money that the millions of dollars in legal fees that he was receiving was not enough. And so he started to steal. And how did he steal? He stole by billing personal expenses to the firm. He stole by stealing from his own family. You heard the testimony about the check he stole from his brother Randy. But then the main ways were 2 schemes that he developed. And the first one was to get checks made out from the client trust account to Palmetto State Bank, to fast talk the staff and fast talk the clients with those disbursements, and then take it to Palmetto State Bank, where his buddy Russell Lafitte would convert those and use those to pay personal expenses. And each time, until the end, it worked because the client was also getting a big check. And they were walking out of there thinking that everything had been fine when it was not. But then in 2015, he opened up the fake Forge account. And then all he had to do was get disbursements paid out to the Forge account. And once he did that, he would convert those to his personal use. And to do that, though, he also had to fast talk staff and fast talk clients. And that scheme continued up until everything fell apart in the end. The other thing you have to understand is during this time when he's earning millions of dollars and stealing millions of dollars, he's also borrowing millions of dollars from wherever he can. The bank, his law partners, his father, and it still wasn't enough. And this slow burn was continuing and continuing until the boat crash happened in February of 2019. And that changed everything. That set in motion things that were going to happen because of the criminal charges related to that case, as well as the civil charges related to that case. And in the aftermath of the boat case, things changed. The pace of his stealing increased. In fact, that's when he stole the money from Tony Satterfield that you heard from. Ultimately stole about $4.5 million between the Satterfields and others. And unlike other cases, Tony Satterfield, who was the son of his longtime housekeeper, he took all the money, took every bit of it. And that was coming to a head as we move into the spring of 2021, because there had been some publicity, and you heard from Tony Satterfield that he was, the defendant reached out in the spring of 2021 because there had been publicity and saying, hey, I'm still working on the case. Everything's fine. I'm still working on the case. It's good. But the reality is the defendant didn't have that money to pay it back. And he had one saving grace, because as you've heard, they don't get paid until the end of the year. And his saving grace was the Ferris case, which they tried in December. They get the verdict and get paid in March. And that's when he convinces Chris Wilson to send those $792,000 of fees to him. But the problem is that only lasted for about 2 months. $792,000 only lasted for about 2 months. And then he's running out of money again. Meanwhile, you've heard in the boat case that Mark Tinsley was seeking to get a large personal recovery from Alex Murdaugh of $10 million because he thought, as many people did, that he was wealthy and had a lot of money. And when they said he didn't, he filed a motion to compel. And you've heard testimony about whether or not that had been granted, but it doesn't change the fact that that's what Mark Tinsley was seeking to do. And that boat case hearing had been scheduled for June 10th. In May of 2021, as we move into June, that's when Alex's own paralegal got the expense check for the Ferris case, but not the fee check, and tried to raise that to Alec, and straight answer, tried to raise it to Chris Wilson, didn't get a straight answer, to his office. And so goes to Jeannie Seconder, and Jeannie Seconder goes to the partners, and they can't get an answer about that either. And they want an answer to that because they're worried, because Alec has been talking about structuring fees, and they're worried he may be trying to hide assets because of the boat case, and they don't want to be a part of that. All of these things are coming to a head, and his finances are falling apart. And you heard from the banker there. You heard where his finances were at on June 7th, 2021. And you saw what happened in the wake of that. Within a short period of time, he was negative $347,000. On June 7th, 2021, he was in the office. He was working on the boat case, working on those financial disclosures, when Jeannie Seconder came in and confronted him about those fees that he no longer had and couldn't pay back. And on June 7th, 2021, and he tells this to Jeannie Seconder, his father, Randolph, is having a very difficult time. And while they might have said it was some positive news, the reality is that he was very, very sick. And he had always been someone that the defendant could go to, that he could borrow money from. And so that pressure is happening as well. And on June 7th, 2021, as all these pressures were mounting, the defendant killed Maggie and Paul. And how do we know that? We're going to talk in detail about that. But the timeline puts him there. Puts him there. The use of his family weapons corroborates that. And his lies and guilty actions afterwards confirms it. And we'll go over each of those in great detail. Before we get to that, though, I want to finish out, because in the wake of this, everything changes. All those things that were coming to a head immediately go away. It's a different world now. They're not asking about the Ferris fees anymore. And you heard testimony to that. Mark Tinsley doesn't believe the case is going to have the same value anymore because the sympathies of the case have changed after this tragedy. And you heard that. And who would better understand that than Alex Murdaugh, who does the same work? The boat case hearing goes away. And everyone immediately rallies around Alex Murdaugh. And it worked because it allowed him to borrow $250,000 from Johnny Parker, his law partner, who of course wouldn't have loaned him that money if he knew what Alec was up to, and allowed him to go to Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in an off-the-books loan that hadn't even been applied for, and to send that money to Chris Wilson and convince Chris Wilson to pay another $192,000 of his own money, and to send an email to the firm that everything was okay. And that made it another month or so until Lynette Griswold found that Ferris check in his office, and Jeannie Seconder looked up the forged accounts. What happened in the wake of that? What was the reaction of Alex Murdaugh? Within a day of September 3rd of him being forced to resign, his buddy Chris Wilson is trying to see him, comes and sees him on September 4th and confronts him about what he's been doing. And then within 2 hours, the side of the road happens. And Alec is a victim again. When accountability was at his door, he was a victim again. And he told a extremely detailed lie and went so far as to draw a composite sketch with the police of this assailant. And the accountability that had arrived at his doorstep again, he tried to get it to go away, and it worked for a little while. People thought, oh my gosh, what's happened here? Should we be suspicious of Alec anymore? But this time it fell apart a little quicker because his own brother figured out that he was trying to buy drugs, and the case fell apart very quickly. This is the setup for what we look at and what's going on. And it seems like a story that's far removed from most people's experience because it is. It is a different story like has never been seen before. But the reason is that he is a different man than the kind of stories that we've seen before. This is a different set of circumstances than we've seen before. And it's certainly easy to understand when you have a middle-aged man who's outwardly successful, who has a strong family legacy, who has a prominence in the community and a reputation, but is living a lie. And that leads to and can lead to those pressures being overwhelming and actions like this happening. Husbands have been killing wives, unfortunately, for years, and husbands killing sons goes back as far as King Herod, Charlie Furman. When those pressures mount and someone becomes a family annihilator. Now the computer input, please. All right. We got to do a little law school. I'm certainly not a professor, but we need to go through a few of the concepts here. And one of the most important concepts is the fundamental role, one of the fundamental roles while y'all are here. As the judge has told you, he's the judge of the law, but y'all are the judge of the facts. And what does judge of the facts mean? Well, a big part of that is that you determine credibility. You determine believability. You determine which witnesses you want to rely on or not rely on. You can rely on a part of a witness's testimony, all the witness's testimony, one against many, many against one. It's up to each one of you individually to make that determinations and decisions, and then to collectively discuss those into a group decision. But credibility is important. Is it believable? Is what somebody's telling you believable? And there's many things you can consider in credibility, but a few of those are the demeanor of the witness on the witness stand, whether the witness has a reason to be biased, whether the testimony of the witness was contradicted on one hand or supported or corroborated on another, whether the witness has been dishonest in the past. And again, you can believe witnesses all against one, one against others, and you can believe portions of a witness's testimony as you see fit. Same thing goes for experts. Expert is a legal determination that allows them to give an opinion. Just because someone's qualified as an expert doesn't mean that you have to accept their opinion. You can judge that based on your assessment of the credibility and the relevance and the believability of that testimony. There's nothing different about that when someone's an expert. Beyond a reasonable doubt, I talked about this at the beginning of the case, and it's our burden. It's a burden we welcome. It's how this system works, that we have to prove the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And what is a reasonable doubt? A reasonable doubt is a doubt that makes a reasonable, honest, sincere juror hesitate to act. It's proof that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely on in their affairs. But a reasonable doubt is not and leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant, but it doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. It doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. I used to try a case against a defense attorney, and he would pull up a picture or something. Right here, I have the Mona Lisa. And he would tear off a piece like that and say, ladies and gentlemen, that's reasonable doubt. And my response to that is, you still know what this is, right? You still know what it is. And that's reasonable doubt, okay? If you still know what it is and you're firmly convinced, then it's your duty under the oath that you've taken as the judge will give you the law to convict the defendant. Direct and circumstantial. Directly proves the existence of the fact, and circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of that fact. And we talked a little bit about that at the beginning. Sometimes people in common discussions will say, oh, the case is just circumstantial. But the law says that doesn't matter. The circumstantial evidence can be just as good as direct evidence. It is just as good. It makes no distinction between that, and the judge will charge you on that. There's no greater degree of certainty required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. The circumstances must be consistent with each other and when taken together point conclusively to the guilt of the defendant. And I gave you all an illustration at the beginning. I'm not going to redo the whole thing, but about being inside. And you go outside and it starts raining, and then you know it's raining, okay, because you got direct evidence, you're getting wet. But if you go inside and you're in a closed room and all of a sudden it gets dark and you hear thunder and you hear the wind rustling and you hear the rain coming down on top of the roof, and then after an hour or so you go outside and the sun's shining, but there's limbs all down in the yard and it's wet as far as the eye can see, and there are puddles in the yard and puddles in the driveway. Is there any reasonable doubt what happened, that it rained? Now, again, I'll say it again. Supposedly, I guess somebody could have sprayed the whole neighborhood with a hose and blown a fan to blow the wind down, or blow the limbs down, simulate wins, but that's not a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Circumstantial evidence can be just as strong as direct evidence. It is just as strong. The law makes no distinction just because it's circumstantial. All right, let's talk about murder. Murder is the willful killing of someone with malice aforethought. It's the unlawful and willful killing of any person by one with malice aforethought. The crime of murder is really, as far as the elements go, fairly simple. The operative terms here, the most important terms are malice, which is the mental state that the person must have, and aforethought. But let's talk about those. What exactly do they mean? Malice, and it can be any of these. It can be the hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another, but it also can be the intentional doing of a wrongful act with an intent to inflict an injury under the circumstances that the law would infer an evil intent. It could be a general malignant recklessness of the lives and safety of others. It could be a wicked or depraved spirit intent on doing wrong. It could be using firearms, shotgun in a blackout to blow somebody away. That can be malice, ladies and gentlemen, if that's what you decide. A forethought sounds like it has to be planned, and certainly planning would account for a forethought, but it may be conceived at the very moment, a split second, or in conjunction with the act. So a forethought doesn't require planning for that malice to occur. All it has to do is exist in the moment, just a split second, or in the moment that the act occurs. So when that trigger is pulled, as long as there's that intentional doing of a wrongful act, intent to inflict an injury, that would be an evil intent, a malignant recklessness, which you can infer from the circumstances of the case, then that's all you need. And how do you do that? I said infer, because people don't always yell out what their intentions are. You have to infer it from the circumstances of the case itself. Look at the crime scene, look at what happened, look at the backstory, look at all the circumstances that come together, and you can infer malice from those. Last little bit of law school. Malice and drugs. Voluntary intoxication does not impair a person's ability to act with malice aforethought. That's a legal principle. If you voluntarily get intoxicated, it is not a defense to a crime, and it does not negate the malicious nature of that crime. If one voluntarily intoxicates themselves, they are just as responsible for their actions as when they are not intoxicated. And the judge, again, take what the law comes from the judge, but this is a legal principle that you will hear. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to a crime. And why does the law say that? Well, you can't take whatever it is and deny responsibility for what you've done under the law. All right? I'm going to move through this quickly because we've already talked about it. And just for scheduling, I'm going to have to stop my argument so that we can all eat. But I'll give you all a chance to get away from this for a little bit. But I'm going to go ahead and go through some of this that we just talked about, but very quickly. Gathering storm in Alex's life. We talked about the family legacy. You heard of how important that was to him and how important that was to this family and how it was in danger because of the boat case. The criminal charges as well as the civil charges. That legacy was in danger. And it was threatening also to expose him for who he really was, which would totally destroy his part of that legacy. Lose his career, lose his bar license, face consequences like he's never seen. He's also a successful lawyer and a part-time prosecutor. And as we go through and talk about the circumstances of this case and talk about the crime scene and the timeline and all the rest of it, think of it with that in mind, that this is an individual who is trained to understand how to put together cases, complex cases. He's been a prosecutor. He's done complex car wrecks. He understands the law. He's given closing arguments to juries before. So when you have a defendant like that, be thinking about whether or not this individual is constructing defenses and constructing alibis. Talked about his law practice. You've heard how lucrative it is. I had to struggle with him to get him to admit that he was wealthy, making more than $1 million a year. I'll let y'all decide whether or not that's wealthy, but he admitted ultimately that that was not uncommon for him to make that much money on top of stealing and borrowing on top of that. The important thing, though, to remember again, and I want to highlight this, is that they get, under the way that firm works, they get their money at the end of the year. And then it's up to them to make it last. And that's the big problem that he had. That's why he had to get the Ferris fees. He can't, if he's out of money in May, he's not going to, unless he can borrow it or steal it, he's out of luck. And the hounds were at the gate. All right, we talked about this. He's got, you heard, I think Jeannie described him as having intentional chaos. We had the land deals. He's servicing this huge debt load. He constantly needs new money coming in. And this has been going on for more than a decade, a constant hamster wheel. The stress and the pressure of that would be extreme because it's been going on for so long. Always have to stay ahead of the game. Always having to beg, literally beg, borrow, or steal for over a decade to have the truth from being exposed. That's been going on all that time. The big cases, his partners think he's straightened it out and paid off his debts, but he hadn't. He's getting paid millions of dollars, but he's stealing on top of that. It's not enough to keep that hamster wheel going. So he borrows and he steals. The methods I mentioned, you got the PSB checks, you got the fake forge, you got fake business expenses, running the firm card, and from his family and his law partners. Each one of these depends on him being able to sit down and look someone in the eye and convince them that what they're doing is right, when in reality that wasn't happening. And all those clients trusted him based on those. And we sat there and went through that, and it may have been exhausting, and I apologize for that, but he couldn't tell you about one conversation that he had that stuck with him. That's how easily it came to him. Is that relevant to your consideration of what he had to say to you? That's for y'all to decide. Couldn't name one conversation. Just had that same answer that he had rehearsed. And didn't want to talk about any of those individuals who trusted him as he looked you in the eye and asked you to do the same. Down at the bottom. It's not just the clients, too. It's his staff. They're doing the paperwork. They're filling all that out. He had to fast talk them as well. Alex's situation, I think, is akin to a Ponzi. And a Ponzi's kind of like a pyramid scheme where it depends on new money coming in to old investors. And it works. It'll work for a long time as long as you can keep that money coming in. But the second you can't, the second that you're out of options, it crashes and burns. That's how every Ponzi crashes and burns. And that's the situation fundamentally his finances were like. And that's the situation that was arriving in June of 2021. when he was at the scene with the victims minutes before they and lied to everyone he would listen about. A gathering storm. The boat case, other factors that were arising, each one leading to that inevitable day of reckoning. You had the trial lawyers conference where he was confronted. Mark Tinsley was confronted by Alec. Alec, of course, denied it. Everybody's lying on Alec. Alec's telling you the truth, even though everyone who knew him had no idea who he was. Everyone. No one knew who he really was. The people who came in here and said, we thought this about him, not a single person knew who he really was. That's how convincing he is. But he denies this confrontation. When Mark Tinsley was like, he bows up on Mark Tinsley. He's like, what you doing, man, about the boat case? And Mark says, you're going to have to pay money to the Beach family. Millions of dollars. Alec doesn't have that. He's barely one step ahead of the game at this point. He doesn't have insurance coverage anymore, or at least not a big umbrella policy. And why? Because his insurance company dropped him after the Satterfield case. Insurance company thinks the money went to the Satterfield boys, but it didn't. They don't know that he's stolen it all, but they don't want to insure him anymore. So he doesn't have that to help him pay the Beach case. And so what's the one hope he has? And that's the Ferris case. And it's tried, and you get a verdict in February of 2021, $792,000. And eventually he tells Chris Wilson, I'm going to structure those, which is a lie, and gets the fees sent to him in March. And is spent in 2 months. But the boat case isn't going away. Mark says, show us your books if you're telling me you're broke. I think his testimony was, they said that he could probably cobble together $1 million, which I guess that's broke for him, but it wasn't enough. And so they refused, and that's what leads to the motion to compel. And there's been a lot of argument about, oh, is that going to be granted or not? Will the judge have granted it? What we do know is that Mark Tinsley said that's what he was seeking to do. And he was seeking to do it because he had been told by the defense that he didn't have money. So he's like, prove it. None of us believe that, knowing what we know about you in this community. Prove it. Well, Alec can't have anybody subpoenaing his financial records because it's all going to be apparent. That forged account is going to open right up. He can't have that happen. It will all end. He'll lose his career. He will lose his livelihood. He will face investigations and consequences like he's been able to avoid his entire life. But if he can just stay one step ahead, just 1 month longer, 1 day longer, then he's never going to have to face that accountability that he has to face. The hearing is scheduled for June 10th, 2021. And no one's here to argue to you that it's definitely going to be granted. All we're arguing to you is what the witnesses said they were intending to do. And as you've seen in court over the past 6 weeks, things happen and a process starts. And once that process starts, there's a conclusion to it. There's a conclusion to that. And then you heard from Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and talked about the fact that there was some coverage about this case as we move into the spring of 2021. And he hears from Alec, and Alec lies to him and says, yeah, we're hoping to get this case moving and so on. How's he going to pay that, ladies and gentlemen? That's millions of dollars. It's millions of dollars. And eventually, they're going to figure out That this money's already been paid. The insurance company thinks it's going in the right place. At some point, the question is going to get asked, and that alone is going to break everything apart. Ferris case, this is when his paralegal finds the expense check and not the fee check. And I've already told you this part of the story, and I've heard the testimony, but it sets off that inquiry from the second juror. So now we have this on top of everything else that we're mentioning. This is like nothing he's ever experienced. He's always been able to stay one step ahead of the game. But after the boat case, his appetite's increased greatly. He started stealing millions of dollars, and now he's running out of options, and all these factors are converging. All they're converging. And they're converging on 1 week, 1 day. And that arrives. His father's in the hospital. There's a confrontation with Jeannie. Alec tells her, manages to ward off the conversation by saying Mr. Randolph is terminal. He, of course, denies that, so I guess Jeannie's lying on him too. But that's what she says happened. He's working on the boat case. And then the tragedy happens. And it worked. It's not the only reason, but it's part of the reason. The pressures on this man were unbearable, and they were all reaching a crescendo the day his wife and son were murdered by him. All on that day. And in the wake of this, everything changes. People stop asking about these things. The community has changed like you would expect. People are concerned, they're scared, they're worried. And everything's changed. The backlash from the boat case has gone away, and all of that has changed. And that's why Mark Tinsley thought his case was over. This may seem like, really? But who would understand that better than him? This is exactly the kind of work he did. His skills as a lawyer were understanding the emotional value of a case, understanding the sympathies of a case. If you have a sympathetic plaintiff and an unsympathetic defendant, that is, in the civil world, that's a big case. But if those get reversed, if those change, if all of a sudden your defendant is more sympathetic, it changes it. It changes the entirety of what Mark Tinsley's position on this case was for the Beach family, that Alec was going to have to pay money. And that's what he told you from the stand. He said the second, if Alec had been the victim of some unsuspect or some random vigilante, the entirety of the case has changed. And I'm not taking the same position. I'm not trying to demand that level of recovery. He gets a $750. Well, he gets $600 of it. Ultimately gets a $750 loan. He convinces Chris Wilson. That heads off to Ferris. That's pretty much the main thing he did after this, was to make sure he could get that money, enough of it to Chris Wilson so that he would send an email to the law firm saying, hey, everything's cool. I got it. It's all good. And that's what the law firm thought. It's the main thing he did in the wake of the murders of his wife and son, was he made sure to stay, again, one step ahead of the game, because he had more time now. He had time he didn't have on June 7th, but he had it now. And that's the first thing he did. It's the first thing he did. It's the main thing he did, was keep the hamster wheel going. I know it seems like a lot, but you have to consider the unique circumstances of this particular man. This particular man who has proven over and over again that he will do anything to keep that hamster wheel going and to avoid accountability. And he's been doing it for over 10 years. He just finally reached a point that he had never reached before. Of course, the hearing on the motion to compel gets canceled. Who would go forward with that in the wake of what's happened? That goes away. doesn't, I think you heard from the testimony up there, doesn't get rescheduled till long after everything crashes and burns in September. Doesn't even get rescheduled in the wake of this. We don't have to worry about that either. And the potential that had for exposing who he was. Because the second somebody looks at his accounts, the second his own partner, Danny Henderson, looks at his accounts as in representing him and says, well, let me see him. He can't do that. He can't do that. He can't even show him to his own partner. Because what's going to happen? They're going to see it too. He can't let that happen, or everything falls apart. And he loses everything, including that legacy that you heard from individuals up there is so important to him, more important than anything. I'm not going to go through all of this, but this is the timeline. And you can see and I'll let y'all look at that, but you can see how this develops, how this hamster wheel continues, how he always has to be one step ahead of the game. You know, we've talked about the Redbeard and the Zero United. Those are the land deals that went bad. They get charged off, but you have Palmetto State Bank, still dealing with him. He then appoints Russell Lafitte a conservator and borrows up to $1 million from the Plyler girls' accounts without their knowledge. And then he has to steal money from the Badger case, where he's already making a huge amount of legal fees. He has to steal money from the Badger case to pay off the Plyler girls before they turn 18. And then there's an accounting for that. And then he opens up the Forge account. And it continues. $338,000 from Deion Martin. Johnny Bush, Manuel Sanders, and Richard, $225,000. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. The only way to stay afloat is to beg, borrow, and steal. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. He steals some more money, but he's right back to where he was. March of 2018, he's now maxed out not only $1 million line of credit, but also a $600,000 line of credit. A line of credit, almost like a credit card, maxed out. Then the boat crash happens, and look what happens to the figures. 3.7 million, 1.1 million, $1 million. And then you have the double homicide. This is some of the exhibits. This is, as you recall, there'll be his statements, and they're in evidence showing the defendant's assets on June 7th, 2021, and the reds are his liabilities. That one's green, but it's negative. And then over here, that's where he was a couple months later. He borrowed $750,000 and still ended up $347,000 in the hole, which part of that had to cover. I think it was called the most generous overdraft policy ever conceived. Because, in fairness, though, he did get a $5 overdraft charge right there. So, anyway. All right, what else do we have? Because we talked about a lot of things about the finances, and I know that there's been a lot of that, but it's really the only way to understand all the things that were affecting this middle-aged, outwardly successful professional man who had all these pressures upon him, like no one had ever seen. Well, we've got the pills. He claims he's had a pill addiction for 20 years. What does he say about that? He says it makes him paranoid. He says it makes him agitated. He says opiates give him energy. Using common sense about that. But he also says, and he even said this in the telephone interview after the side of the road, that the withdrawals will make you do anything to get rid of them. That's common sense as well. We know how powerful opiates can be and how the addiction of opiates can be extremely powerful. The withdrawals, not being dope sick, can be extremely powerful. But he's also saying he's taking 1,000 milligrams a day. And he's trying to blame all his theft on that. But that's not what these records reflect. They reflect an insatiable desire for money and a hamster wheel that's been going on for a long time. And you don't really see the escalation from his drug dealer until March of 2021. I would ask you also, one of the tenets of juries is common sense. That's what you're here for, is for an individual and then a collective common sense. Common sense, 1,000 milligrams a day. Does that sound survivable? He sat there on that stand and told you that's what he was taking. And as we're going to go through this process, we're going to talk about what he said on the stand and how many times on the fly that he looked you in your eyes and didn't tell you the truth. He's very good at it. His own partner said that. He's very, very good at it. I leave it to you to decide whether 1,000 milligrams a day is survivable with opiates. And if it was, that you could still engage in work, have a successful practice, and then on top of that, engage in these complex conspiracies to steal and fool everyone and live a life and have people outwardly think that you're, who you profess to be in public. If you were taking 1,000 milligrams a day, does that make common sense? I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't. I have no doubt that he was taking opiate pills. But I think he looked you, and I would submit to you to decide whether or not he looked you in the eye and claimed an amount that's inconsistent with whatever else we know about this man. That's really inconsistent with survivability as a matter of common sense. He can never function at the level he's been functioning, keeping up with these pressures, staying one step ahead for over a decade if he was taking that much dope. I would submit to you. Just one other lie that I would submit to you as a lie that he's trying to get you to believe, to feel sympathetic for him, as if the dope was the cause of the money and the cause of his issues, when the reality is it wasn't. This had been going on for a long time, and the finances proved differently. But what else about this? You've seen the interviews. We're going to play some clips of these interviews, but I'm not going to play them all for you again. You've watched them. But if you have any questions, go back and watch them. He talks about being paranoid. Listen, watch those interviews when he's with Dave Owen. He doesn't look like he's withdrawing from any drugs. His responses are appropriate. He's not in displaying any paranoia. He's smooth. He's focused on the events. He's focused on trying to get information about the case from law enforcement officers, which is interesting in its own right. Why is he so focused on that? And in Savannah, where supposedly he was detoxing, he sat down, as you've heard the testimony, with a composite sketch artist and went through the whole process to come out with this picture, which I swear is not me. How do you do that? How do you do that if you're on that much dope? So why did he tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Why did he look you in the eye and tell you that as he sat there on that stand trying to explain what was going on? It's interesting also that in one of the interviews with law enforcement, there were 3 interviews, June 8th, June 10th, and August 11th, before we get to the side of the road, that he mentions that Paul was a little detective. That's very interesting for him to mention that, because you heard from Marion Proctor, Maggie's sister, that Maggie called Paul that, the little detective, specifically in reference to Paul paying attention and trying to keep Alec from taking pills. Why would he bring that up? That's an interesting thing to bring up, because that was what that was in reference to. And what do we know? We know that in May, if we talk about all the pressures that are coming upon him, all these financial things that we've talked about, this exhausting hamster wheel that's been going on forever, the need to beg, borrow, and steal, stay one step ahead, and he's running out of options there. On top of that, we know in May that Paul sends a text to him saying, Mom found some pills. We need to talk. Mom found some pills and we need to talk. Another pressure from Paul and Maggie on him. And if you look at the texts, the weekend of the ball game on June the 7th, and those are in evidence, Alec is not at the game. And he's texting back and forth, and Maggie's like, don't come if you feel bad. And he's like, well, I think I can get a late checkout. And then he's like, at 1 o'clock, they made me leave. I submit to you, it's a reasonable inference they were on him at this time. They were watching him like a hawk. Opiates, the most powerful of withdrawals. And everything's coming to a head, including this as well. Run out of money, running out of options, doesn't get paid in any significant way until December, already stole the Ferris fees and spent that money in 2 months, has an expensive pill habit, and accountability and consequences will undo everything in his life, everything that is his self-identity, everything, the only things that he cares about. He doesn't care about lying to his partners and his family and his friends and his clients if it will delay accountability for him. He'll do it in a heartbeat. And all of that is about to be undone.
We had a good stopping point.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay. Well, looks like the mic stopped quickly there. Oh, I'm just going to leave the feed up for a moment to see if they do discuss anything. We are in the middle of closing arguments, so I don't know what they're going to be able to do, but I'm going to leave it up.
Attorneys get to do today.
There she goes.
There she
Damn it,
is.
she caught me again. Did you see that? She just like popped in like, oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah. I silenced
How
the.
dare she?
I'm sorry. I'm really not misandrous. Like I'm really not prejudicial against you, but that particular woman annoys the heck out of me the way she does that. No warning, comes in, catches me every time. Like I didn't even have time to drop the feed, but hey, welcome, Godless Granny. Welcome back. Like that.
Hello, thank you. Hi, Beck.
Oh,
Hello, how are you?
I was hoping you would come up, Godless Granny, because I'm watching this closing argument. And I know we've been going back and forth from the start about them tying everything together. What are your first impressions? How much have you seen?
Okay, I haven't seen a lot of it. I've seen about the last 45 minutes. But I've been really impressed with how he's handled motive.
Yeah. Which was a big concern, right? Yeah.
I really hadn't seen that the prosecution theory of motive until now, that this was all a gathering storm, that he had this cycle like a lot of people do. What's his name? The guy that was convicted with the Ponzi scheme. You get into trouble because you borrowed from a client and then you've got to repay it. So you steal from another client to repay that client, and it just keeps snowballing. And I had not considered that murdering his family would bring him the sympathy that he needed to try to weasel his way out of all of the financial crimes. I hadn't considered that.
Exactly. Like they really stitch it together. The visuals actually giving the jury something to look at. Like they're going to be able. Unfortunately, they don't get these slides after, but he's making them simple enough for them to remember every
Mhm.
single one. There's not a
Mhm.
lot of information on each one. I'm noticing as he's going, he's keeping it simple, direct, so they have a visual. Because anything they do in closing arguments is just for them to remember.
Right.
They do not get any graphs, pictures, whatever they decide to play up. That's not actually evidence. So
Correct.
they don't get to look at it later. They'll have to remember it. So
Mhm.
I was thinking that's a good idea. Some people were like, oh, they're never going to remember any of this. I'm saying, no, I've done presentations before. He's keeping it simple enough that they will actually will. No big pictures, just small and just a couple of points on each slide. I actually think they'll be able to retain it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I was very impressed that they went that far. And they actually did better slideshow than the other expert witnesses they charged $10,000 for like that presentation in black and white. That was like, ooh, these are nicer. These are much nicer. Yeah. What do you
For
think, Beck?
sure. Oh my goodness, about the closing argument? Or what in general? Or was there something
So
specific?
far about this closing argument, like
Oh yeah.
everyone knows I'm a BCE fan, so I'm in my glory right now. But how are you finding it so far?
Well, I like the fact that he did that, the timeline, like this happened, then this happened, then this happened. This is where he was on the day of the murders. I really like that part that he did a visual for the jury on that. In general, I think it was a good closing argument. He was to the point about it. He didn't screw around. He didn't waste any extra time. He just went to it and said what he had to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it was
When he
pretty
opened
good.
with that the same thing I've been saying and Dr. Silkman all along, there was only one person who had access to the crime scene before, during, and after. It was Alex Murdaugh. He
That's
was
right.
there. Like he nailed it. He said he was there. How do you account for the fact that he was there? And then he actually goes forward and explains to them, you're allowed to agree with us, even with reasonable doubt, because here are the facts. Here's the law. And I'm sure that a lot of that will be reiterated by the judge when he does jury instructions. And yet still he'll have to clamp down that you really do have to weigh both sides of it. And you really do have to have no doubt that this is actually the plausible explanation for the crime to go there. It's a big mountain, I still think. How about you, Granny? I still think he's got a long way. Well, not a long way. I still think it's 50-50 whether the jury can actually do it with that
I
is
don't know.
no other
I
no
really can't say.
explanation.
One thing I
Yeah.
don't know is the makeup of the jury. I
Hmm.
don't know the education level of the jury. I don't know, that those would be good things to know. And those things we're not allowed to know.
Mm. Yeah, that's the thing. Like it was woman heavy in the beginning. I don't know if it is now. In it was also uh very middle class white heavy also. There were only two black women on the stand, but I do know the alternates had quite a few black gentlemen in them, so they may be sitting on the stand now. But in the beginning it was mostly, I think they just gave an age range from 22 to I think 58 or 61, I can't remember. So there was a wide range of ages, in that would mean a wide range of work experience and things like that. So it was pretty varied up. Um
Mhm.
but they don't give us a lot of detail. They don't tell us the education. They're not telling us anything else. That's
Right.
all I could find, and that was from the beginning when they did the selection.
Mhm.
Currently, I could not actually, even though they gave us all the juror numbers, I couldn't tell you who's sitting on that jury. Mm-mm.
Mhm.
I couldn't tell you the makeup of it at all. Mm. Always grateful since his bank account had a negative $330,000 in it at the time of the murders. Wow. Well, there
I'm
you
surprised
go.
the bank let him go that deep into debt. You know.
No, Arto, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's the only information that was out there. I'm making like no comment on actually the actual whether it's diverse enough, because it's just like who qualifies also. I'm just saying they had a very varied pool, but that's it. Like all the information we had on it. Mm. Uh, but everybody does love a good PowerPoint, hold my beer. Like a really good one. Everybody does. Um Well, like I'm trying to see where the defense is going to go with this. Like, I don't think they have the oomph that Creighton Waters does as far as talking with the jury. I I thought Dick Harpootlian's opening it had some good points and everything like that. He was a bit theatrical, but from what I'm reading on other reporters, Fitz News and some of the local reporters are all making comments that Hartpulian has already lost the jury with his attitude. Like they were making faces at him, they were turning away from him, they were grimacing when he spoke. Like that kind of tells me a lot. Like they're actually making faces as he speaks, and watching his theatrics. Not too well. So I'm wondering if it's going to be Harpootlian that does the close. I'm wondering if he's going to notice that and actually let Jim Griffin take the close.
I think in close, he's going to harp on they don't have the guns. They can't prove 100% that Alex was there, even though that's one of their weaker arguments because, yeah, he was there.
Mhm.
And I think they're really going to harp on the errors in handling the crime scene. How do we know we have all the evidence when SLED did such a bad job of gathering the evidence?
Mhm. Yep.
Liam, yes, Bernie Madoff is the name I was trying to think of and couldn't come up
Oh,
with.
that's the Ponzi king. That's
Right.
the Ponzi scam king. Yeah.
Mhm.
But I actually I just did a comparison of Bernie Madoff to SBF, Samuel Bankman-Fried, who is the FTX guy. And actually what Murdoch, what Madoff did was actually small compared to what what happened with SBF and FTX. Actually, as far as money, the amounts of money and scam and stuff that they are being accused of, and actually the bail and everything and the charges, unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like astronomically more, now. But yeah, I've got to follow up on that. I've got to do another update on that one. That one's getting lit too. What did you miss there, Jerry? An awesome start to closing arguments with Creighton Waters. But we do have until 2:21, so you got a whole hour, and I think he did just do like he did do more
About
than an
40
hour.
minutes,
Yeah, he did. He
wasn't it?
did about he did about that. Like no, because Granny only heard the last 45, and I think he was going for about 20 minutes before that.
Oh,
But if you put it at 1.2 or 1.5 speed, you'll probably hear all of it and get those great slideshows and be all caught up during lunch.
Mhm.
You know,
Mhm.
I mean, most
you
of it
can.
is what you know already. The
Right.
good part about it was him summarizing it all, showing all the
Mhm,
stress that he was under, showing that it was impossible, or mentioning it was impossible for him to take 1,000 milligrams of drugs a day and survive. About him lying to people's
mhm,
faces.
mhm,
So it's basically everything we've heard, but the summary was really good.
mhm,
The
mhm,
slideshow he showed was really good. So I think it's worth to go back and watch it.
mhm. Always is saying like what I had heard also that everybody was checking the public's reaction to DH on the socials. But I didn't know, like I didn't know whether to take what Fit News said is like fact that they said that Griffin would be doing the close. That's why I was saying it's speculative. But that's good to know always because I figured they were checking the socials on it because that's Harpoolian's style. But he must not, maybe that's why he was such a bad mood yesterday. His popularity rating came in and it was in the toilet. It's another reason he was acting like somebody peed in his Cheerios like yesterday. Like, oh, he was really cranky yesterday. But the fact that AG Wilson did the last witness, um, I kind of Hartpullian was so set that they were going to bring other people to challenge this, right? Didn't he argue, Beck? Like you were up here with me. Wasn't Hartpullian arguing with the judge about he should have the right to bring other witnesses? And they would, like, if they brought in new evidence, especially with Dr. Reimer talking about the plastic and the pellets and the wadding on the
Mm-hmm.
on the headshot, which she didn't indicate in her first testimony, because he asked her direct and she did answer it. And since it was new testimony, he wanted to bring the witness in to talk about it, but then backed out completely at the end after A.G. Wilson came up.
Well,
I'm
because
wondering
he
if
know.
that.
Go, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, because he didn't want A.G. Wilson at his expert, you think? What if A.G.
Well, I
Wilson did
think.
the recross? Yeah.
Yeah, I think first of all, he was very intimidated because, Wilson just handled it so well. He was
Mm-hmm.
smooth about it. He didn't screw around. If somebody called something, he didn't hesitate but 1 second to jump and change the question or whatever. He was really on point with it.
Mm-hmm.
And, the doc's testimony just made his witness look like an idiot. So why, do you put your foot in it and try to make it better, or do you just walk away before you make it worse? One of those things.
Exactly.
Yes, Ardo said, I agree. He summarized the case very well and made the jury remember all the stuff from the trial. Yeah, I think he went over it really well. There's something in here.
Has he talked about the pathologist testimony yet?
I don't think he's talked about. I do not think he's talked about the bodies actually.
Okay.
Yeah, did he, Nick? I don't believe so.
No,
I was only.
no, I don't think. Well, all of the bodies and that evidence is what it is. The bottom line is he's not worried about what the bodies look like. We all went over that 500 times, but who did it, and putting, reminding the jury about his character, reminding the jury about the shit he's pulled and all the things he's done, where his family stood in the community and how it gave him more time on the boat case and all that. I think that was more important than going over the evidence of the bodies, because we know what happened with the bodies. We know how they were killed. But even if he was shot from the top of the head or the bottom of the head, it doesn't matter. It's it's all about whether they think he did it or not. So,
Wow.
So I think that would have been beating a dead horse that they've heard 50 times.
And no, I definitely, I'd have to agree with that. And he does kind of have a point about like going over it and over it. I thought it was nice that Creighton Waters apologized to the jury as to how tedious that was, and then reminded them that he did have a point, and it's this one. And so that he pulled it all together nicely. And I think they'll appreciate that. He's acknowledging their time, their consideration, how they might have felt about something. And I think that's important to them. He's recognizing them, as individuals, as people that had to go sit through that. And he doesn't like have that same attitude that Hartpullian had. That I think that's why he's turning the jury off. Do you know, in his opening statements, he said, "You can't judge me. You can't judge Alex Murdaugh because you don't like me." Did he like predispose that to like, y'all don't like me? Like, I wonder if he knew that ahead
That's
of
pretty
time.
standard. That's something pretty much every defense attorney says.
Oh, okay.
They do. I had not heard it. So like that. That's
really?
That's good. Yeah. No, but I'm glad you're saying.
It was one thing we were taught in law school. If if you're a defense attorney, always say that, just in case somebody on the jury doesn't like you personally, and get them to thinking that they need to separate their personal feelings from how they feel about the evidence.
This is true.
Yeah.
Because it's not all about the lawyer's style and things like that. Just a moment here. I'm going to make a little channel announcement here. I want to see if I can pull this up because I can't pull it. This is on my Ko-fi, my Coffee Fund. Today is Disability Day of Mourning. We recognize and mourn disabled people who've been a victim of filicide. Use as you wish. A donation to the Computer Fund by Shilly. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to acknowledge it one way or another. So I just copied your message. I hope that's okay. since you did indicate for me to go look for it. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. We'll put it to good use. I'm definitely putting it to the computer. I know you said use it for whatever, but I've got plenty of coffee, so I'm fine. There we go. And anyway, uh,
Yeah, Tony brings up a good point. Or
yeah, I
no,
was just going to grab that
yeah.
one. It's right under mine. He should have reminded them that Alex Murdaugh said he had already touched Paul and Maggie's bodies in the 911 call, then changed his story after the phone and car data was shown. I don't think he's done. He didn't rest, did he? I
No,
think he
he
said
did
we're
not.
breaking for lunch. No, Creighton's got another hour to go, at least. If I remember, he said he would be about 2 hours or so. And I think he will address the lying on the stand. I think he will address all of the different stories. I think he's going to point that out. I think he wants the jury to make good note of that. I mean, I would. Would you, Granny? I mean,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Vic? Nope.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was reading the
It's okay.
darn chat. What do I think about what?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
about him bringing forward the comment you said about what Tony Regime said about him bringing up the inconsistencies in Alex's testimony, how he was changing his stories.
You have to remember too, Tony, if he's going to bring that up, he'd have to bring up a lot of things that were, because that's a lot for him. Like
he has
Alex
a whole nother
lied so
hour,
much.
and
They got caught in so many lies. Yeah. He could still talk about it. And remember, you guys, not only
see a PowerPoint with all the lies on it. I would.
And remember too, he didn't. Oh my God, that would be something to go through. What was I? Damn it, Claire, you messed up my thought. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, you have to remember too. Remember too that he said he touched the bodies and tried to move them, and then went back later and said, well, I tried to move him by his belt loop.
True. And then he changed the timing of when the most important thing is that he literally changed the timing to fit better into his alibi instead of the timing that they documented, because he had previously told everybody that he touched the bodies before he called 911. But when he realized that the time frame there, what he was claiming in his alibi only gave him like seconds to do that, he changed it to after. Right there on the stand, after hearing all the testimony of the data that was supporting where he was at one time.
According to the records, that's what he kept saying. Because he knew he couldn't debate it. He's got nothing on that. The digital proof and the GPS proof and the blah blah. It's just too much. At this point, I don't even know how anyone could think he's innocent. I don't even know how anybody could go there right now. The jury that AM7.
But,
yeah, exactly, Tony. Just remind them that he lied about that. Oh, I'm sure that'll come up.
Yeah. I want to see it. I literally want to see a PowerPoint with these are the things just during his testimony that he changed his story to, I think that's important. What we have until we have a long one today. We have a whole nother hour to go. What do you guys want to talk about? What has struck you, even if we do a look back, because I know today there's not much to talk about unless you want to talk about the jury visit, which we can't really, there's really no details.
That's what I was kind of wondering about did they show anything?
Nothing.
Yeah,
They're only, all they did though, they made one interesting comment that the jury did stop across the street at a grove of trees. Why across I don't remember any testimony from across the street, unless the juries wanted to see where someone else could have come from or whatever.
Exactly.
I don't know.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, there was a suggestion that, somebody might have been hiding in the woods or something. And
Yeah. And they were just trying to see the feasibility of how they would be seeing who came and go on if they were alone or whatever back there. So
because
there
that's
was
where
that
ninjas
comment.
come from.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Now that's right out of the trees, like from across the street. And they don't leave footprints either, right? They don't leave any DNA, no footprints, no absolute evidence that they were ever there because they're tree ninjas.
That's right.
Fine art. Oh, I just crack up. I can't even say it without giggling to myself anymore. Like it's ridiculous. That or Bubba. Bubba does have an opposable thumb, and he's keeping it secret. That's all I got to say. Um, the other note on the jury was that when they left Moselle, instead of turning right the way they came to go back to the courthouse, they went left. There's speculation that they may have been going by where the phone was found. I don't know. But they just went a different direction. Maybe they took a different direction back. I don't know. But they went the opposite direction of that they came. Dr. Silkman, welcome. I know it's late for you, but as always, if you're interested, that link is up there at the top. But I'm going to put up your comment. Walters will address every point in the timeline leading up to, during, and post murders. He will show how Alex Murdaugh changed and adapted his story once he heard in the court testimonies. Alex Murdaugh was very strategic, and I agree. I see that. I mean, I see that clearly. I see the manipulation in him. The Machiavellian, like he literally was working that room. And it became quite evident during his testimony for me. How about you guys? Like, did you start looking at him differently when he testified?
Not really, because I thought he was a bag of scum even before that.
Yeah, I actually saw more. I actually saw it visibly, the manipulation, like watching him
That's
actually
true.
looking at the jury, and it like really hammered it home. I suspected it all along. I absolutely thought he was capable of these murders, in that he was that manipulative. To be able to control something for 20 years while an addict, there was more going on like than that. There was like some definite, it's okay to be evil vibe going on. Like,
Mhm.
and damn, when I actually watched him do it, like per question, each question that came up, watching him to his eyes, watching him think, watching him throw it back at Waters, very loyally, very strategically, playing that jury like a harp. Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, trying to. I think he was really obvious that he was trying to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
And
let
you
me
know,
just bring
I
up a
think
couple of these. Go ahead.
I think by the way he was sitting on that stand tells a lot. You
Yeah.
know, look at
Anytime.
everybody else
Yeah.
sitting on that stand except for like one or two younger guys that didn't care about how they appeared. Everybody else sat up straight, you know, looked everybody in the eye. Him, no, he was slumped over, curled up. It looked disrespectful to me, like he just didn't care how he appeared. It also looked fishy to me, you know, just that guarding himself look in general. So,
Yep.
yeah.
Always says, I feel that we will see the more passionate and emotional side of BCE. I think we are seeing it, after the defense closes. I think we are seeing it actually here in the arguments already. He's being very careful and considerate, and I'm actually appreciating it even more, instead of being like as overly dramatic as he sometimes can be. I
Hi,
think he
Dr.
will,
Silkman.
though. I would be disappointed too, but I'm pretty sure he will. That's a big part of his motive, actually, is that of him being capable. They have to, with malice and all of that, it's going to go to his benefit to prove that he's that manipulative.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Charlie. I see
Yeah.
you.
Oh yeah. Keep up
I
the
was just
hard
trying to
work,
put you down.
folks, and Beck. As if Beck is not human. Like, what is
Oh,
above
no, I'm not
equality
doing
here?
any hard work.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
play for me. This
Okay.
is fun.
It is. It's a hobby. This is fun for me too.
You're the one doing all the thumbnails and writing things down and research. Literally, you guys are
Yeah,
doing
but
like you and
Charlie
Sheila and
knows.
the others.
Yeah, but Charlie knows that's not work for me. Like, I thrive on that stuff. If I complain about it, he'd be the first one to say, "You love it. Shut up." He would. He would be like right out there going, "Stop whining. You love it." He knows. I do. I love doing those thumbnails. And did you see the promo today for the I did A.G. Wilson. I was so impressed with him yesterday. And actually,
Yeah.
it's the longest promo I have out there, and it's just a song. But yeah. Mm. Yeah, I was feeling it. I was feeling it. And I have to say, I have to shout out Halko again, because as I'm up in the middle of the night, like I take my nap, and then I got up for a few minutes. I said, let me work on my promo so it's not too late. And I'm working on it. And I see that Halko's already in the comments with this great little byline for Bubba, this great story about how Bubba did the crime. And I was laughing so hard. There was like tears coming out of my eyes. I was like, damn. But it doesn't save for everybody to see. I have to start copying and pasting them so that they could put them out for you, Halko. It was so good. And I wanted to just tell him thank you for that. You kind of made my early morning like even better, you know. But Pete says we have to put up a new poll later where you state if the pollsters feel he is guilty or not guilty, besides what is the result of the jury process. I see. I hear you. And I think I did actually ask them casually in the chat, Pete, but I hear you. But it is about the process right now, because they're going to be the ones that decide. But even if I ask you guys right now, after hearing somewhat the prosecution, I know it's not fair, he's not done yet, but from what you're hearing already, has it changed anything? I can't see how, but the majority of you, nobody said not guilty. You did say guilty, and everybody else who didn't want to say guilty said they personally just wanted to hear the closing arguments first. So where are you now? Just put a G or an NG or an ND for not decided, because you want to wait for more information. I know some of you actually do. Me, I have to admit I'm biased. I'm actually thinking he's guilty.
I don't think
Can you bring up
saying that that's what
Neverly?
you think is biased. I mean, that's just your opinion.
Yeah, it is. But I try so hard to show both sides of it all the time that I use that word anytime that I'm feeling like I'm actually not. And I'm actually I'd have to admit I'm a little closed off to the defense right now. They have insulted my integrity so much that I'm offended. They really have. And that last demonstration on the shooter really nailed it for me. I actually think they think people are a little more simple than they are. I was actually insulted by some of their testimony. But
I don't
Can you
think
bring
there's
up
any
Neverly's?
question that he's guilty. The question, I think, is does the jury believe that the prosecution proved it?
yes, and that's been my point all along, that I really had issues with the circumstantial case of this nature. But then again, unless they can get to the point where they say, well, who had access to make all of the pertinent information disappear? Well, that would also be Alex Murdaugh, if you're allowed to say it. And I want to hear Creighton Waters say it. Who made the clothing disappear? Who had access to the guns that we can't find? Who had access to the crime scene before, during, and after? So if we don't
Why
have
are
the
there
evidence,
not footprints other than the families? How about
exactly.
that one?
It's more about what's missing and what Alex said than anything. Even all the circumstantial evidence that Creighton Waters put up there, for me, louder than anything, is how come we don't have this information, and who had access to it, and why is it missing? How clever of a lawyer to make sure that there's definitely going to be reasonable doubt. He tried like hell to prove it, didn't he? But he did not expect that video, and everything changed. And once that video came to light, he himself had to start lying again and changing his stories again and trying to make new alibis again, working his way, changing, tweaking. And he got caught the whole way. It's all documented. Every change he made.
Yep. I want to talk about what Neverly Darling said. She was talking about the behavior panel and how they said that the way he was naming everything off in order, and he should have been more distressed. And yes, we were talking about that. And yes, body language is a thing, but also you have to remember every expert is their opinion on the person's body language. There is no set in stone chart for body language. Everybody's different. People react to things differently. Some people, for instance, my sister died, and my nephew, her son, he was 15 years old when she died, and he was laughing at the funeral because he couldn't handle it. So you never know how someone's going to act in extreme stressful situations where they lose loved ones or there's some huge traumatic thing happening. It depends on the person, and you wouldn't know that unless you had a baseline for that person. And in order to have a baseline for that person, they would have to have known him and studied him prior to him doing any of this, because they have no baseline for him. So that's the problem with that. Although I do agree his body language and him, the way he reacting speaks volumes to me. But like I said, it just depends on the person. There's no set, set textbook on it per se. Yeah, exactly. Neverly, not admissible. Yeah. But no, that did make me more suspicious of him. Absolutely. I mean, the guy's bawling and wiping his face off with his shirt, and then you look at his shirt after he drops it in front of the cop on the body cam. His shirt's not wet. There was no tears on it. So, it's just, I don't know. Yeah, he's a mess. Yeah, and we do have more arguments coming up for anybody that just came in. This is not the end. They're doing a lunch break, and the state will continue for probably another 30 minutes or an hour, you were saying, Claire? You think?
Almost an hour, yeah, like at least 45 minutes.
Okay.
So I was just leaving Kyle's Goldfish a message here. You can go back right now. You've got time. I think he did about 15 minutes, about an hour's worth. If you do it at 1.5, you should be able to. There's great PowerPoint. But I will be putting, as I told the chat earlier, I will be making a separate video for both of them, Waters in either Griffin or Harpootlian, just like we did for the opening statements. I will try to get that done tonight and post it. And Kyle's, I'll drop it to you, so that you can catch up. I think it's important, those arguments. I think when you're watching a trial, the most important things, you want to see the opening statements to find out where they're going with their theory and what you should be expecting to see as far as real evidence. That was very helpful to go back and look at Harpootlian and see what he was going to be presenting. Look at what Waters said in his opening statement on what he felt he was going to be able to prove to the jury, because then you can actually go through all the testimony and say, did he do it? Did he prove it? Did he prove it?
Right.
I think Waters did the best he could to prove his opening statement. I really do. And then now to see at the end, like Granny kept encouraging me, just hold on. He can't stitch it all together into the end, because that's the only time he's allowed to be argumentative. He's actually allowed to say speculatively what he thinks. He's allowed to pull it all together. He's allowed to just tell the story. And that's what we're hearing now. And to me, he's nailing it. Yeah, go ahead.
Another big question is, did the rest of the jury do the same? Jurors usually make up their minds long before closing arguments. Not always, but frequently they do. In fact, most jurors actually make up their mind at the end of opening arguments. And so the question is, are they listening to all of these points? Is the jury still engaged? And we don't know.
It is good to see you, though, Kyle's
Certainly do
Goldfish. I do miss you on this legal stuff, because you're also one of the people I would talk to regularly about this kind of stuff. It's kind of cool to have you here. I hope studies are going well. I didn't mean to cut you off, Bet. Sorry. Go on.
No, you're fine. No. You
Yeah.
didn't cut me off. I was done.
Oh, okay.
I was
Or
absolutely
you,
done.
Granny. I heard one of your voices. I'm sorry, whoever it was. I didn't mean it. I just before they took off, I wanted to just say something. Yeah, and never, darling. I about the behavioral panel. Like, I do agree with Beck. Everybody knows my opinion about it. That I can't really think that there's science behind it. I do use it as entertainment, but it is quite interesting that psychologically they're saying that because of the trauma, he wouldn't have been able to go through everything step by step the way he did. And I believe that there are actual psychological studies in the FBI behavioral unit when we're looking at serial killers. I'm not saying Alex Murdaugh is a serial killer. I'm just saying I'm correlating it to that statement that they made in the behavioral panel is actually made repeatedly about one of the things that they look for is being able to give those kind of details and trying to tell you the story, trying to interject themselves and tell you the story they want you to hear outside of emotion and outside of what has actually happened. So I just wanted to add that. Well, good morning,
Yeah.
MC Wrecker. I understand it's not real science, and if you just heard me, that's what I said. But I think that many people do look at it as supporting some of the things that they see, that they believe. We all do go by instinct when we watch somebody testify. Look at how we all got an opinion about Alex when he was on the stand. Now, whether we want to say that we're using behavioral science or not, at the point, we are using our own instincts and what we know about it when we do. We're making judgment about our own perceptions about how we would react while we're watching him. And that is kind of the same thing they do, only they use larger groups of people and norms. You know what I'm saying? Like they're doing the same thing, but on a larger scale. So
Right.
we all kind of do it anyway. So I'm not like, I'm not poking fun or saying it's nonsense. I'm saying it's not admissible in a court of law for reasons, just like a lie detector test is not available, as evidence in a court of law, even though it can lead to where they should ask questions, although it can lead to where there may be an issue because somebody is showing an emotional, stressful response to something. It has its purpose, and behavioral panels have theirs too. It's just not admissible in court. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But on that, oh my gosh. So, geez.
I know. There's so much going on in my head. I don't even know what to. Hey, Wrecker.
I
Good morning.
know. This is, I'm saying good morning on the other side of the world, sir. It's very early there. It's very early for Dr. Silkman also in South Australia. It's like
It's only like
5.
5:30.
It's only like 5:30 exactly. Over in Recker's side of the world, it's what, 7 a.m. He's like probably just getting to work or whatever, or just starting his day. I've been up for hours, guys, and over there it's actually tomorrow. It's actually Thursday over there already. They're
Oh
on
yeah,
Thursday
yeah.
morning. Yeah, I'm just cracking through lunch on Wednesday. Well, yeah. Hey, T Horn, how are you? I didn't see when you came in, but welcome. Ox,
Oh, and
morning.
Ox. Yep.
Yeah.
Morning, Ox.
Anybody I missed, I'm sorry. Like I wasn't actually watching the comings and the goings, but I'm looking at all the G's in there. Do you guys see all the guilties? Like, like, yeah. Okay. Guilty because I also feel biased because of all the background info I know of. I hear you, Kim. I hear you. I'm the same. I'm the same. Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
I can't
yes.
wait to hear the rest of his arguments because that's going to say a lot.
Yeah. Dr. Silkman, I think it may go to jury, if not later today, then tomorrow morning. So, man, we should come up with a date. If you want to talk before jury or after jury, like, I can't wait to have another discussion. Those are lit. Like, I think I found someone who's almost as big a fan. Oh, well, he's pretty big fan of this kind of stuff as a hobby. But we're not obsessed, right, Doctor? We could walk away at any time. We're not.
Oh yeah,
We're not
none of us
obsessed.
are obsessed with this.
We're not
Absolutely
addicted.
not.
We're not addicted to true crime and legal drama and all that. Nah.
Nope, not at all.
Oh, see, MC Wrecker, it's inadmissible in court here too. A lie detector test. Yep. I'm trying to see.
Yep.
I wonder if there's any government that allows it. Like I'll have to check that. I don't think it's allowed in
There
England
shouldn't be.
either.
They're too unreliable.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
all
they
it
really
takes is
are.
you getting nervous and it could act like you're lying. It should really just say you're having an emotional response because basically that's all it's checking is a rise in temperature and a rise in attitude. Sort of like you're just having an emotional response to something. It could be anything.
I
Yeah,
read a
yeah.
fictional account that talked about how to beat a lie detector.
Mm-hmm.
And it basically said that before you go in, you get yourself into a very agitated state so that when the lie detector measures your base rate, it shows a very high level of agitation as your base rate.
Mm-hmm.
And then after it's done doing your base rate, then you calm yourself down and then you can lie all you want and it won't detect anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's actually people have been known to stick like thumbtacks in their shoes, and right before they hook them up, they stick their toe on it and hurt themselves. So So their levels are higher and everything else is calmer. Yep. It's totally cheatable.
Oh, he meant admissible. They actually let lie detectors
What?
into court in New Zealand. Okay,
I
I'm
kind of
gonna.
thought that's what he meant.
I thought maybe because he said fun fact, right? Like as if he was like, yeah. I thought you had it. Wow. Now I want to cover a case in New Zealand. I'm gonna go looking. I'm gonna go
Oh,
looking. Anybody else who's over in New Zealand, if you know of a case where they used one, can I find out about it, please? Anything? Hey, Colin. Okay, let's look at. Okay, Coach Colin, welcome. I know you were lurking before I saw, but yes, it's like very convincing. I agree with you. Your comment earlier that the closing argument so far is very convincing. Let's just put this out there. Thought there was an accident and then a homicide, but I'm going to full back. He did it and knows it. Trapped Paul, used his weapon to kill Maggie, had time to. Oh no, you left my Bubba theory. I'm still with Bubba, Colin. I loved that one so much. I can't. Oh no, I am the last one standing with the accident and then homicide theory. That was the last one. I thought it was me and you, Colin, but there you go.
Dr.
Bear stays
Silkman
alone.
said,
Yeah, I'm
what
pulling that
waters?
up. Hold on. Yeah, let me
Oh,
get it.
okay.
Let me get it up for you. And now you can read it. Go ahead. There you go.
What Waters presents next will determine the jury's final outcome. If not AM during those critical minutes, who else had the means, motives, and opportunity? Who could control the crime? Dr. Silkman, he actually brought that up at the beginning. He said, "I'm going to show you who had a motive, who had the opportunity, who had the means, who had everything." He already,
Mhm.
he's going to go into that. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he's going to do a great job. I think you're right. That's how he's going to leave it with the jury. And then we're going to have the defense. And I agree with you, Halko. This is me too. I'm not addicted to true crime. I could stop watching it anytime. I just don't want to right now. I am not addicted. Just because you saw me here every day for 6 freaking weeks, 8 hours a day, that's okay. Hey, I'll take it. Say it whatever you want. I was temporarily obsessed. Beyond reason. Yes, I was. But it also because I wouldn't stop. I wanted it to be complete. I mean, there were times that the defense actually annoyed me so much. I was like, do I actually have to get up and listen to him this morning? Like, whoa, like he's coming on first. Like, can I do it? But yeah, you want everything to be complete. If you're going to show a trial, you want to show the whole thing so everybody can look back at it later. And especially when the jury is out for deliberation. Now, Dr. Sukman, we are all well balanced and completely non-addicted individuals. We have nothing to worry about. Our therapists are well paid for it. Here. My therapist would agree with you, Dr. Sukman, wholeheartedly. Absolutely. Okay. Yep. I love this bunch. I
that's
do because
hilarious.
they just like we have no bones about it. We are all just obsessed. We don't care. Like say what you will. We love it. It's one of the best hobbies. It's quite encompassing, like because it covers all kinds of stuff. Like it's like for me, it's the reading of the legal briefs. Like I know that sounds really nerdy. I say it all the time, but it's kind of thrilling for me. I like the language of it. I like the points. I love reading case law. I get excited when the judge recites case law. Just like, yes, like prove your point. But it for me, I just like it. I do like it. I like also medical lawsuits because I like all of that too. The medical terminology, proving the things. So like when the pathologist was speaking, I really like that part too.
Yeah. Yeah, this is I'm gonna have to take a break
don't
after
tell
this.
stories.
I have laundry to do. I can't even get I haven't even done my laundry because of this
You haven't
case.
done your laundry in
ridiculous.
6 weeks? Oh my god.
No. Well, yeah,
Oh wow.
well, you have to remember too, I'm an ex-truck driver, so I have a lot of clothes because I would
I would
be
hope
gone for 2
so.
weeks at a time.
Yeah.
And I would drop off those clothes, grab more clothes, and go out. So I have like a month and a half of underwear. It's so easy for me.
Listen, Record said that scratching sound that you hear at the end of every stream is mosquitoes, not withdrawals. He swears. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for throwing me under the bus there, dude. Okay. Okay, here we go. We're back to Bubba. All right, wait. Liam, thank you. Bubba. Bubba is innocent. No, I think Bubba is not innocent. I think Bubba knows everything, actually.
Jen said the
I
name
do.
is Bubba, Canine Portal Ninja
Yeah, I'm
Assassin.
getting
Would you
there. I'm
like my
getting there.
card? My
Yep.
services are very reasonable. Just some treats and scritches.
Yes. It's all about Bubba.
Jen, I love you, man.
Mm.
Yes, my laundry is a pair of pants. Yeah, I've been naked this whole time, really, Tony. I don't even wear clothes while I'm at home. So, yeah, I just leave it on the bathroom floor. Wait for the maid. That's
Oh,
right.
yes. Oh, Colin, here he goes. Okay, Bubba was his final catalyst, Claire, but he took his opportunity to rid himself of his cursed family. Machiavellian enough for you. Yeah, exactly. You're like a Shakespeare play. That's why Bubba's the key thing, you know? Listen, if it was a Shakespeare play, I would want Bubba to be the narrator. Yeah, the narrator. Yes, I would. Absolutely.
Ruff, 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 ruff. Ruff, 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 ruff.
Oh, you're getting called out here by Tony Big. You know, your
What?
laundry is actually just a pair of pants on the bathroom floor.
Yeah, that's what I
A
said. I just leave it there for
a
the
la
maid
Murdaugh.
because I
Yeah,
have a
a la
maid.
Murdaugh. Yeah, yeah. Beck a la Murdaugh in the bathroom with the pants. I don't know. That's too funny.
Oh, you guys are ridiculous.
I know, always. I know you're with me with bring on the medical testimony. I know. Like we're very much alike that way, her and I. Oh, oh, but you guys have a great sense of humor. I really enjoy it. People wear clothes while home alone. Heathens. I hear you, Jean. Like who would have thought? Who would have thought? I don't know. Yep. Actually, people do. Oh, I don't know. Yes, it
I
is
don't know.
always. It's playing out like a Greek or Shakespearean tragedy. It actually is, if you think about it. I mean, you know, Paul's life is as misguided as he may have been in regards to the boat accident. He was quite young, very young, and
Yeah.
and Maggie also still had much life to live. For whatever reason, they lost their lives. They shouldn't be, and that brings me to the point that with all of this kind of stuff, we can't forget the victims. However flawed they were, they didn't deserve to die for any reason like this. And we want justice. And I think, you know, I was thinking about that in the beginning of the week that, you know, all in all, whether Alex Murdaugh is guilty or not, we want justice for their families, even if that is Alex Murdaugh, even if it is Buster and John Marvin and Randy. But there's
Even
also
if it is
Maggie's
Bubba.
family. Yeah, even if it's Bubba, we want justice for Bubba because Bubba loved them both too. And
Yeah.
Maggie's family, her sister, still heartbroken. You could see it on her. How about the friends of Paul, who you could see the emotion on most of them? It was just they miss him. You know, the one kid that was smiling a little bit was play every time they played his voice is because he loved the playfulness of his friend and he could hear it in his voice and he was just thrilled to hear his voice. That just touched me. You know, like people were saying, why is he smirking like that? I'm like, he's listening to his voice. Watch, he only does it when he hears his voice. He only did it when he heard Paul on the video or every time they played the video.
Yeah.
It's a memory for him of his friend, how his friend was. And I'm sure they all miss them terribly, you know.
Yeah.
Even to hear the housekeepers speak of how well they got along with everybody, and especially when they talk about Paul, knowing him since he was a baby, it's heartbreaking. And
You know, one of the things that stands out to me with Alec, because you know, I watch him I watch his face on Law and Crime as we're doing your stream. During the original pathology testimony, he was just crying and weeping, and shoulders were just, you know, everything. When they came back and talked about it, nothing. Just now, a couple weeks later, he's just over it. He's fine now.
yeah, how is he now? Like during Waters, did they show him a lot during Waters? Because you know, they don't obviously they're showing Waters during our feed.
Yeah, he
Mostly.
was like smirking and reading something on the desk in front of him, and he did some smirking at the screen when he was going through the slideshow. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yep.
You know what? I do agree with both Tony and Colin. Now that Paul and Maggie are dead, and if this is guilty here, with all the other financial crimes that Alex Murdaugh is paying, there's not going to be justice for Gloria or Mallory or
No.
even Stephen Smith if they had anything to do with it. Except for that, there is justice in the truth. In the truth of these matters finally coming out, there's justice there. At least we could try to get that. And I think that's why they're pushing forward. There'll be no settlements. There'll be no money from Mallory Beach's family in the long run from Alex Murdaugh. They have settled with money from Maggie's estate and from Buster. And they have released them on those conditions, based on the selling of the property of Moselle. But here we go. As far as Mallory Beach's parents, that doesn't do anything for them, actually. They just want the truth. I think the Satterfields at this point, they have some money. They sued him back for the money. But if they've reopened that case, that means they want just the truth. They want to know now what actually happened. And as far as Stephen Smith's family, they deserve the truth. They've waited a long time. So much, they've tried to get people to look at the case. They knew something was wrong with it. They just deserve the simple justice of truth, whether somebody gets persecuted for it or not. Alex is going to be in jail no matter what. They can at least have that. But have him have to deal with the truth, or whoever the perpetrators are, or however these things happened, even if it is about Paul and Maggie, just because they died doesn't mean that the truth can't still come out. Like, there's no reverence just because you're dead, like all your sins are wiped away. You still did what you did.
Yep.
And so if they are guilty of any of it, it needs to come out as the truth. And I don't want to speak ill. They say don't speak ill of the ill. And I'm not. I'm just saying truth is truth.
Yeah.
Truth is
Absolutely.
truth, right? I mean, whatever they have done, it still needs to come out so that everybody else can lay this to rest, because they deserve it. The families of the victims deserve the truth.
I'm chuckling
Agreed.
because you misspoke slightly, Claire. You said
What
don't
did I
speak
say?
ill. You said don't speak ill of the ill
Oh, I
instead of
meant
the dead. Yeah, I know
instead
you-
of the
I know
dead,
you-
because I hesitate to even do it. You see that? Like, I really do. That's my nan telling me, "Don't do it. Don't do that. Like, don't do that, girl." Yeah, I definitely don't speak ill of the dead or the ill. As you go. Because the ill, they're sick. You want to be kind to them. She's back down there. I can see her, but we have her muted back. She's like, Miss Pink Top is speaking loudly
Yeah.
into my other ear. Oy.
You guys are funny.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exit stage left,
for sure.
pursued by Bubba. Is that Shakespearean enough for you, Claire? Yes, it is. If you put Bubba in it, yes, it is. I definitely want him to be the narrator if there is a play. I do. Well, I don't know. Like, we got 20 minutes left. Everybody has to say, well, the majority of people in the chat think that Alex Murdaugh is guilty. There's still a 50-50 split on whether or not he will be convicted of it based on enough evidence, And that is
Absolutely.
consistent in most of the polls that I see. The Fitz News poll has had him guilty all along. Like, from day one. They run a poll every single day on their feed. And every day it comes up that Alex is guilty, actually from day one, because most people from the area know all the other stuff. And they just have a preconceived opinion about it. Always creative. We can compare Alex Murdaugh to Claudius from Hamlet. He was not prepared to repent enough to give up what he felt was gained. Exactly. I mean, that's why there's going to be no Alfred plea here. There's going to be no plea. Tony, let me put this up. My theory about Stephen is that Stephen called Buster to pick him up, and Alex Murdaugh was with Buster and realized SS and BM had a relationship and lost it and started hitting Stephen. Could be. Could be.
Yeah, that whole thing is horrible. I can't even. Yeah, I watched the thing about him and where they found him in the road and the fact that he wasn't run over, and blunt force trauma to the head, and yeah.
Yep. No, there's too much. And then they said it was just an accident, and then they were
Yeah.
trying to say that perhaps he was beat to death, that the injuries did not actually support a hit and run totally. There was questions, and so they had the body exhumed. Um, and
Yeah.
actually, it was another coroner that actually asked for the Satterfield body to be exhumed because the body, she did die at the hospital, and they didn't really go over the whole situation. And the coroner wanted the body exhumed because they thought there was more to it.
I think there
She
is.
may, yeah, she
Although
may
I
have
doubt
died.
I
Yeah.
doubt they're going to find any evidence at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Oh goodness, these guys are crazy.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you guys, Colin, you're damn, where's a very well-read bunch? Yes, we are. From Greek tragedy to Shakespeare, a little Stephen King and some Pratt, better way. I get it.
Pratchett, yeah.
Throw in some. I love Pratchett. My God, Terry Pratchett, Good Omens. Oh my God, yeah. Let me tell you, one of my favorites. Absolutely, absolutely one of my favorites. I'm very excited. There's going to be a season 2. About that one. Also because I'm a David Tennant fan. I just adored him. He's the best Doctor. I'll die on that hill. The best Doctor Who, number 15.
I'll die
Yeah,
on that hill.
I will, because there's certain hills like Pineapple Pizza, David Tennant in Doctor Who.
Yeah. Oh,
Certain
Neverly,
hills.
darling, just so you guys know, it was confirmed that was not Grisham in the audience. From
Yeah,
what I
that's
heard.
right. They did. They say he does look very, very much like him. They put pictures of the guy up next to Grisham, and they were really close. Like, I could see why people thought it was him. I can, actually.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, he did look very familiar.
exactly. They didn't think it was accidental, Tony, until after Alex Murdaugh inserted himself into the investigation. Again, original reports all said it looked like he was attacked. I hear you. Yep, this is why the family is very upset. They think it was covered up, and they think the Murdaugh family did it to protect their boys again, which was,
Again. Yep.
yep. We have that in common too, Kim, Dr. David Tennant. And also, the other hill I die on is Charlie Brooker. Is one of the most creative writers in Hollywood as it is. He's the writer of the Black Mirror series, and the way that he pulls his cinematographers, his editors, his directors all together to tell a story, and the way he weaves these things, I'm obsessed with that man. Obsessed. But
Right.
I need they're coming back with the new season of that too. I'm gonna be a very happy bear next year.
I
I've got a
was
lot to look
I
forward
was
to.
I was thinking with Neverly Darling's comment, she said, "Oh, I know, still it would be way cool." Honestly, that book is pre-written. It is so insane that no one has to write anything extra in it. Just write it
You-
out the way it happened, it would sell.
exactly. There's going to be so many. I would imagine that there's already so many books and all out there. People are on it, but I would like to see Grisham do a twist on it. I want to see him do the actual, when Grisham does it, he writes the crime out. He puts the weapon in your hand and he gives you the visuals.
Yep.
So, like, I want to see that done by somebody, one of the crime people. Yeah.
Aunt Jer, remember, he's not done yet. When they get back from lunch, the state is going to finish. They just took a break, so he is
Yeah.
not done with his. She
Yeah.
said the closing argument was good, restrained, but thorough. Yeah, he's not done
Yeah.
yet, so we're
He
gonna
was,
hear some more.
considering BCE, that big Creighton energy we're always looking at, he was very restrained, and I think he was on purpose. He wants them to absorb. He doesn't want them reflecting back off him. You know what I mean? At all.
T Mathers, he's not done yet, though. Remember that he's not
Yep.
he's not done with his closing. So we got to wait till the end to really. I mean, I'm going to wait till the end to really give a thorough opinion. But I think so far he's laid it out pretty clear. He's been calm.
Yeah.
He's
I'm
taking his
curious what.
time so the jury can understand it. Yeah.
Yeah. T Mathers, like, what didn't you like about it if it was kind of bad? I'm curious too. I think Alex should give his own closing. Well, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? That would be a
Boy,
new
that would
twist on
seal
it,
the deal.
wouldn't it? Like, because he gets caught in so many like misinterpretations and kind of like misleading stuff. That would be wow. But you could. He can spin a good yarn. It would definitely be entertaining. It would be what a story that would be, huh? Yeah. Because I would like to hear his side of it. What happened? Because you were there. You know what happened. So tell us.
Well, he
Like,
already
if you
had that
didn't do it,
opportunity and he
yeah,
didn't take it.
he didn't take it. He should have, because he was there close enough to he knows who did it. Like, he either
Mhm.
did it or he knows who did. He said the PowerPoint seemed silly and he seemed to contradict the drug addiction. He didn't contradict it, he poo-pooed it. I will admit that. He said for somebody that's been addicted to drugs 20 years, he kind of sort of put out the line that he sure can maintain himself pretty well and can act functionally, and everything was just fine. Like, he's not letting them use it as an excuse. I see what you're saying there. That's true. He did put that out there. He absolutely did. But I kind of like the PowerPoint because I think it plays to the jury. They need a way to stitch everything together. And that's the vehicle he chose to use instead of just words. 6 weeks in, they're pretty tired of words. I'll tell you that. Don't you agree, Granny? 6 weeks into
Oh
a
yeah,
trial,
no
they're
question.
not. Yeah, I wonder how much they actually hear at this point. You know.
Mhm.
Don't hang your head in shame, Korea. That's awesome. Oh, you misspelled Macbeth. I mistype the word the all the time. I wouldn't hang your head in shame. My wireless keyboard does me in. It actually skips letters and does all kinds of weird stuff on me. And if I'm not careful and go back and check, I sound like a babbling idiot, like all the time. A typing idiot, at least. You know.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You are not.
Mm. Oh, what a strange new world. That was such bubbles in it. I know, Liam. It's so Shakespearean. I love it. Oh, what a strange new world. Oh, what a wild tale we leave when first Bubba decides to deceive. Oh, yes. We can go there.
Oh, on Law and Crime, they just showed the vehicles going into the Moselle property with the.
Oh really?
Yeah, they just showed a little clip of it.
Yeah,
Of the three
yeah,
Suburbans taking the
That's-
jury in.
yeah, that was what they were showing like all morning, like a little clips of it, and that's how I know that they turned the other way because there was some commentary on it that they went the opposite way when they left. Oh, I
So
see.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Always, I thought it was a mistyping. I didn't mean. But yeah, okay. Hang your head in shame if you didn't know which one it was from. Listen, you get gold star just for even knowing it's Shakespeare, which is more than most people do. So like, don't be bad on yourself. So
Out,
Macbeth,
damn
Hamlet,
spot. Out, I
you
say.
know, Ash, Emil, Shramata, Hots and Pepper, Laverne and Shirley. Who cares? It's okay. It's okay. Yeah.
Well, T Mathers, I agree. I don't know if going to Moselle helps or hurts, is what they said. Yeah, I mean that's debatable, really. But either way, I think it's good that the jury saw everything, like the size of the feed room, the size of the doorway, where the doghouse was, and all that. I think it's good for them to go see it in person. And I really feel like it's gonna help the state more than it'll help the defense. But I am biased at this point and feel like he's guilty, so don't listen to me.
Mhm.
For sure. For sure. Oh, you guys are talking a bunch of freaking English lit stuff. I don't know.
Oh, we are. We're all nerds. I can't help it. I'm talking with Tony there for a second. I wasn't going to say it out loud, but yeah, I am definitely going to look up Dodger. But I want to tell you, there's an American guy, Christopher Moore. He's on Twitter, and he does this wild fiction. He's kind of like all fake, like imaginary stuff, but he's so wildly entertaining and easy to read that it amuses me greatly. It's a great, quick kind of read, his stories and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah. How much time until they come back injured? About 10 minutes, based on my and Pete Hutchins' time frame from what the judge said. The hour would be Eastern Standard. It would be 2:21 in South
And
Carolina.
he's been really good about staying right to the time that he says.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a hearing, about a month ago, and the judge had told us to be back at 8:30 in the morning the next morning, and one of the lawyers wasn't there. And we waited for her for, probably 20 minutes. And the judge had another thing he had to be at in 45 minutes. That's why he started us so early, is we had to take a break while he went to another commitment that he had. And so we finally ended up starting without her.
Wow, you actually had to start without her. That's like, whoa.
Yep.
Oh, Liam's gone all Shakespeare on me here. To Bubba or not to Bubba? That is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and shotguns of outrageous Murdaugh. It's so good. Oh, Bubba the Wonder Dog. You guys are great. You were at least on with me with my Bubba obsession. I mean, just, Bubba just adds so much. I definitely think he's got a story to tell.
Aunt Jer, not enough time for a full nap, but there is enough time for a cat nap.
5 minutes, maybe.
Right. That's enough time
7-minute
for a cat
nap.
nap.
For me, that's enough, to go heat up the coffee. That's about it. I couldn't even settle down in 5 minutes to take a nap. Maybe like a refreshing close my eyes. I don't know. Well, I would need more. I'm not sure. I'm with you guys. I don't know if it helped or hurt. I don't know what they could have gained, except for what I do think the reason Harpoolian wanted it is to push the theory that, Alex is totally innocent. He didn't know they were shot. He left without knowing it, even though that time frame kind of narrowed down a bit on him as the evidence came out. He's saying he wouldn't have heard the shots, that he left the property not knowing they were dead and then came back and discovered the bodies. Prosecution kind of proves the opposite, that he knew along they were dead. He still left the property, but he left knowing they were gone. And I think that's kind of proved with some of the cell phone data, especially now when we know he was at the kennels and he now admits he was at the kennels. Why was he frantically calling his wife while he was on his way to his mother's? To tell her he left when he was just with her 2 minutes before that?
Right.
And why wouldn't he have told her he was leaving then? It just doesn't make any sense. And then he deleted those messages because it kind of occurred to him that would look a little weird. So he deleted them, but they're on her phone. He's got a lot of stuff deleted on his phone. I'll look it up, Tony. Tom Holt, another one. I will look that one up too. We will all be so happy. You guys always creative, and Liam, go on. Just quote Shakespeare all day. I love it. Just keep going. It's great. It's quite entertaining. It does make me happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is when you find people that actually enjoy the same things that you do. You don't feel this way. I'm always telling everybody I am a nerd. I admit it. I'm a geek, a noob. I'm a tech phobe. I don't do very well with technology that much. Although I can learn it, I can deal with it in small doses up to a point. But now that I no longer work in that area anymore and use it all the time, I just keeping up with all the new stuff. It just changes too much. There's just so many changes so fast that I don't even bother. I mean, as soon as you buy your iPhone, it's outdated. It's gone. It's kind of like when you buy a new car and it depreciates by 33% as soon as you drive off the lot. You're not going to get that back. Oh.
Yeah. No. For sure.
What's this one? I'm watching I'll Be Gone in the Dark, an HBO doc about the book by the same name by Michelle McNamara, wife of Patton Oswalt, about the East Side. Oh, yeah. Oh, I had not watched that yet, but I heard about that one. I'll Be Gone in the Dark. I actually have it on my list to watch. Yeah.
Okay, Andre, you wanted it. Here you go.
What is it?
Pick some. She
Oh,
said she wanted to see
yay.
pics of Bubba.
Oh, there's pics.
So
I
I
want to
found
see
some good
pics of
ones,
him.
and yeah, there's a link to it.
Is Bubba a
He
good
was a
dog? Is
he
that
was a
actually
cutie.
Bubba? Is he? Oh, he's now I'm in love. Look at those eyes. He does
Yeah,
look a
there's
little
some pictures
guilty,
in
though.
here with like Paul Younger with Grady and all that. So you guys can dig through Buster walking Grady. Yeah, there's all kinds of pics in there. Enjoy.
Oh, look at
I
them.
looked it up just for Jer because I love her so much. Oh, thanks, Liam. He put a picture in Discord too.
Cool. Jeez. Oh, he's adorable. Now I'm in love. Okay. I don't think Buster did it anymore. I did think
Yeah,
he's
him and Grady are beautiful, beautiful Labradors for
beautiful.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm a dog lover. Yeah.
I know, right, Jer? Isn't he cute?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had some pretty puppies, but evil people can have cute dogs too.
Yeah.
So
We only have a couple of minutes, but I want to ask you guys about something I saw on Twitter earlier today. During the 911 call, you guys remember hearing the 911 call several times during the trial, right? They say, is that when he said, "God dang it, Paul, why'd you have to get involved?" or something like that? Was that when he said it? Like they're saying it was
oh my goodness.
159 mark while the operator is speaking. He also says he's like talking at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I remember him saying it. I can't remember when it was said.
Somebody brought it up. I don't know if he said it or they thought he said it. Like, I don't know if there's actually testimony that he said it because I would have heard that, like I would have remembered that. I think they were talking about it speculatively on one of the other YouTube channels or one of the other things that I watched on it. But I'm not sure if I actually heard it.
I don't know.
Yes,
Mm.
right, Record? Now that I've seen Bubba, I can confirm like it's in his eyes, isn't it? I feel for him. I'm like, oh, boo, Bubba. Yes, or done. He says he's seen some shit, and then he comes back. He says, or he's done some shit. Either way. Don't be getting on Bubba now. Like I know he's got a story to tell. I'm serious. Bubba's got a story to tell. And gosh, he's adorable. I'm gonna have to add him to the evidence now. That picture. Yeah. Oh, Aunt Jer said I've really gotten into it now. She's heard. Okay, that's similar. Yeah. It was going back and forth on Twitter. Like everybody was like, "No, that's not what he said." Yes, that's what he said. And they were like, "I didn't hear that." And I think later on I'm going to bring up the 9/11 call. I have it in the evidence, and if we're done with the feed, we may do that at the end of this if it's not too late. Depends on how long Creighton Waters decides to keep us here, and if they actually let Hartpoolian start. Oh, you mean the gardener? You mean what's that guy's name? CB Rowe? Tony? I don't know. You just
There was a
you
Dale
just took it
too.
back.
Dale
Well,
somebody.
yeah, but Dale was the kennel guy. All he did was the
Right.
kennels.
Yeah, and CB Rowe was
C-
the guy that was
CB Rowe is
yeah.
the gardener. He's a hand. He's like a farm hand kind of guy. Like he's the one who's
Right.
responsible for the sunflowers dying. Apparently, sunflower fever.
Yeah.
Remember they kept talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah, Jer said she heard on the call, I've really gotten into it now, or something like that. Yeah.
Yep, that's what she just said. This is separate from the they debate. Yes, it is, because this one is on the 9/11 call. It's very clearly him talking about himself being into it. Okay, thanks. I'm going to go and pull that up later.
Liam, remember, Bubba wasn't Alex's dog. Bubba and Grady were basically Maggie's dogs. Grady was more for the boys, I believe, when he was purchased, is what I hear. But Maggie took care of them and walked them, and they adored her. So I think if Bubba and Grady are going to do anything, they're going to go after Alex if he did it to kill his ass, because they watched him shoot at their mama,
Mm-hmm.
and dogs are very protective over that one person they love. So I'm pretty sure
Exactly.
he had to put him in the cage just so in the kennel so he wouldn't tear his ass up while he was shooting. So, yep.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting. I'm
A
not
lot
like,
of it is.
and they're 2 minutes late. And like, I'm like gonna undo the tab. Can you hear this if I undo the tab? I don't think you can if I don't pull it up. Do you hear her talking? Do you hear any talking besides me right now?
Nope. Nope.
Negative. I
Okay,
don't hear
good.
anything.
Yeah.
I'm also watching L&C too for when they start.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't start when
Yeah.
they do, I'll tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Chickens be mean. A shotgun. My Bubba for a shotgun.
Oh no, I like this Charlie Brooker quote. I'd consider a career in serial killing if the pay wasn't so bad. I know. Because it does have everything, doesn't it? Suspense, Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Master,
think the
go
pay would be
on, and
pretty
I
good.
will follow thee to the last gasp with truth and loyalty. I don't think so. Well, but not to Alex. Maybe to Maggie, but not to Alex. Because remember, Alex doesn't have anything to do with either of those dogs now that Maggie's gone. Yeah. The feathered mafia. You mean which one? The chickens or the guinea hens? Or like a merging of them both. They tried to take out Bubba and got Maggie and Paul instead. Chickens be mean. Yeah, chickens be mean. Here you go, Beck. Want to read this one?
Oh no. Oh, that one. Yeah, that's the one I was reading. A shotgun. A
Oh my God.
shotgun. My Bubba for a shotgun.
Oh my God. Yes. Okay. It's like there you
Our
go.
church said I'm trying to make the most of my
Yeah.
free 7-day trial of HBO and Discovery Plus that I signed up for to watch the Murdaugh docs. Any recommendations? I don't know. Don't ask me. Chickens, Bubba's,
He's
hose
gonna
pipe,
go.
and lend me a
Chickens,
12 gauge.
Bubba's, house pipe men.
Wait,
Let the 12 gauge magnum.
you have to say it like this: Chickens,
Go.
Bubba, hose
Yeah.
pipe men, lend me a 12 gauge magnum. That was part of the thing I really loved about senior class in high school was our senior English teacher. She was amazing, first of all, and really fun. But she was going through some Shakespeare stuff, and she's like, "Who wants to read it?" I would just read it every day because nobody else wanted to. I loved reading Shakespeare. It was so much fun.
Hey, we are up.
Oh,
cool.
Oh,
yes, we are.
there he is.
All right.
Oh,
See you later.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Colin. Yeah, we have to, he doesn't talk while the jury comes. He leaves me, So I'm glad we're back. Just a couple minutes late. Oh yes, I know. Emily B. Baker, Colin, everybody. I mean, it's quite popular. Oh no, the Pope, Deb, and about 10 other law tube channels, all hitting. Heaven knows how many true crime channels too. Yeah, I hear. Small and large. It goes across the gamut. All different types of coverage too. And the last quote from Shakespeare for Bubba, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, and Bubba got the stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. You may continue.
May
Muting.
please score, Your Honor. All right. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Motive means opportunity, guilty acts. That's the basic way to determine identity. So let's talk a little bit now about means, the tools to commit the crime. Family weapons were used to commit this crime. And this is forensic evidence that was presented to you. First of all, we'll talk about the blackout. And you've heard testimony that there were 2 blackouts purchased in December of 16. And that one went missing around Halloween of 17, years prior to these murders, and that a replacement without a thermal scope was bought in April of 2018. 3 blackouts that the defendant purchased can only account for 1 of them. And it's this 3rd blackout, which is the one that's at issue. You heard from Paul's friend, Will Loving. And first of all, let me say this. You heard the defendant in his various statements, and he's very concerned about saying that they didn't have a blackout. There was no blackout along with them, even though he slipped up once and said, yeah, we were out looking for hogs. And you heard from his law partners to do the same thing, saying, yeah, you can look for hogs in the daytime. Very, very concerned early on in the statements and saying they didn't have the blackout. They just had a .22 pistol. And he also said, eventually, he's like, well, I think I replaced it. I guess I replaced it. I'm certain I replaced it if you listen to his various statements. Very vague and fuzzy about this 3rd blackout. Until the friends, Paul's friends, both of whom testified, but Will Loving in particular. And what did Will Loving say? The defendant said the gun went missing around Christmas time of 2020, but Will Loving said, no, I was with Paul. I was with Paul in turkey season, which is in the spring. I was with Paul in turkey season, and we sat out at the steps right outside the house that y'all went to today, right on that side entrance that goes into the gun room. And if you look down, you can see how they were digging a pond and how you could fire down in that area. And they set up some targets to sight it in. And we were shooting that other gun. We were shooting that other gun, that replacement gun. And it had a red dot sight on it, not a thermal scope, but a red dot. A red dot, which is not good at shooting at night. But they were shooting it and sighting it in with the red dot, the tan gun. He was with Paul while they were shooting that gun right there. And what did Jeff Croft, who testified before you, find right there? Weathered cases or casings. Weathered cases right where Will said he and Paul were shooting that gun just a couple months prior to the murders. S&B 147 grain blackout rounds. And those rounds and empty boxes, and the pictures are in evidence, and the rounds are in evidence, were found all over that property. S&B 147 grain blackout. There were full clips found, there were empty boxes found, and there were also cases found, S&B 147 grain blackout rounds found across the street at their shooting house. 2 separate locations on the property. But what's really important, again, goes back to what Will said. I was with Paul when we shot that replacement gun right there. Right there. And you heard forensic scientist Paul Greer testify that the 6 cases, items 2 through 7, the 6 cases found around Maggie that killed her, were loaded into, extracted, and ejected through the same firearm that fired those weathered cases right outside the door where y'all went to today and at the shooting range across the street. A family blackout killed Maggie. It was present just a couple months prior to the murders, and it's gone now. It's gone now. A family weapon the defendant cannot account for killed Maggie. But what about the shotgun? The 12-gauge shotgun that was loaded with one federal double-aught buck and one dry lock number 2 steel shot. Well, first of all, you heard that the two weapons that Paul often favored and often carried were this shotgun right here and the blackout. Those were his two guns, his favorite guns, aside from his deer rifle. The defendant had that gun with him when Daniel Green, the first deputy on the scene, showed up. And shotguns, as you heard, are a little bit different than rifles. And the conclusion there was that the two fired shells that were inside the feed room that killed Paul had class characteristics similar with that Benelli, Super Black Eagle 3, but insufficient individual identifying marks to either match or exclude it. That shotgun right there. But what else did you hear about the shotguns? Paul had this Benelli Super Black Eagle 3. That was his gun. Camo print, camo strap. Nolan Tootin, Nathan Tootin, Will Loving, Rogan, all identified that as Paul's gun. It's the one that Alec had. It's got Maggie's DNA and blood on the receiver. You heard from the DNA expert. And it was loaded with 12 gauge and a 16 gauge misloaded round. What else did you hear? You also heard about the Super Black Eagle 2. And you heard from Nolan and Nathan that this was Buster's gun. This is the Super Black Eagle 2 that had the Mojo sticker on it. And that was recovered during SLED's search of the residence the next day. What else did you hear? You heard from Nathan and Nolan that the defendant's favorite gun was a Super Black Eagle 1. Remember Nathan going through each one of these guns and how knowledgeable he was as to the differences between them? SLED search Moselle for every 12 gauge. No Super Black Eagle 1. Family weapons. Family weapons killed these victims. And on top of that, just like the S&B 147, well, not as much, but they're in evidence, federal double-aught buck and the Winchester dry lock steel 2-shot rounds were recovered at various locations on the property. What does that mean? We talked about motive, means. The defendant had the means to commit these crimes. At the beginning of the case, I talked to you about some of the evidence that you would hear, and I held up my cell phone. And there's been a lot of that evidence, but the last witness you heard in the state's case in chief was Peter Rudolph, and he went through that timeline. And what does it show? We've gone motive means opportunity. Opportunity to commit the crime. And what does this timeline show? These are all the information, the various sources of information that were in this timeline. And let's look at what it shows. First thing right here is that the defendant arrived at Moselle at 6:42. Now, I'll say one thing. You've heard a lot of testimony about what he said about times. What time he got home, what time he went to the office, how long he was at Alameda. Certainly, people can have some variability in assessing that. But he almost never was right. Almost never was right. 6:42, he arrives at Moselle. Paul, according to his extraction, gets there about 7:04. And about 7:03, we see the defendant steps registering on his phone. And then over the next 30 minutes or so, we see a symmetry, general symmetry between the steps between Paul's phone and Alex's phone, as he described, walking the property. At 7:39, we have creation of the Snapchat video that had the clothes on it. When that ultimately was recovered and you saw the interview, it was shown to the defendant, who had provided his clothes that night. And at the first time, then he started talking about changing his clothes, and we'll talk more about that later. Again, 7:55 to 8:05, we have some symmetry with the steps. We have Paul Murdaugh's battery life, and you heard from the experts that have reviewed Paul's usage, that like many kids his age, he's constantly flirting with it being low, but that doesn't stop him from using it, and you see that in the evidence in this case as well. 7:56, again, that's when Paul sends the Snapchat to his friends. And then at 8:08, we see Paul leave the kennel area at 8:06, and 8:08 make his way down to the residence. 8:05 to 8:09. Around that time that Paul is getting there at 8:08, that's the last step activity on Alex's phone. And it's the last step activity until 9:02, which we'll talk about in a minute. Alex's phone pretty much goes with no activity for that time period. And also he has no cell activity from 6:52 to 9:04, which is right in that time period we'll talk about in a little bit. So, eating dinner. You heard the defendant talk about eating dinner. Paul is at that residence, if you look right here, from 8:14 down to 8:35. And again, that timeline exhibit, there's a big one and then there's a condensed one. And all of this is in there in evidence for y'all to look at. He's at that residence from 8:14 to 8:35. Now, the defendant, again, despite having a photographic memory, a new photographic memory about things that he told y'all that people are hearing for the first time, still can't remember specific things about Maggie's activities, as to when Maggie arrived, as to what they talked about. He can remember dropping his phone down in the console, but he can't remember things like that. He wants to remember things that help him try to explain to you why he never told the truth about maybe the most important thing he could tell law enforcement. But he can remember very specific details. He still gets this wrong. But she arrives at 8:17 in Moselle. They're already there. How do we know that? Because her cell phone disconnects from her Mercedes at 8:17, and that's when she starts showing steps. And Paul, what's he doing? He's still using his phone like always. We see the battery life, but he's still sending snaps. He's receiving snaps, bless you. He's sending to his friends, all these friends right here. He's receiving these snaps all during that time from 8:17 to 8:30, continuing to communicate with his friends, using his phone like always. And then what happens? About 8:30, Maggie's phone registers some steps. And consistent with that, consistent with her and Paul going down to the kennels, riding down to the kennels, we see Paul's Murdaugh's phone start showing steps. And then down here at 8:38, he's in that kennel area where those dots are. And if you look at that particular slide from 8:38 to 8:44, that's going to be the last GPS reading on Paul's phone, 8:44. You heard from Rogan. And you've heard from Rogan as it references this timeline. And Rogan tells you and told you from that witness stand that he was having a conversation with Paul about cash and the dog's tail. They were having an active conversation about that. Paul calls Rogan at 8:40 and they're talking about it. And Rogan says, send me a FaceTime, but if it doesn't work, send me a video. At 8:44, 4 minutes and 14 seconds, we have right here the FaceTime, but it only lasts 11 seconds. And then at 8:44:55, that's when the kennel video was recorded that lasts 50 seconds. At the beginning of this investigation, as you'll recall the testimony, they didn't have Paul's password and couldn't get in. And you heard in the defendant's August 11th statement that when he was asked about Rogan saying he may have heard Alec on the phone during this time, he said, well, I'd be surprised if that were the case. Because law enforcement didn't have this kennel video. They didn't have this kennel video until April of 2022. When Paul's phone was finally unlocked. And that changed everything. Why did it change everything? Opportunity. Being at the scene of the crime when the murders occurred. Opportunity. And more importantly, exposing the defendant's lies about the most important thing he could have told law enforcement. When was the last time I saw my wife and child alive? Why in the world would an innocent, reasonable father and husband lie about that? And lie about it so early? He didn't know that was there. And he could always say, well, Rogan must be mistaken. I'm surprised. Not if my times are right, was what he said. Rogan told you, I was expecting that video right there. That was supposed to be the next thing that happened. Send me the video because we were worried about Cash the dog's tail. He talked about how his girlfriend was going to call a veterinarian, or she had some association with one. There was an active conversation going on right then and right there. And what's going on still? Paul's still also texting his friends. You might recall that in opening statement, the defense counsel said, oh, he was texting after that video for 10 minutes. It's not for 10 minutes. It's for barely a minute. Down here, 8:48:58 to 8:49:01. That's the last time that Paul's phone was unlocked. And what do we know? We know that the defendant was there just minutes earlier at the scene of the crime with the victims. At 8:49:01, Paul's phone locks. He never sends that video to Rogan. You heard Rogan say that when he watched that video. You heard him say, that's the video I was supposed to receive. That is the video that my friend was supposed to send to me. And he never did. In fact, Rogan responds at 8:49:35, and he says, see if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl. We know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. Even though this is an active conversation with Paul, who you heard from multiple friends, was one to respond and use his cell phone, Paul never reads it. Paul never reads it. What happens at 8:49:31? We're 8:49:01 for Paul, 8:49:31. Maggie reads Lynn's response to the group thread about Mr. Randolph, and then her phone locks forever and is never unlocked again until it's recovered the next day. Down here, 6/8 at 1:10. $8.49 for both of them. The defendant, after hearing multiple individuals of his family and friends and law partners get on the stand and listen to that video and say, that's him on that video, got on the stand for the first time and said, okay, I was there. He was forced into doing what he does all the time, and that's coming up with a new lie when he's confronted with evidence he can no longer deny. And the only reason he did that is because all those witnesses at that witness stand said, yeah, that's him. He's there. Why would he lie about that, ladies and gentlemen? Why would he even think to lie about that if he were an innocent man? Why would he even think about that? But he got on the stand and he's told you a story, and we're going to talk more about that story in a minute. But his story was that he didn't want to go down there, and then he went down there, and he went down there really quick and got care of the chicken and went straight back, and he can't remember anything about what he talked about with Maggie. He can't remember their conversation at dinner, but he's dadgum sure about the fact that he went down there and went straight back. But even if you give him the benefit of the doubt, his story doesn't make sense. Because that kennel video is 50 seconds. It's over at 8:45:45. Even if you give him the benefit of the doubt that he could take care of the chicken and maybe the fastest dog and chicken chase ever, and put that chicken up and not say a word to Maggie and Paul and get on that golf cart and drive all the way back to the house, where does that put you? Puts you right at 8:49. At which point he claims he went inside and he managed to doze for a second. Then he's up at 9:02, perhaps the quickest nap ever. It doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new story to fit facts he can no longer deny. From a person who not a single person who was close to him knew who he really was. Not a single person close to him hadn't been lied to by this man. And I would submit to you that this one is the most blatant one yet. And we'll talk more about that in a second. What happened at 8:49? Y'all been to the scene. That feed room door is probably a bit tighter than this. But you saw the evidence from Kenny Kinsey and all the rest of them that clearly Paul was in the middle of that feed room. It's a kill zone. Nobody in there with him. He's in that room. No defensive wounds at all. His hands are down. And he takes that shot, buckshot to the chest. And any person who did that would probably think that took care of business because this buckshot, but for some reason he was canted this way and it went through. It was 1,000,001 shot. That it didn't kill him. Alec thought it did. Alec, the lawyer, Alec, the prosecutor, Alec who's thinking through that we'll see he's manufacturing an alibi, and he's also manufacturing the fact that there's 2 guns used. But we know, unlike the expert they called from Connecticut, where they can't even get ARs, who doesn't know about people riding around on property, he doesn't know about Paul and the 2 guns he likes to use. He doesn't know about this family and how common those guns are together. Says, well, his only conclusion is, oh, it would be practical for somebody just to fire out the clip. But this is him. This is Alec, the prosecutor, the lawyer, and he's thinking through this. He's thought through this. He's going to use 2 guns because it's going to confuse people that perhaps there were 2 shooters. But again, it doesn't make sense. 2 family weapons. But he thinks Paul's shot. And you heard the testimony that Paul appears in the feed room doorway. Is Alex putting down that shotgun to pick up the blackout and is startled by Paul? And that's why the angle's like that? And catches Paul like that? And goes up into the ceiling, as you've heard the testimony from Kinsey. And blows his brains out. And what happens with Maggie right here? We see activity on Maggie's phone. You heard about sandal prints. You heard from Kenny Kinsey about the mark on her leg from the Polaris over there by the overhang next to the feed room. You've seen the diagrams and the crime scene photos that all those cases are in that area between the doorway to the feed room and where Maggie was found. You heard that Maggie had no defensive wounds. You also heard Paul had sibling from that first shot, a close range shot, with no indication that he detected a threat from the person who fired that weapon. And why? Because it was him. Same with Maggie, because Maggie sees what happens and she comes running over there, running to her baby. Probably the last thing on her mind, thinking that it was him who had done this. She's running to her baby while he's picked up the blackout and opens fire at close range, again with no defensive wounds. And she takes those 2 shots that you heard Dr. Reamer say were parallel, and it crumples her over. In those cases, you can see them move around. It takes that shot that goes through here. She goes down flat, and then there's the shot in the back of the head. Malice? Is that malice, ladies and gentlemen? Is that malice to do that? Is that intentional harm to another with a bad intent, with an evil intent to do those things? Clearly, I submit to you. Clearly, it's malicious. Clearly, it's malicious. She was running to her baby, heard that shot, was running to her baby when she got mowed down by the only person that we have conclusive proof was at that scene just minutes before, and who lied about that very fact until he could no longer do it to you last week. Alec told you he went down there in the golf cart. We'll talk about this a little bit, but they had their expert come up here with the 5'2" people and all the rest of it. Be sitting in a golf cart. But he comes up in the golf cart. But what we don't see, as I said before, is any activity on his phone until 9:02. That the crime occurred around 8:49 to 8:53. Down there at the feed room, State's Exhibit 516. It's just a diagram. Remember that Roger Dale Davis did about kennels and the hose there and how it wasn't put up the way he would put it up. If you're going to wash off real quick, what better place to do it? The water, the pictures of the water in States 199 and 190. It wouldn't take long to strip down and wash yourself off. Get in that cart and head back to the house. And then at 9:02, the defendant over there, who wouldn't even admit until forced to that he was even at the scene, all of a sudden, he is as busy as he has ever been. 9:02 to 9:06, 283 steps. 9:03, we see the system start up on the car, and that could mean that he's close by the car. Has he returned with Maggie's phone and placed it in that car? And then what do we see from 9:02 to 9:06? Not only is he 283 steps in that 4-minute period, but he is making calls like crazy. And I asked him, I said, what were you doing? What were you doing? And even though he has a photographic memory about things that he thinks will convince you, he could not answer what he's doing during this 4-minute period that is so illustrating of what we're talking about here. That for 4 minutes, he is not only going 283 steps. This is a defense exhibit, defense 156. "283 steps, and they put in the distance. We heard the distance isn't as accurate, but it illustrates the point. That's 208 meters. Meter, roughly is a yard, a little bit more, a little bit less. I don't remember. But let's say it's 600 feet. It's a lot. And he couldn't remember what he was doing. I asked him, you been on a treadmill? Were you doing jumping jacks? What were you doing at the same time you're calling all these phones? Why is he calling multiple times? We can see right here. He calls Maggie. He calls Randolph. He calls Maggie again. All in that 4-minute period where he's moving around. But he couldn't remember what he was doing. Just getting ready. Is the prosecutor, the lawyer, manufacturing his alibi? because he knows he's got to get to Alameda quick. He's got to compress those timelines, and that's exactly why he knew to being to start with. He's got to compress those timelines so that it would convince whoever down the road that he couldn't have done it. He's got to compress them. And that's why he's doing all that right then and there. System startup, 9:05:56 in the Suburban. And then this is interesting. Maggie's phone has that orientation change to portrait 2 seconds before Alex's second call goes in to her phone. If it's some random vigilante who knew to hide out there and counted on family guns being there, did he have ESP? Did he have ESP to move that? Or was that Alec turning the phone as he got to the Suburban, checking as he manufactured his alibi that it was coming through? And we saw how quickly out of the gate when law enforcement arrived and in his first interview, how he's immediately referring to his phone. And besides that, you've heard about Alec. You heard from witnesses. He went down to the kennels, but he didn't take his phone. Is that also the lawyer and the prosecutor making sure his phone was not with him when he went down there? You heard testimony. It would be unusual for him not to take that phone down to the kennels. And then he gets underway. With this call right here too. All those calls, all those steps, when his phone finally goes active, just minutes after he was at the scene with the victims and he lied about it and he's so busy. But let's take him at his word again. Why in the world, if he's calling her so much, if he's so busy and so concerned to call her as many times as that in a 4-minute period, why would he not just drive by the kennels? Why would he not just drive down there? Just say, hey, Max, I'm going to Alameda. What you guys doing? Hey, Paul, you want to go? Why is he so busy and making so many calls, but doesn't drive the less than a minute down there to see what they're up to? Why would he not do that? And you've heard testimony from Marion. You even heard it from the defendant's own mouth about whether or not Maggie was going to go with him to Alameda, that Alec had actually asked her to come home that night, which he denies, and said in his statement that he found out later that that was the case. But you saw the text from Blanca, and you heard from Marion that Alec wanted Maggie to come home that night. Make sure of it. Malice? With all of that, why would he not just turn and drive down there? He was just there in a golf cart. Why would he not drive down there? Why is he so anxious to have missed calls with her and he was just there and not drive down there? About the same general time period that he lied to until he tried to tell you what he told you from the stand last week. Right here, Suburban connects to the Alex's iPhone. He calls Maggie at 9:06:52, and he's getting in the Suburban right at that time. Maggie's backlight goes off from 9:07 to 9:31, and you've heard the testimony from the various experts about the backlight. And then he leaves Moselle Road at 9:07:06. All of this is fitting together. He's on the move. At 9:08:36, He's right here doing 42 miles an hour, and there's Maggie's phone location. And then 9:08:42, he's just past it. And at 9:08:58, just 20 seconds after he's almost at that location, he texts Maggie's phone and says, going to check on him, be right back. That text was unread. Now, there's been a lot of discussion from all the experts about the backlight issue. And every single one of them said that there's a lot of variables about that light coming on. Every single one of them said it's not going to record an orientation change unless that light is on. And you heard from each one of the experts about those variables and about the fact that there's no guarantee that it's going to come on or not come on. And you heard from Paul McManigal about that issue. And they cross-examined him about that and all the rest of it, but it's just a common sense determination about how iPhones work, about how they work. That raised awake feature is set for actual somebody lifting it up in the normal course. It is not set to respond necessarily to violent motion like flipping it. And every single expert testified to that. Every single one of them did. And then, besides that, you'd have to accept the fact that Alec is driving by just moments prior to that time. All of these circumstances would have to go the other way of the reasonable inferences in this case. Paul McManigal got up there and testified as to these issues and as to the fact that there's no guarantee, in fact, more likely than not, that if the phone is violently thrown or flipped or frisbeed or whatever, it's not going to light up. And that's consistent with what every other expert said. (9:07 to 9:22). The defendant's on the way to Alameda, and you heard testimony from Mr. Rudolph about this, from Agent Rudolph. He's hitting 74 miles an hour at night on that particular route. What's he in a hurry about? That's faster than he drove to work. Why is he in a hurry? Because he knows he has to compress that timeline. And then along the way, he's manufacturing the alibi by making these short calls. 60 seconds. He calls Chris Wilson. He calls John Marvin. Chris Wilson calls him back. He's on the phone the entire way. Does he say to any of them, hey, I can't get Maggie on the phone? Say anything like that? They're very short. He doesn't talk about much. And then we get down here at 9:20, there's a 131-second call, which means that call is over at 9:22:45. And that's also when we see the vehicle go into park. That's when we have the arrival at Alameda as well. And you heard from defense witnesses that, well, people would park around back right there. Okay. It's also, though, near these structures. There's that line right there. But what do we see? From 9:22 to 9:32, we've got 195 steps taken. We have him calling Libby Murdaugh, which would be calling the house 2 minutes later. And then from there, we have at 9:31 and 9:32, we have system startups on the Suburban, which you've heard from the experts could be from having that remote key in your pocket and walking near the car. 9:22 to 9:32 is the steps. And 9:31, you've got two system startups. And what did you hear from Shelley that he called, but it still took a number of minutes before he came in. And that's about 6 minutes right there. Meanwhile, what's he so busy right there at Alameda? Meanwhile, Rogan is trying to call his friend to no avail. He tries to message Maggie. Tell Paul to call me. Neither one of them can respond. Still a busy guy at Alameda. 9:35 to 9:45, we've got 60 steps. We also got another at 9:36, around the beginning of that time period, another hit on the system startup. 9:36 to 9:41. Down here, about a 5-minute period, we've got another hit. And then at 9:43:05, the Suburban moves out of park. He's not there very long. And he's moving around a lot, and he's sitting off that car while he's at Alameda. He told law enforcement multiple stories about his trip there. You heard Miss Shelley Smith talk about that. You heard her talk about him trying to tell her how long he had been there. He says he was just trying to tell her the truth, but that's not how she felt. And Blanca didn't feel the same way when he tried to talk to her about what he was wearing that night. Both of these being people that's worked for that family for a long time. But he's a busy guy during all of this. Leaving Alameda, we have the pause. 9:44 and no seconds to 9:44 and 54 seconds. And that's during the time period that Alec calls that phone of Maggie's again. This is the time period where he remembered, because I asked him on cross, and he remembered very specifically about his phone falling down in the console and that whole story. Is that true, ladies and gentlemen? Or is he coming up with some details on the fly when he can't remember more important things, like what was the last conversation you had with your wife and child when you jetted down to the kennels and back? What did y'all talk about at dinner? What were you doing from 9:02 to 9:06? Those are questions he doesn't want to answer. But would a reasonable person remember those things? Would they not replay in their mind every day the last conversations that they had? Why would he remember that console story? Because he lies convincingly and easily, and he can do it at the drop of the hat. And you've heard testimony about that. He's been doing it to all the people who trust him for years. And he did it to y'all. He's manufacturing an alibi. He's smart. He's a good lawyer. His family has a history of prosecution. He understands these issues. That's why this case is a case that had to be figured out this particular way, because he knows what to do to try to prevent evidence from being gathered. And if you listen to his statements again and listen to the questions he asks, he's asking questions like that. He's trying to figure out, what do the police have? What do they know? He's a prosecutor trying to manufacture his alibi, and we see this again. He calls Paul. He sends a text, "Call me, babe." Of course, none of that's read or responded to. And then in 9:52:15, he calls Chris Wilson. "Call me if you up. Call me if you up." And Chris calls back, and they chat for about 2 minutes, including the connection time. 2 minutes. And what does Chris Wilson say? Well, he says it was a normal conversation. Well, of course it is with this guy. He's convincing. But what does Chris say? The only thing that they talked about was Chris bringing up some case. And then Alec was like, "Hey, I got to go." I'm at Alameda. Did Alex say, hey, I'm trying to get home. I can't get Maggie on the phone. I've called her like 6 times. Paul won't her either. Did Alex say, he said, call me if you up. Did Chris say that Alex said, I got to ask you a question or let's talk about this? No, Chris brought up some case and it was mundane. It was mundane. It's manufacturing an alibi. He's calling anybody who will answer the phone for these short conversations. And it's one of the first things out of his mouth in the first interview. Look at my phone. I called this person. I called this person. I called this person. I called this person. He's manufacturing this alibi. Also, throughout all of this relevant time period, you see from the Dillon Hightower extraction, you'll see that over and over again, all these call logs that are deleted from the extraction. They're deleted, which occurred on June 10th. What's up with that? On the way back, these are defense exhibits 141 and 142. Rolling pretty heavy at 75 to get there. And I'm sure the defense will point out that 80 miles an hour was a peak. Still running pretty good there. What's he in a hurry about in the dark? Doing 80 miles an hour. At 9:51:42, rolling 80 when he texts Chris, call me if you're up. His peak speed when he's texting me. 10:01, he arrives at Alameda, and this is going to be important. Rogan, of course, is trying to call Paul, and he texts Paul, yo, which is unread, but hits Paul's phone. And then he gets to, says Alameda. Sorry about that. That's obviously back at Moselle. He gets there. He's shifting in and out of park from 2200, which is 10 o'clock, to 10:01:43. He's calling Maggie at 10:03:58. And then at 10:05:06, he leaves for the kennels. At 10:05:57, he arrives at the kennels about a minute later. Make it a minute in a Suburban. How long is it going to take in a golf cart? At 10:05:57, he arrives at the kennels. And 10:06:14 is the 911 call. Now, there's a lot of back and forth with him about that. But in his statements, with what he told his law partners, that he went in great detail over about his activities that night, including lying to them about ever going to the kennels. He was very clear that he got out of the car and went and checked Paul and Maggie. One time he said to see if they're breathing. Another time to say to check a pulse. You've seen the horrific injuries they'd suffered. 19 seconds. Is that enough time for a surprised human being to come across that scene, process what they are seeing? Get out of the car. Go over there. Check both those bodies and then call 911. He's changed the story now yet again as he's confronted with this evidence. The reason why it's so quick is because he knew exactly what scene he was going to find. 19 seconds. During that 911 call, and you can hear it on the 911 call, he leaves for the residence from 10:11 to 10:14, and you can see the map points on there. And those are the speeds on the Suburban on those trips. Took just under a minute doing 35 and 30 miles an hour. So think about that when you go back to his story about a casual trip down to the kennels in a golf cart. Look at his times that he's trying to convince you of. (10:17), he gets off the 911 call. He calls Randy. He calls Randy again. He calls John Marvin. And then we see at 10:20 and 8 seconds, Paul's phone reflect that auto lock thing that could be, as you heard from the testimony, it not recognizing a face. And this is interesting. As we'll see over the next few slides, he spends a whole lot of time trying to call Rogan Gibson. He told you, oh, well, he's a good boy that lives down the street, he lives close by. He's calling Rogan before he calls many of his family, before he calls Buster. Calling Rogan multiple times. And those texts would have come in on Paul's phone. What's he so concerned about? He said he turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out. This is a sealed exhibit. I'm not going to name it. Popped out. Manufacturing an alibi, concerned about the evidence. Worried about what Rogan may have known or may have heard. I'll put it down. Can I have this back, please? I'm sorry, Mr. Thank you, Mr. There, 10:24. iMessages, call me, 10:25. 10:29, 10:25, the first deputy's on scene. 10:29, calling Randy. 10:30, Rogan again. And then finally at 10:34 is when Paul's phone powers off. Opportunity. Motive, means, and opportunity. Guilty conscience. I've already kind of talked about these, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but you heard from Blanca Simpson. Blanca Simpson said he was wearing like a polo shirt when he left. Wearing this shirt in the Vinnie Vine. She recognized both of those. He, of course, turned over the T-shirt that he was wearing when law enforcement arrived. And then you heard Blanca say he later tried to convince her that he was wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt. 3 shirts in one day. And the fourth one he tried to get Blanca to say. And you heard her testimony. She felt very uncomfortable by that. Multiple changes of shoes in the day. He wouldn't be wearing those shoes if he were out riding the property. I've already mentioned the text from Maggie that Alex wants me to come home, but he can't even be clear about that point because that doesn't fit with his narrative. Marion Proctor says the same thing, but he can't admit that because that doesn't fit with his narrative. She was surprised that Maggie didn't go along to Alameda. And then she said, Alec made an interesting comment, one of many, some of which came from that stand that we'll talk about in a little bit. Whoever did this thought about it for a really long time. Why would he say that? Because he told you that it was just random vigilantes from the boat case, of which there is no evidence whatsoever that you've seen in this record. Trials depend on evidence. There has to be evidence to make a decision. And his claims trying to manufacture something about the Babe case, there's been no evidence whatsoever of any specific other individual. There has to be evidence to consider, not just mere allegations that have no basis in any sort of evidence. Whoever did this thought about it for a really long time. I think if you think about the defendant's statements and some of the things he says, a lot of times he says things in one context, but he means them in another. When he says things like, I hurt the ones I love the most. We talked about Shelley. After Randolph's funeral, he shows up early. She might have said Wednesday, but there was other information that Randolph's funeral was on Monday. But anyway, shows up with something blue, shows up early, wants to come in, goes and moves some vehicles. And then there's that raincoat, huge raincoat. She calls it a tarp, but it's a huge raincoat. And it's got a ton of GSR on the inside. And it's found in a closet upstairs. States 411. He was a busy guy at Alameda, as we just saw. Was moving around, kept hitting off of his Suburban. And then, of course, as you heard, he was with family for the next few days. After the funeral, he's back. And it was weird enough and interesting enough that Shelley said something about it. I'm also saying that in her experience, it was unusual for him to come that late. Then we have the defendant and his many statements. Went through a lot with the defendant, who told you that the reason why he was telling you this new story was because he was paranoid because he had a bag of pills in his pocket, because he had a distrust of SLED, because David Owen asked him about his relationship with Maggie. And his law partners told him that he should have an attorney present, which one is in here. One of his law partners sitting in the back.
I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
I asked him repeatedly, is this the point where you decided to lie? At which point did you decide to lie?
I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
I'm going to do that twice. Or was it this point when he first says, I was at the house?
I was at the house.
Or was this the point? He said, he mentioned specifically, and he kept adding factors. And one of the things was, well, Dave Owen asked me how my relationship was. This question, this is when he decided to lie?
How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
But he digs in on the point.
What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said,
This is June 8th at 1:21 in the morning. And he's admitted to you that he's lying right there. Look how easily he did it. About such a crucial thing.
and she's very good about answering the phone. So that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
It was odd, but not that big a deal. But again, he's enough to say it was odd. He's enough to make all those calls while he's doing 283 steps, but he doesn't drive 50 seconds down to the kennels. Going to the next interview. Again, what's the tone of this interview? How is he being treated?
Pretty traumatic.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I know
so,
you
yeah.
need to ask me. You ask me what you need to.
So,
Is that an aggressive interview? Is that something to make somebody paranoid?
I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday, and I was mostly just getting ready for those things, and then other junk.
Mentions the boat case.
Paul left.
And I'm assuming, Paul left
Okay.
because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down for you.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got it.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
So easy for him to do.
And you said you laid down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you was going to your
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
Adding more detail, that's just lies. Watch how he responds to this one. Watch what his head does. See if you observe that yourself when he's over there looking you in your eyes and trying to convince you of something.
trying to narrow that. The last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that, you know.
Going to the third interview on August 11th.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
You know, I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off.
Video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night, and you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah, I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. It would have been
Before dinner or after dinner?
No, it would have been. What time of day was that? I would have thought that had already changed.
There's not a timestamp on it because there's so many posts. But I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess I changed when I got back to the house.
Had some very specific recollections for y'all when he testified with his new story that had never been heard until last week.
Did he and I know? But Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken.
Line right there. He was down at the kennels, shaking his head forward.
You were just down there with Paul. You left and went back to the house for dinner.
Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, and, just the whole property. And that was before dinner, yes, sir.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until your return trip from visiting your mother.
Yes, sir.
I've got information that Paul's on the phone and Maggie was heard in the background and you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there, and he said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
Who do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all of his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. You think of anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, sir. When we were talking, he had asked me that. So, he had told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
come back to that. So I want to talk a little bit about the crime scene. What it indicates. I want to advise everyone there will be likely be sealed exhibits. I don't need the ammo quite yet. I'll let you know this year. You guys went out to the scene today and you saw how it looks now. Take a good look at those trees and where they were back in the day of the incident. I'll put this up on the ammo in a second. And you can see the proximity of the kennels to that residence back on June 7th, 2021. Get out the ammo, please. Have the PowerPoint back, please. There's not any images of the PowerPoint that I understood, but I do have these right here. All right, Dr. Reamer. You've heard from Dr. Reamer, you heard from Kenny Kinsey, and you heard from the defense experts. So, have the computer back. Paul, first blast to the chest, stippling, arms down, not fatal for a buckshot blast to the chest. This is where there was some dispute from the defense experts. The second injury went into the left shoulder, into the cheek, with an exit wound on the top of the head, with instantly fatal and terminal collapse. Dr. Reamer's done 5,500 autopsies. She does an independent autopsy. She actually physically examined the victim, and she was very clear that it could not have happened from the top without destroying Paul's face. And I can show the image again. I'm reluctant to because I know y'all have seen it enough. So I'll rely on y'all to recall that his face was intact. I'll rely on y'all to recall, and this is sealed, all the evidence up top here at the top of the door. I will rely on y'all to recall Kenny Kinsey's testimony that buckshot don't reverse course, that kinetic energy is going in one direction. I'll rely on y'all to recall all the biological matter that you see at the top of this door. I'll rely on y'all to recall, looking at states 339, which is the wadding from the shot to kill Paul. Because if you recall, the wadding from the chest shot was found still in his chest right here. This is the wadding on the ground from the shot to his head. And if one of the things that you recall from Dr. Reamer's testimony and looking at Paul's face was the abrasions around that cheek wound that came from the wadding as it entered there. You heard from Dr. Reamer that the reason for the shape on the shoulder was because it went along the shoulder and opened up that area there, but still was focused and then expanding as it entered in here. But she also testified that if it was here, that force would not have left his face intact. Manner of death, homicide. Then you heard from Dr. Kenny Kinsey. What we described earlier, Paul was first shot in the feed room, largely agrees with her. Arms were not up. He believes the shot was a little closer and the lack of stippling could be chalked up to the black t-shirt, but also agrees, as she does, no defensive wounds. Looking at the blood spatter locations there, and he testified in great detail and testified yesterday, there was no high velocity blood spatter on the ground at the entrance to the feed room, which would be necessary for the shot to have occurred in the manner in which the defense suggested. The spatter travels upward in an upward direction, and you can see that on the door. He spoke of the blood, the void area, and then he spoke of the blood on the ground that was around where Paul drops, and that it's low speed spatter. He talked about the dents in the feed room door, the pellet lodged in the door frame upward. It's only possible if it's traveling through Paul's head. Not possible if it's from a ricochet, as the defense suggested. And steel is much less malleable than lead. What else did he say? Dr. Kinsey said that he, I think 36 times that he's observed contact wounds to the head with a shotgun, including one that happened in front of him, actually observed it. And he also said that any sort of contact wound like that would have destroyed the head and destroyed the face. And he was clear about that. He's actually seen them. And I think what you see with the defense experts is they're coming to you with absolutes to try to make you consider that there's the possibility that a crime scene can definitively establish whether they're one or two shooters or whether or not they're of a certain height. And that's just not how it works. And you heard that from Dr. Kinsey. That's not how it works. Not how it worked in this scene. It's a red herring, ladies and gentlemen. It's a red herring. You've seen the testimony from Kenny Kinsey. He returned to talk about these issues. You saw the demonstration over there in the doorway. That seemed realistic to you? Or is Kenny Kinsey's explanation consistent with the evidence, consistent with his experience, consistent with Dr. Reamer's 5,500 autopsies who actually observed the victims, consistent with the blood spatter, the lack of high velocity on the floor, but the existence of high velocity on the top and the low velocity blood splatter on the floor? What's consistent with the evidence? Maggie. Again, no defensive wounds. The first two shots to her abdomen and her leg on a parallel path and likely in close succession. Stippling, close range, The mark on the back of her leg, running to her baby, didn't see it coming. Bends over, maybe on her hands and knees in pain. You saw me demonstrate that with both Dr. Reamer and Kenny Kinsey. And that's when she suffers that third rifle injury. And you heard their expert come in and say, no, it had to be going this way instead of this way. Going up with that graze, hitting her breast and into her head here. And Dr. Reamer actually performed the autopsy physically. She looked at the hole. She described the hole. She talked about the injury coming up into the head. And she showed you that. And she took issue with this idea that you can look at skin tags and that sort of thing and come to any conclusion about directionality. But what she told you is, I looked at this wound. I saw the hole as it went up into the brain. This was an entrance wound up into the head. Instantly fatal and terminal collapse. The wrist wound could have been an extraneous wound, or it could be associated with this. Third rifle injury, and then, of course, the fourth rifle injury to the back of the head that had the canyon effect. Would have been instantly fatal, except for the fact that this one, there has to be some clearance for that third shot to come up. Again, manner of death is homicide. So what did Dr. Kinsey say? Again, he took issue with an expert coming in and trying to tell you that he can determine the location or the height of the shooter in this manner. He told you the cardboard, that cannot be relied upon. And while he did agree with the angle on the doghouse, he showed you how changing the aspect of the shooter could easily fit with Alec. And that it is too far and way out over its skis to try to assert that you can determine from such information that the shooter had to be 5'2". That's not what you can do. Dr. Kinsey is a crime scene analyst. How many crime scenes did he say he'd done? Hundreds of homicides, thousands of pieces of evidence, real world stuff. That's what he comes and talks about. And you simply can't make those determinations in a real world environment to come in here and try to tell you that from that sort of thing, the shooter had to be a particular height. You just can't do it. You can't do it. I submit to you that Dr. Kinsey knows what he's talking about, and Dr. Kinsey has the years of experience in real-world applications of crime scenes to make those judgments. And I also submit to you that Dr. Kinsey isn't going to get out over his skis and try to make assertions to you in absolutes. The guy with the 5'2" people refused to even concede the possibility of variables. But Dr. Kinsey knows that that's how reality works, and he's not going to get out over his skis and try to tell you something that simply cannot be supported by the evidence. And that's what the defense expert did. The shooter could easily be 6'4" or taller and fit all those bullet trajectories. Of course, one thing that the defense expert didn't consider and wouldn't even consider is all his little gray people are holding the guns down like this. No consideration of kneeling, of sitting, of being in any sort of different position. But the reality is, these are fluid. Maggie is running to her baby. She's moving. And when she gets hit, most likely when she hits her leg against that Polaris, there's biological evidence on that Polaris. And she comes forward and collapses as Alec is moving around her, firing. had that expert come in yesterday, and I've kind of mentioned this, but I'll mention it again, who came in yesterday, the day before. Even I've lost track of time at this point. But try to get out over his skis again and testify to you that it had to be 2 shooters because there were 2 guns. And why would you not just use the blackout? Is that opinion helpful or makes sense? Knowing what you know about this case and knowing what you know about the firearms of this particular house and knowing what you know about Alex Murdaugh as you look at the rest of this evidence and what he's trying to manufacture to confuse these issues. Kenny Kinsey told you that it's just as likely that it could be 1 shooter. And sorry, and although this is not to scale, yeah, the feed room right here, Blair's is right here. And the cases, while they can't be relied upon as specific location, they still can be illustrating general area, and they're all in that area, moving from here to here. GSR on the defendant's hand and the seatbelt.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Oh, what do you think this break is about? 15 minutes. Wonder if she's going to come on. I should just mute that for a second there, just in case. You know, if it's 15 minutes, she's going to come. Oh, there you are. Hey.
My goodness.
You are a... Wait a minute. Let me see if he's saying anything.
Hold on.
15-minute recess.
Wait, here he is. Wait, he's just saying... Nope, he just said break after they left. That's it. He's just saying break. Okay. But you know, pink shirted lady's coming, so I'm going to have to mute it. Okay. Welcome, Godless Granny.
Hello.
Beth.
Hello. Beth.
Wow. That was something. Like, I'm like, whoa, way to send it home. That consciousness of guilt thing was pretty epic. Showing all of everything he did to try to abate and cover up for himself, and all the lies are out there, everything. I mean, I can't think of anything he didn't mention yet.
I don't know. I can't think. You know, it's funny when they say he killed Paul, he's weeping. He killed Maggie. Dirty sidelong look at Waters for a steady like 45 seconds, just held it staring at him.
Yep.
So looks guilty. Yeah.
I'll
what do you
tell
think,
you.
Granny?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Beck?
What do you think about where we're at? Do you think there's, like Claire was saying, do you think there's anything so far that he's missed? I mean, he's
Not
working
that I
his way
can
through the
think of.
timeline.
No, I think he's got it nailed.
I agree.
Yeah. How do you guys feel he did with the technical data of the cell phone in the steps, in the GPS and all of that? Did he explain it simply enough? That timeline was real tight. Like he was like, boom, boom, boom. And he clearly says, and then Alex has the phone and does it. Like he's putting it in their heads. The reason certain things are happening is Alex's phone's turned off and he's got Maggie's phone. He looked at Paul's phone. We know that. And then why is he spending all that time calling Rogan? To make sure that he didn't actually get to talk to Paul right before and find out what was going on. I do believe altercations were going on since they took that ride together. Since then, I think little conversations are going on back and forth that are just escalating into this point. I think they
Yeah.
knew something was up. Remember, Maggie had said, he's acting fishy. Like, I don't want to go. You know, he's acting
Yeah.
like
No,
weird from the start.
she
Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't wanna be around him necessarily. She really didn't
Mhm.
feel comfortable going to Moselle, and he insisted that she
Mhm.
be at Moselle. He hung out with Paul and asked Paul to come over or whatever earlier, and they hung out and did their thing, and then we're at the Kettles with the video, and dun, dun, dun.
That's a very short timeline now. That's what, 5 minutes? Like, now they've got the window of opportunity down to 5 or 6 minutes there.
Mhm,
Plenty of
mhm.
time to do the crime, but definitely that also correlates to the
But
time
not
right
enough
after.
ti but not
Yeah.
enough time for someone to sneak in from the woods and shoot them and get away without
Mhm.
being seen.
Not by Alex anyway. So he either did it or he knows who did it. That's what we
Right.
were saying all along, right? There's no way anyone could have got on that property without him knowing about it based on the timeline. He was all
Mhm.
over that property. Mm. So
Yeah,
bizarre.
he sure was. And, here's the big things for me, and I wanna know if other people agree. Big things for me. Driving by the spot where Maggie's phone was tossed right about the time that it went silent, right? No
Mhm.
more screen movement. No footprints in the dirt, water, mud, anything except for family footprints. And
Mhm.
Maggie was one of the last ones to walk over those footprints.
Mhm.
Those two things right there are huge, I think. I think they're huge. So the ninjas floated.
Mhm.
They had those, like, skateboards, like, what's
While
his
they
face in the
carried,
Time
yeah,
movie?
They
They
had
just
beanies with helicopters.
right? While
Oh,
their hands were
yeah.
full of raw meat to shut all the dogs up too. Don't forget that.
Mhm. Yep.
Like, they were carrying all that raw meat to keep the
Oh, yeah,
dogs
they
Yeah, it
must
quiet.
didn't
have
take
been
a lot.
because
Mhm.
it must have been because the dogs were fine. Oh,
Mhm.
that's what it is. That's why the dogs were fine. His brothers came and helped him. They did it for him, and he ran. That's it. I really cannot see his brothers killing anybody, honestly. They look like they're too wimpy, but
I don't know. Randy's pretty scary. He looks just like Grandpa. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't
yeah.
know. I think I guess maybe it's the East Coast in me or whatever, but like if you look at all the pictures of organized crime or when they bust up drug rings and things like that, they look like everyday normal people. Like, so I think to say that he doesn't look like he could do it. I mean, if you looked at Alex Murdaugh, if you didn't see him in the condition that he's in right now in a courtroom, in a trial, you saw him out and about, you might not think he could do it either. He doesn't look like, what does a murderer look like?
I don't know.
A murderer is an attitude. Like, it's an ability to actually get to the act of murder. You know, well, I think
Hmm.
it could just as easily be anybody given the right circumstances. It's the
The
ability to
night
cross a
before.
line. Yeah,
Yeah.
ability
Yeah.
to turn off and cross a line and actually do something that bad to another human being. When people are horrible to people regularly, we see it.
Mhm.
People don't think about the consequences of how they affect other people. So there's plenty of us that out there, plenty that could actually cross the line given the right circumstances.
I think all of us could.
Mm, yeah, they say,
Oh, and that's the
would
last
you kill
thing.
for your child in self-defense?
Mhm.
More than likely, yes, absolutely. That's probably the biggest one right there for me. Would you kill in self-defense to save your own life? Probably, yes, absolutely. I probably would. You know.
Yeah.
Um.
Yeah. Oh, no,
So.
I would kill for my child, absolutely. I'd shoot somebody
Mhm,
right in the face. I don't give a shit. If you were gonna hurt my
mm,
kid, you had a
mhm,
gun aimed at him, you're going down first if I can have my way
yeah.
about it.
But so that's like when they say things like, he looks like a killer. I'm like, yeah, he does look a little off, but I don't know about the killer thing. I think
You
all of
know,
us,
it's
it's because look at Jeffrey Dahmer, look at Son of
Right.
Sam, look at
Exactly.
all of these guys that were huge killers. Look at the doctor in England who, like, oh God, he killed like so many people. The acid bath killer, like,
Look at how many killers are white men.
True. Well,
Predominantly.
well,
high
unfortunately,
percentiles, like
this
over 80 white men.
unfortunately the statistics for family killers is very high for privileged white men
Yes.
of a certain age. Yes,
But
and
normally
actually,
wives, right? You
their
said
family
before that
too.
they
They
were
will
more
kill
likely
their
to kill
wife more
wives than their own
often.
children.
Then no, I said that they very unlikely. The percentage is smaller a grown adult child. They very much
Oh,
will
okay.
kill younger children because they don't want to take care of them when they kill the wife. Fact.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But if
Yeah.
they are
No,
of an
I'm
age,
sorry. I meant older, like
yeah,
teenage to
like
adult children,
it's
right?
very rare for it was very rare when we were looking at the statistics and talking with Bearded Heretic for a family annihilator to kill an adult child of any, like, and most likely a man with his son. Very unlikely. Very rare. It's not unlikely. It is done, but it's rare. But it gets talked about so much because it's so horrible. We actually talk about it more than it occurs. Like they put it in movies, they put it in those cases get sensationalized, because it is difficult to go for your family, right? Mm.
Yeah.
But it's just mostly it's about the same thing: pressures of money, the embarrassment of them looking at you differently when you've done something horrible. You don't want that story to change, that love to go away, that unconditional, the pride, in your family. It also, Bearded reminded me, they look at them most likely as a possession, something that they own. So snuffing out their life isn't as big a deal because what they do is they think they're saving them from the horror of learning they're somebody different than who they thought, or going through the trauma of a trial, or learning that they're a murderer or something of that nature. They actually think they're saving them from the situation of a life looking at them differently or going on without them.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, so there's and just like in all types of murderers, there's many different scenarios that apply. They're not all the same. They'll do it for slightly different reasons, but it's mostly pressure. And sometimes it's just in if I can't have you, no one will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because
That's
again,
true.
as Bearded pointed out to me, the possession of a family, a man of that kind of privilege often looks at his family as something that is his. Like he wears it like pride. Like that's my wife. Those are my children. Like this is my family. So he actually feels like he had, like they're taking it away from him. No, nobody else deserves that. Like, nope. If you're not with me, you're with no one. And just
I
like,
like the prosecution's theory better.
oh yeah, yeah. Well, this isn't a theory. This was just what we talked about as far as family annihilators in general. Like, I don't think Murdaugh did it for that reason at all.
Right.
I don't think he did that at all. I think it was more a very selfish reason. That's to cover his own ass. Seriously. I think he does not have the capability of actually caring about other human beings the way the average person does, to tell you the truth. There's something missing in that man. I don't think you could look at when you look at Tony Satterfield on the stand. Did you see how timid he was? How easily it would be to take advantage of him? He looks more like he needs grace and kindness and support. And that man actually went out of his way to rob him blind for millions. He could have made his life better with $500,000 or $1 million of the settlement. He gave him $100,000. Thought that was good enough. Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Here,
I
take
think
that,
it's
and I'll keep the millions.
I
Yeah.
think it's obvious that Alex Murdaugh doesn't care about anyone except Alex Murdaugh.
It's
Exactly.
pretty
He's
much
like,
where I'm at.
pretty much he couldn't nothing do everything that he did. Yeah, Pete, the Maras. I got to say it like they do in the, all of the documentaries. They say it like Mara, like in
The
Alec.
Madas.
The
The
Maras.
Madas.
Ma. Yeah. Could be
I
Bearded will have me
imagine
calling him murder now. Go ahead, Journey. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say I imagine that the jury instructions are going to take a while. I imagine the judge will spend at least an hour discussing jury instructions.
I think
And
he's taking
so
I think he's taking a break right now to ask Creighton Waters, like, how long you going to be, dude? Because I'm not going to start the defense closing argument if we need to be out of here by 5:30. Let them
yeah,
start fresh with the defense in the morning, which means
or
we'll all
Yeah, they only
be back.
have it.
Mhm.
or they may
Yeah.
start the defense. Yeah, they may ask him if he's got a natural break point where they can start his defense and finish it in the morning, and he might want to do that. He might want to bring up part of his closing argument, leave the jury with something to reflect on overnight, and then finish in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh,
See, I would think honestly, if I was on the defense and it was my turn to do closing, I would say let's cut out early today and I'll start in the morning because I wouldn't want it to be broken up that much.
I hear you, and that's a good point. But on the other hand, if they break now, they're
Mhm.
going to be thinking all night about the prosecution's closing.
Oh,
this is
good
true,
point, Granny.
and
You're right.
Hartpulian doesn't want them doing that. He
Exactly.
does not want them doing that. He wants his words to be the last thing they hear. I hear you,
Right.
Granny. And then the first thing they hear in the morning.
Mhm.
And I think actually Creighton Waters is going to fight for that. I think he's going to stretch it if he has a chance.
Mhm.
I do. Because he knows that also. He knows that also.
I'm going to tell you, I have never seen so many titles get twisted with the name Bubba in it my entire life.
I was
You
like, I
guys
couldn't.
have been
You don't
cracking
even
me up.
don't start because I literally had coffee coming out my nose. I was chortling like I'm coming down with a cold anyway. I'm hacking, coughing. Like I sounded so disgusting. Like I'm so glad I was muted. But like, yeah, literally those two, Jean and Liam, actually, with the last two, like I literally had coffee coming out of my nose. I was like, that's it. I'm like done. I can't even look at the chat anymore. I went over to Twitter and tried to start copying things. Oh, by the way, they will a lot of the quotes that I put in there when he gets direct quotes from Waters and everything. Some of them I'm getting from Twitter from Avery Wilkes. I've been following everything he says. He's got a great take on it all. He always hits like what are the real points that we have to concentrate on. So I've been copying over that. Like when you see quotes like that, I'm like, it's not me actually saying it. I'm pulling things from Twitter and just giving you what other people are saying online, just like about the testimony as it goes on. But it's all what Waters says. So it's also a good documentation of actually what we're looking at on the screen. So,
And
but
and I keep thinking about how screwed up does a guy have to be to do this, right? And I always try to put myself in the person's shoes. How would I feel if? What would I do if? I spent almost 8 years of my childhood being mentally abused and beaten the shit out of by my brother. Still to this day, I don't want to kill him. He's ruined my entire life. I've recently learned. Still don't want to kill him. Do I want to beat the shit out of him? Yeah, but I would never kill him. That's that's a big step.
We know that
That's
Paul
a
was killed
big
first.
step.
yeah.
And he said, and this was something he brought up for the very first time. He said,
this was
was
actually
Alex
ongoing.
Murdaugh
Nope, I still see
reaching
her. She's
down
at
to
the
grab that
desk.
300
We can hear
blackout
that.
when Paul took
You
two
can hear
steps
it?
forward?
Okay.
And
Oh yeah,
that's
it's
why
really
it was
loud.
Sorry, they're off.
That's okay. We just want to be able to hear you.
You know what? I muted the tab, so I'm surprised you could hear it. Well, I guess because it pulls it through StreamYard. Wait, he's back. I think he's back. Okay. Yep, he's back.
Hey, I found one that the real name in there is Bubba. Bubba shot the jukebox.
Bubba shot the. Is that a real one? Cool.
It's a real song.
Okay.
It's a song.
Good. All right.
It's a country song.
So they're talking, but we don't get to hear what they're saying. What are they talking?
Doesn't matter when you take up, so I was hopeful that we would, after he closes, we move to the.
And what do you want me, what do you want to ask me?
Well, I was just curious as, I was letting the court.
Well, I don't know.
I was letting the court know how long my closing would be, and then if we went at 5, I wouldn't be done until 7 or 7:30.
You'll have an opportunity to fully argue at during a time where the jury's attention span won't be frayed due to the long hours.
And Your Honor, are you considering dealing with that other matter if for instance, adjourned? I think
Yeah,
that,
yes.
okay, because I think the Attorney General is thinking he's going to be done in about 45 minutes, but.
Maybe less than that,
Or longer. Thank you.
Well, we just learned that Griffin is doing the
Did you
closing
say,
argument.
You'll be done in how many minutes, or do you know?
I knew he would. It's too much for Harpo.
Less than 30. I thought I
Okay.
heard 4 or 5. Less than 30. Okay. All right, let's bring them in.
Mm-hmm. All right, so they're bringing in the jury, and the judge did say that we will finish with the state's closing arguments today. They may deal with another issue that Harpootlian kind of slipped in there. Are we going to deal with it today after they're done with that? But it seems like Jim Griffin will be doing his entire closing argument of 2.5 hours tomorrow morning, when the jury is not frayed, he said, from time. The judge is saying, why start it when they're already gone through this whole one with Creighton Waters? Let them be fresh for you. And I
Good
think
job.
Jim Griffin agreed. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and good job making it that long, Waters. So they
Yes,
would have overnight to think about the whole closing arguments of you.
exactly. This is a win for the prosecution, except for the longer it goes, the more they turn off, which is why I'm glad he has some presentations and stuff, because he's bumping it up. But he is going really rather long, and he's going to have to punch up the end to keep their attention, because I mean, come on, we've all been here and
Okay,
we're
thank
very
you. You may
interested.
proceed.
It's long.
Thank you,
It's
Honor.
very
Please
long.
support.
Sir.
Okay, I'll see you in a bit.
Mm-hmm.
GSR on the defendant's hands and seatbelt, Maggie's DNA on that Super Black Eagle, DNA on the Suburban steering wheel. No DNA or blood identified on the floorboards. Showing y'all state 7. That's the how you doing comment. And the second officer walks up, how you doing? States 5. Also from the body cam. It's very dark out there. You can see how well lit it can be when the lights are on. 22. 93. 47. I'm almost done. We'll talk finally a little bit more about the defendant's story to you that he told on Thursday. We've already talked about it. Just a couple more things. I asked him when he went down there, those dogs are clearly out in the kennel video. I asked him if the dogs were alerting on anybody nearby or in the woods, as dogs do. And he said no. He said that their dogs were not doing that. You heard about the fact that he changed clothes, and you also heard testimony that his clothes smelled fresh and like laundry. See again, manufacturing the scene. You heard from his law partners that he was not, and also from Marion, that he was not overly concerned with figuring out what happened or any threats to Buster. And in fact, you heard in the telephone interview after the side of the road, they specifically asked him, are there any threats to Buster? And he said no. Why is there no threat to Buster? Because he was the threat to Maggie and Paul. He knows there's no vigilante out there. That's why he was never concerned about it. That's why he called Rogan first the night of. He knows the only threat is him. I asked him if he could remember lying to all of those close to him, people that he trusted, that he stole from. He couldn't detail one single conversation. He couldn't remember his last conversation at the kennels. To use his own words, and when you hear what he has to say, when he was asked after the kennel video and his new story, what he did, he said, I got out of there. He's got that photographic memory, but can't remember what he was doing when he was his most active on that day. He didn't say, if only I had been there. If only I had gone to the kennels. If only I could have stopped it. If only I had been there a little longer. He says, I got out of there. What father would hold anything back if he were innocent? What father would care what happens to him after that? He claims he told you that he had cooperated with SLED. But he hadn't. There's nothing more important if someone's innocent to telling law enforcement when the last time the victims were alive. I just saw them. I saw them at 8:50. I saw them at 8:49. They're still out there. Go get them. He mentioned paranoia and tried to convince you that there was paranoia about some case 10 years ago, and he confused David Owen with David Williams. He got on the stand, ladies and gentlemen, and as he got confronted with things, as he was allowed to keep talking, he kept adding a new factor and a new factor and a new factor to justify why he's lying to you, why he had lied to law enforcement, and to justify why he's telling you what he's telling you now. He kept adding them. He can remember those, ladies and gentlemen. He can remember a new one. He can remember this. And the problem with that is that there's no mistaking David Owen for David Williams. We showed you that picture of David Williams. This is a man who rides around with a badge in his windshield, who had blue lights installed on his private vehicle. And if you need any proof that he makes up lies and is very convincing with them and makes them up on the fly, the guy got caught flat-footed with the badge hanging out of his pocket. He tried to assert to you that sometime it was an accident, that this badge is hanging out of his pocket. How is that an accident? See how quickly he was able to lie? But more importantly, the blue lights. He sat there and told you 3 times, I think he said his name 3 times, that Sheriff Smalls, the former sheriff of Hampton County, gave him permission to put blue lights in a private vehicle for a part-time assistant solicitor, and blue lights in a private vehicle. He told you 3 times, effortlessly got up there, pivoted, and lied to you, because Sheriff Smalls came in here and said, of course not. That never happened. I've never heard of such a thing. This is a man who made his trade on lying. He lied about the most important fact in the case, and he sat there and effortlessly and easily pivoted to a new lie when confronted with something he wasn't prepared for. And the sheriff came in here and said, no, that never happened. Of course not. But he looked y'all in the eyes and told you that. Looked you all in the eyes and told you that. As if, what's your problem, Mr. Waters? Sheriff Small said it was okay. Tries to tell you that he was paranoid about having a bag of pills in his pocket. The man who had blue lights in his car and had a badge, rides around with a badge in his windshield. That's what he thinks of his power and prestige, and that's what he thinks of appropriate use of authority, is to put it up there. It only serves him. It's only there to serve him. But he's tried to also tell you that he gets paranoid, and so he's tried to lie about the most important fact that he could offer law enforcement when his wife and son were brutally murdered because he had a bag of pills in his pocket, but yet at the same breath says, I wasn't concerned about the law firm and that fair stuff. I'm not concerned about the boat case. Why would he lie about that time unless he's manufacturing an alibi? And that's just why it took him only 19 seconds to call 911, because he knew what he was going to find out there. This has all been constructed by him to try to confuse the situation. That lie that he told you, he tried to make it seem like he'd been trying to tell this, but he also admitted on the stand that, and as did his brother, that his own brothers heard it for the first time last week. That his own attorney was repeating the story that he was napping the whole time and never went to the kennels on HBO in November, just a couple months ago. A lot of people lie, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people lie. When it's really important, something like this brutal murder, most people are going to come clean about a bag of pills. But why do people lie? People lie because they knew they did something wrong. That's why he lied, ladies and gentlemen. And just like always, when confronted with new evidence that he no longer can deny, he backtracks, he pivots, and he tells a new story from that stand and looks you all in the eye. And then when new evidence comes up on cross, he backtracks and he pivots and he tells another new lie. And I'm sure if he could get up there again, he'd be telling, well, let me rephrase that. He said so many witnesses are lying on him. They're all lying on him. But the one thing we know is a constant is that he lied to them. Mark Tinsley's lying. Jeannie Seckinger's lying. Shelley Smith is lying. Blanca's lying. Everybody's lying on the master liar. You heard him answer the questions about whether or not he killed his wife and son. You heard me ask him if he was a family annihilator. When he answers those questions, did you see him do this? Did you see him do that on those videos too and ask questions where now we know he was lying? Is that the most classic tell ever? I'll leave that to you to decide. One thing I will agree with him that he said up there, oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive. How appropriate coming from that man. This man is trying to sell you on an idea that he was at the kennels, that he jetted back, that he went inside so quickly and quickly dozed off in the shortest nap in the history of the South. And then he got in his car just seconds after these supposed vigilantes. These vigilantes that apparently are 5'2", that knew somehow that Paul and Maggie would be both at Moselle on the evening of June 7th between 8:44 and 9:02, that also knew that they would be alone at this time. That they knew that Alec would not be at these kennels. And they also knew the property well enough to get to the kennels. They also assumed that they would find ammunition and guns there, so they didn't bring those. And they traveled the same route as Alec after his short 20-second nap, and knew that he would be visiting his mother at Alameda during that time. Those are the circumstances that you'd have to accept. The 5'2" vigilantes that arrived somehow in that tiny time period between 8:49 and 9:02, and that's given him every benefit of the doubt as to the story he told you, sprinkled with a bunch of new lies as well. That somehow they arrived during that time. The dogs never heard them or ran to them. Somebody put the dogs up in the wrong kennels. Somebody rolled up the hose. And these vigilantes were just lucky enough to find these family weapons there, which he's clear on the other side of it that he says were never there. He's so clear. Oh, we never had the blackout. We never rode around with the blackout. No one knew who he was. No one knew who this man was. He'd avoided accountability his whole life. He had relied on his family name. He had a powerful family. He carried a badge and used that authority. He lived a wealthy life. But now finally, he was facing complete ruin. His father, who he idolized, who I worked with on occasion, was dying. His son was facing charges for the boat case. He was facing a civil action that not only could potentially ruin him, but expose the reality of what he'd been doing for years. He had an opiate addiction. The entire illusion of his life was about to be altered. He couldn't live for that. He's the kind of person for which shame is an extraordinary provocation. Shame is an extraordinary provocation. His ego couldn't stand that, and he became a family annihilator. And I was thinking, that people who get the last word in this courtroom are y'all. And a lot of witnesses have testified over the last 6 weeks, but there's a couple that never get to testify that are important, and that's common sense and human nature. And there's 2 more that don't get to testify. We couldn't bring you any eyewitnesses because they were murdered. But common sense and human nature can speak on behalf of Maggie and Paul. When you look at this in its totality, common sense and human nature can speak for them. And they deserve a voice. Everything he did was meant to try to frustrate the forensics as a lawyer and a prosecutor with the 2 guns and the manufactured alibi, and not taking his phone down to the scene, deleting call logs, making short phone calls, bringing up the boat case, moving Maggie's phone, changing clothes, looking at Paul's phone, calling Rogan, trying to call Rogan. One man controlled this crime scene initially, and that was Alex. But there were some things he couldn't control. And we brought those to you. A couple things that the defendant said that I agree with. He said, whoever did this had anger in his heart. Whoever did his heart. Whoever did this planned it for a long time. That he hurt the ones who were closest to him. It may be hard to fathom, ladies and gentlemen, but when you put all these circumstances together and really understand who he was in the entirety of his life, and the pressures that he was facing from what he had been doing for so long, you can understand it. There was one mistake, though, he didn't expect. And this is why he was worried about Paul's phone. This is why he's trying to get in touch with Rogan. And it was that kennel video that came up late in the investigation. One of the things I asked him, and we've talked about this, the last question I had to him, and the first question I had to him was, what is the most important part of your testimony here today? And he wouldn't even concede that, but he at least conceded that the most important thing was to look you in the eye and and try to explain to you why, after his entire history, you should believe him when he says, okay, I was down at the kennels for one brief minute, but I had nothing to do with this. And we went through that long cross in which he identified all these factors, from his partner saying having an attorney, you need to have an attorney present, to his distrust of SLED about his relationship. And I asked him, at what point did you decide to lie? And he finally agreed, okay, it was in this interview. It was that moment in the June 8th interview. It was during that interview. But in his 911 call, ladies and gentlemen, at 10:06, when he was asked when he last saw them, he said an hour and a half, and then changed it to approximately 2 hours. Consistent with what he would later say. Before any of those factors that he sat there and ran through with y'all as the reason for his decision even ever existed. And if that's not enough, ladies and gentlemen, you saw, and I played it for him, Daniel Green's body cam, where he was asked the same question. And he said that it was 1.5 hours plus 45 minutes. And all those factors that he identified to you as to why he supposedly lied, he was lying to you, ladies and gentlemen, when he made those up. He was lying to you when he made those up, just like he's lied to everyone close to him. And he's good at it. He's good at it. Is that up?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but okay. I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that. Okay. I rode around with Paul.
Motive, the means, the opportunity, and ample evidence of guilty conduct and guilty conscience. All four factors are present. And Maggie and Paul deserve a voice. They need a voice because they can no longer speak. And this has been a tough job, but the system depends on people who take that oath as jurors and are willing to honor that oath and make that tough decision to vindicate these victims, to vindicate Maggie and Paul, who were cut down in the prime of their lives, This is a sealed exhibit. This is what he did. This is what he did right here. This defendant, on the other hand, has fooled everyone who thought they were close to him, everyone who thought they knew he was who he was. He's fooled them all. And he fooled Maggie and Paul too. And they paid for it with their lives. Don't let him fool you too. On behalf of the state of South Carolina, I ask you to return a verdict of guilty against the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, for the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul, and for his possession of firearms during the commission of those malicious offenses. Thank y'all for your attention during this long trial.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. If you go to the jury room, and you'll be dismissed in just a few minutes from the jury room. And please do not discuss the case at all with anyone, including your fellow jurors.
Wow. All right, so the jury's going to be removed. Everyone stands for the jury. And actually, I do think that Harpootlian is going to bring up something before cross. There are other issues they wanted to address. Yeah, let's just see. Oh.
We'll recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning, except for the matter that we will address in chambers with counsel.
Oh, in chambers. So you and I are not going to get to hear that chat or YouTube out there. It will be in chambers. They are leaving. Nothing else to be discussed here. So I'm going to mute both tabs there. And always grateful. I think what you just sent me in DM is very important. Can you just tell me in chat if it's okay that I read it to the chat? Because I think I would like to do that actually. If that's okay with you, just let me know, and it's okay if not also. That email, Mary Beth, appears to be someone sending in information about the math being bad on one of the steps evidence that they put in, one of the diagrams or one of the slides that they used in regards to the steps. And the math was corrected and the evidence was corrected on both sides in regards to the prosecution and the defense. That came to light yesterday. What happened was they mentioned the email. They didn't say who sent it. They didn't even say what it was about. But right after that, after they took their break, John Conrad said that he had to present the evidence that it is correct, that the math is wrong, and they wanted to fix something, blah, blah, blah. There was a Twitter post by Brandy Churchwell, first stating that they sent the email, then saying that someone sent the email, not her, but someone sent an email to the court with the correct math, noting that they had found a math error somewhere on there. So, in regards to that, I've got a statement that I want to read out that is, well, I find it quite poignant, especially like right now, based on the fact that, this is a serious trial. So with a little indulgence, if you guys all just give me a moment, Um, Basically, this is from Kim, and she feels that this is important too, and it's a great statement because I feel where she's coming from. As the jurors deliberate and a decision is reached, we should all remember there are no true winners in this. This is not a sporting event or a movie. This is not an episode of Law and Order or CSI or Criminal Minds. This is real life. This has not been done for our entertainment. Paul and Maggie were loved. Stephen Smith, Gloria Satterfield, and Mallory Beach were loved, as were all the others whose lives were lost. People who knew them will forever be affected by their loss. There are many innocent people who trusted Alex Murdaugh in his law firm to do the right thing and to help and protect their best interest. They were failed. His law partners may be suffering with tarnished reputations from the public, wondering if they could be complicit. We heard people say that they thought they knew Alex Murdaugh, but they realized they may have never known him and what he was capable of. The lawyers on this case, and Judge Newman, and the court officers and staff will forever be affected by this trial. The jurors will have to return home and work after hearing and seeing evidence which most of us cannot even imagine. It is very likely they will experience trauma from this trial. They have a huge responsibility, and one which I would not want to bear myself or for a loved one. So in the end, whether we agree or disagree with the verdict, let us remember that this will affect so many. It is real life and not just entertainment. Thank you, Kim. Thanks for putting it there, because we do want to remember the seriousness of it actually affecting the lives of everyone involved, including that of Alex Murdaugh, the accused, including his attorneys, the opposite side, the state, everyone that has anything to do with it. All of the witnesses, everyone, have been affected greatly by it. And thank you for those words, Kim. As always, a great writer. I love reading her stuff. And I actually agree with that. And it doesn't mean that what we're doing here is like for just entertainment. It actually serves a purpose. We're documenting the trial, you know. Justice for those that cannot speak for themselves anymore. Absolutely, Colin. And that's not to say that everything that we're doing is anything but documentation and discussing it. All absolutely appropriate. No one has ever done anything out of line here, as far as opinion or anything like that. And it's just a reminder that we have to remember, like Creighton Waters said, that Maggie and Paul can't speak for themselves anymore. But let's hope that common sense and humanity can. Human nature, common sense, all of us. Well, on that, I think on that, I'm gonna say goodnight and see you all back at 9:30 in the morning. I've got some video to make and some timelines to do, some timestamps, and I hope to see you all in the morning to listen to Jim Griffin give his closing arguments for the defense. Yes, Ancher, I agree. Even though he's going away for the financial crimes, I want him found guilty for the justice of his victims. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, what? I don't know what she's asking. Thank you. And thank you for all the Bubba knots. I did enjoy them, because as we do have to deal with a lot of the seriousness, we almost find in life in general, when things get rough, you always have to find a little humor, because like my Nan says, a good laugh and a good sleep will get you through the hardest of things, the hardest of days. So on that, I hope you all get a good night's sleep. I hope you have a little chuckle like we did here with the Bubbas. And also remember the seriousness of what we're going to be hearing and doing and what the trial actually represents. For me, I love this stuff. It's my hobby. I have great respect for the legal system. I do. I think it has its flaws, but I do marvel at it when it works. And I'm hoping in this case, we will actually see it play out for justice one way or the other. All right, everyone. Good night, and I shall see you in the morning. I will be here 9:15. Don't forget to like, share, comment on the video. Okay, and we'll see you tomorrow.